nice and sunny day in Monza, much like I'd expect.
Well, it's a new year, but it's the same championship. VCO LFM FLExTREME returns here in 2023 as we get ready to throw the GT3s and BOP into the bin. At least for now, yeah. We'll bring them back out a little bit later in the year, and we're going to start to change up this race. We're using the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, using the same qualifying format. We'll be shrinking the race down to just 6 hours. Everything is equal as we head towards the halfway point in this championship. But it's not just changing on the circuit. We've got changing outside of that in the commentary booth here as well, as we get ready to throw Arjuna right out of the commentary. We don't like him very much, it's fine. We'll keep you and O'Leary though, and we'll bring in Luke Crane. Hello and welcome to the VCO LFM FLExTREME.
Hi, how you doing, mate? I didn't expect some EDM to be playing, by the way, at the start of this. I got my whole pumping. Also nice to have the track and the car introduced before myself as well. It just shows how far down the pecking order I am. But not as far as Arjuna. Arjuna's been sacked, so we're probably not going to see him again ever.
Exactly, he is gone. He didn't win the VCO Simi Award. That's why, right? I know you don't like me bringing that up. It's fine.
Oh, that's it. I'm done already. See you later.
Sorry, Luke. But yes, we're equalising everything. It's part of this championship. Whilst we've had the BOP being a recognised portion of this championship, that was always said that there's 2 rounds, and we're throwing that out the window, and that we're equalising everything. This is one of them. Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, something quite different to what they're used to racing on ACC.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the top drivers are going to handle this no problem whatsoever. If you know the physics of a game, you know the physics of a game. But there will be some surprises. We actually saw this with the ERL. Was it the Spring Cup? It might have been a Spring Cup, where it was GTWR Academy managing to get a victory, beating their brother team, if you like, the main team, beating some of like Unicorns of Love, Veloce, Yazheat, the big hitters in ACC with the M2, because it's not really the most used car. Similarly to this Porsche 992 GT3, it's got GT3 in the name. It doesn't drive like a GT3 at all, with being a cup car. So it's really about getting the handle of the car. I think it's going to be one thing having a quick lap in qualifying. Being able to go a whole hour and doing a stint as a driver and keeping those tyres in check is going to be quite different as well. Also, with a chance of potential weather, that's going to mix things up in terms of what driver order you're going. If the race is going to start nice and dry, you're probably going to put your fastest driver in, but you need to keep something in your pocket for if there are some adverse conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did have a vote out with the community to see where we were going racing. It was between, of course, Paul Ricard and Barcelona. And it was a vote that went out just after the Christmas period. And you all got your chance to say which circuit you're going. And we're going around Barcelona, which, I mean, I would have voted Paul Ricard for this car. So we go Barcelona in the M2, but that's fine. Yeah, Barcelona's an interesting track. It's a little bit tight, a little bit tricky, and very difficult to overtake, but very difficult on the tyres.
Yeah, the equivalent vote would be whether you want to lose a leg or an arm for me. I think that both tracks are horrendous. But I'm not racing on it. I'm commentating, so I'm thankful for that. It's a tough circuit. It's going to kill the tyres. The track temperature right now is actually 30 degrees as well. So in a GT car, a GT3 car, should I say, or even a GT4, it's not the hottest of conditions, and you're going to be pretty good with that. And actually, you probably like that because it's still quite quick. In these cars, it's just going to chew the tyres up. So this will be a very, very tough. It's one of those technical circuits. There's a reason why Formula One use it for the main testing of the new cars every single year, really, because it's got everything. It really does test the car, it does test the driver. So expect, I think we're going to see some big surprises here today. I really am. I know the championship standings is pretty, the top 5, there's a couple of teams there you wouldn't really expect to be in it as it is. But yeah, expect something special this today.
Absolutely. Now, it's not just about our drivers that win. We'll talk about what they're battling for in a moment, but there is a giveaway as well that you can all get involved in by joining into the chat, courtesy of our partners in HyperX, a HyperX Cloudflight wireless gaming headset. You can join the giveaway for that by typing HyperX into the twitch.tv/VCO Esports chat for your chance to win. And it's, like I say, it's always fantastic to bring in the community to give them, you at home, something that you can win as well as all of our drivers out there. But HyperX aren't just giving this out to the drivers, to you at home. There are also prizes out to our drivers of each of the splits, cash splits, champions winning 4 headsets, then obviously our rival splits, our challenger splits, all getting them, as well as the MVP, the driver with the most awards over the course of a season. And we'll speak a little bit more as to how they're going to work. But again, great that HyperX have come on board for this season to give out various prizes out to our drivers. Also, Next Level Racing on board with giving out a couple of prizes to those which gain the most positions through the race, but also the Send of 2022. We'll discuss a little bit more about how that's going to work post-season, but that'll be something which you can help us decide as to who is going to take home the Send of the season, the Send of 2022/23, and win themselves a Next Level Racing gaming seat. But there's also cash prizes as well. Fastest lap gets €25 per round. The best fight or pass, which again will be a public vote afterwards, will get $50, which will be split between both passer and passee. Best save, most positions gained, winning various bits, and then of course the top 15 per race, and then the big one, the top 3 in the championship. The winner receiving €1,000, 600 for second, and 400 for third. Great prize pool when it comes from the cost side of things, from the financial side, but also from our prizes. And then this is the thing that is unchanged between the rounds, the qualifying format. Each stage, there's 3 stages in qualifying, Q1, Q2 and Q3. Q1, the top 25 will go through, Q2, the top 15 will go through, and then Q3 deciding the top 15 qualifying order. And in each of those sessions, they get just the single timed lap. One different driver in each of the different qualifying formats. And then, of course, the one-time joker, which they get all season, just one. We did see a few using them back in Monza to set a second timed lap within a session. It's an exciting qualifying format, isn't it?
Certainly is. Yeah, it's got everything, right? It's you're going to see people get knocked out. We're going to have right at the end of each session, there's going to be that the bubble. So P25 is where you want to be. You want to be trying to get up into that. So yeah, it's kind of I think it's a nice spin. It's very similar to what we have in Formula One, but with about 900 cars. So what can go wrong?
And I think, like I say, with the qualifying format, the thing that I love the most is that typically when it comes to qualifying in endurance events, it's normally one driver that does the qualifying, right? Whereas this is not the case with how we do things in VCO LFM FLExTREME. I think it's one of the beautiful things is that we have 3 drivers in each of the cars, and we've got 3 qualifying sessions. So it has to be one driver for each of the qualifying sessions.
And also the track gets quicker. So as the session goes on, more rubber being put down and stuff. So will that mean that people use jokers this time round because of the car? That remains to be seen. I think we're going to see the most jokers used actually today, because there's a huge opportunity. If you can get yourself up in the sharp end of the grid today, people are going to be making mistakes. The first lap, I think, is going to be very scrappy, and a few people might be out of the hunt for a win very early. Some maybe big teams as well. So you just really need to keep yourself out of trouble because turn one's going to be very treacherous, just because it's more of an unknown with a GT car.
Yeah, anyone who joined us for the Monza round will know that turn one, at least there, was very treacherous indeed. There was a huge crash which spun around BS Competition. The reason why I speak about that is because they are our championship leaders in this championship. They got spun around at the very first corner and yet still managed to work their way back up for an incredible second place finish. That's what puts them at the front of our championship. Williams Esports got a drive-through penalty early at Monza as well, and after a victory at Kota, they are second in the championship after finishing in 8th spot. Get Closer Racing though, flying under the radar a little bit in Monza, and did a brilliant point. Yeah, there is a lot. It's not
392,000 points. Fair enough.
It's not thousands. Don't worry too much. Just point to it. We're all right. We're not in the thousands just yet. A few teams on here that have done an incredible job. Symphony of Pistons and Race Anywhere Simsport, of course, Race Anywhere Simsport victorious last time out. A few teams on there that have maybe disappointed a little bit more, or rather had issues. Obviously, issues last time out for Yazheat, one of the faster teams in the championship, having large issues from not even the very first lap. They didn't even get to start the race courtesy of technical issues. Ended up just inside the top 30 with 29th spot. Burst Esports and their partnership with FFS Racing struggled in the very first round of the championship. Aspar with a couple of up and downs, but they did manage to finish in 4th last round. So they're 12th in the championship. But every team has had a story over the last 2 rounds. It's been a crazy affair over the 18 hours of racing we've had.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to take a page out of BS Competition's book, right? If it goes wrong at the start of the race, don't worry about it. Just take your medicine. Maybe you lose a few positions. Just don't try and rush anything. Don't get any, damage that's going to cost you even more time. Just make sure that you get yourself back on circuit, get yourself back in that race, and then you can, it's either a 6-hour race or a 9-hour race each time. So there's plenty of time for you to catch up. If you believe in your team, you're going to gain those spots. But just by being careful, just by being clever and being consistent, people are going to make mistakes. People get tired. Again, it is a 6-hour race. There is going to be contact. If you can keep yourself out of that, then you've got a massive chance of getting a result. As BS Competition have proven, they are top of the charts even with that Monza incident.
Yeah, like I say, it was. I mean, I did say, and I don't think they'll agree with me at all, but they did almost get a little bit fortuitous with how they spun out, because they spun out to the right hand side. Basically, you go through the first game, they spun out to the right hand side, which was away from all of the cars. I think we might actually have a replay to see actually how that all unfolded. Again, looking back at the race start at Monza, you got Racing since what you got Arnage Competition on that front row. It was contact with Dara McCormack here coming through in that Williams Esports that caused a little bit of a kerfuffle. You've got Ballas Esports as well, about 3 or 4 cars back in that purple Bentley, that also throws its way into this mix and causes one of these spins. I think they're the ones that spin around BS Competition.
Ballas Esports throwing it into a corner.
Yeah, there you go.
Never heard anything like it.
So they get spun out here. It was actually contact with Brabham as well. But where BS Competition were, they got spun almost away from all of that carnage. So they avoided the damage that ensued. On board with Brabham here, I think it was Valentin Barriere behind the wheel at this point. You can kind of see just into the rear end of the Ballas Esports, firing them into us. This is what you expect though from turn 1 at Monza.
Wow.
Kind of.
Yeah, I don't think
it was pretty bad.
That was not good from the Brabham car. And again, I'm only playing around with the Ballas Esports team. Come on, you got a 9-hour race, or a 6-hour race, depending on which race it is this season. You can't be doing stuff like that, I'm afraid. That's just unforgivable in all fairness.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, there was a lot of. I mean, our nice competition fired it straight back onto the racing line. RCI actually did a really good round, especially early on. They're running inside the top 10 through the early. So they were just very strong throughout the entirety of the event. A couple of issues that were sending them off into the barriers through various points. It was a bit messy throughout the race for quite a few of them. But there were 3-4 car fights almost all the way through. I think that was one of the big factors of Monza. I think it's one of the big factors we're going to see here today. There's that comment, yes. Dicey.
I just don't understand it. I like, why are you fighting that hard so early in a race? Like, it just, that was so avoidable there. That instant we just saw through the Lesmos. That one, well, that's maybe just tiredness, I guess. That's quite late on, but it was, yeah, mistakes happen in racing, and this is exactly what I was saying. BS Competition took advantage of knowing that this was going to happen. It is Monza. People are going to aquaplane. They're going to get onto the power a little bit too early. That's going to be the interesting factor today. If it rains at any point, it's hard enough getting a car stopped with all of the aids that you can use with a GT3 car. With the Porsche Carrera Cup car, it's just not going to be as easy, which is going to be fascinating. So, yeah, there's so many different factors that are going to make today so exciting for me. And there's an AMG there that decides that Monza doesn't have a first corner.
Yeah, which was actually quite a lot. Obviously, the rain was coming down. It was coming down very heavily in this race, actually. Not sure if we'll see that too much. Rejoining straight, I think it's the Prime Firefly car, straight into the pathway of RCI, who ended up, by the way, going after and finishing on the podium. So they're having a strong round. Aspar ended up finishing in 4th, but not after a couple of issues. We saw a lot of that. Monza. I think, like I say, if we see any rain, I mean, it's such a hard corner to get right, that first one at Monza, as is the exit of Ascari. When it is wet, when it is absolutely soaking, and trust me, some of the rain that we had at Monza, especially late on, was some of the heaviest rain that I've ever seen in AC. It's relentlessly tricky, and you can't touch the curbs when it's wet because you will go for an instant spin. It's what we saw going through the second apex in the first chicane.
Yeah, there's in a server setup, there's like a sim racing conditions, and if you type that to 1, you kind of get rain, but it doesn't go to what we've got here at Monza. So you can kind of get away with it, but it looks like it's just been set to normal, which is what you expect from a massive esports event. I did like the Next Level sponsor getting a nice view there from TX3. It's almost like the boss has gone, yeah, code next level branding, please, code next level, spanning around perfectly onto camera. So yeah, they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, it was a tricky race for a lot of our competitors, all starting with that very first corner. I'd suspect we're going to see something very similar from this round, just based on, like I say, the rundown of that first corner. Monza's got a tight chicane to open with, but Barcelona's not too dissimilar in the sense of it's a very, very long run down into what is quite a tight corner, especially from a rolling start. You're carrying an awful lot of speed down into there, and when you're talking 30, 40, 50 cars, it can get very easy to trip over each other.
Yeah, there's 3 pinch points. You got turn 1, then you got turn 2, and then you've got that sweeping right-hander, which you can lose grip, and if you're going through there, you can't go through there quite flat out. And if you're going side by side with someone else, that's where you're going to lose momentum, and cars can indeed then close up behind you. So having 3 choke points there really doesn't help the situation. But there's plenty of runoff, so I'm hoping that the drivers decide to go and use that opposed to using the rear of another car. I will say one thing, and again, I don't want to do a disservice to any of the teams, like the Symphony of Pistons being in the top 5. No one's going to be expecting that, and there's going to be drivers who are maybe out of position in this championship. You know what sim racers are like and what motorsport drivers are like. They obviously have an ego. They have to. And if they feel like they're out of position, they're going to take more chances on a car in front of them. So that's kind of what would have happened at Monza as well. Drivers who were, a second driver, for instance, who was nothing to do with the incident that put their car at the back of the grid, they're going to be trying to make up for things over time. So that's also, a culmination and helps the situation in terms of people crashing and whatnot. Whether we'll see that here today or not, I'm not too sure. I think we will initially, from qualifying, see most of the bigger hitters be at the sharp end, because it's more about the physics of the game with this car because of the lack of laps that teams would have done compared to, for instance, the GT3 roster of cars. But as the race goes on, it's just going to become super interesting. Everybody now is coming out of the pits, and well, some fun is to be had.
Yeah, everyone taking the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car around Barcelona. And again, by the way, if you do want to watch the rivals and the challenges split, you can do so in the twitch.tv/VCO Esports Command Center, where you can see all the full broadcasts from the other 2 races as well. But whilst we're in qualifying, we'll probably bring in Ewan O'Leary for a little bit of a discussion before we get into the race. This qualifying, Ewan's going to be massively tight. We reckon it might be one of the tightest of the season, purely based on the fact that everyone's in the same machinery.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why it's a bit different to the BMW, but in terms of that, I actually think this could be one of, if not the most important qualifying sessions that there will be in this season, just because I think it's going to be really hard to overtake here at Barcelona. There are a couple of opportunities, of course there are, but I mean, there are at any circuit, and it still doesn't make it easy by any means. So the fact that it's really close, the fact that it's really difficult to overtake, makes this the most difficult qualifying session in my opinion. And I think Luke's right in what he said earlier on. I think we could see the most jokers used of any round in the season.
Really, yeah. I mean, it's a tricky car, it's a tricky circuit to overtake at. So I could understand if you're going to have one of those qualifying sessions which doesn't quite go your way, you are going to throw a joker lap surely at it early. Unicorns of Love, they had some big issues very, very early on back in Monza. And considering they were starting the season, obviously quite strong back at the first round of the championship with that second place finish, you'd kind of suspect that they are going to be targeting this round with a big victory. Maybe we'll see their joker lap being used in this round.
I've got one question here, sorry. What happens with Dennis Schoeniger? Because obviously he was with Unicorns of Love in the last round, and now he's with Williams. How does that work?
I actually don't know. I do not know.
You can't change teams like mid-season, right? Unless there's a... I'm sure once you're locked in, you're locked in. I
actually do not know exactly how it's going to work. Because obviously, so I'm doing Le Mans Virtual next weekend. This is the point they're at with sim racing is that if you haven't been fully aware as to what's going on, a lot of drivers have switched teams in the last month. And it's not like, oh, but by a lot of drivers, we mean like 3 or 4. Like, I have lists, absolute lists of drivers that have bailed from teams. It's... Well, I don't know exactly what the number is, but you're talking of like 20, 30, 40 team drivers in some things that have moved over. I don't know what the ruling is. I don't know.
I've just had the briefest scroll through the rules I've ever had, and I can't find anything that says about changing teams. I mean, teams do rotate their 3 drivers for each round, but I've not really seen 2 different drivers racing for 2 different teams. I mean, you are right though. It's hardly surprising given the off-season that we've had. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this is the silliest silly season we've ever seen in sim racing, to be honest.
Definitely. It's baffled my mind on more than one occasion. Dennis Schoeniger's not racing this round. The Unicorns of Love is being driven by Tobias Pfeffer, Lars Kischer and Michi Tauscher.
Luckily they got 900 drivers of world level, so they're fine.
Certainly not having to resort to anyone of my driving ability, thankfully, to throw them behind the wheel. First couple of lap times coming in. Whitehead setting a 44.8, instantly beaten by Sven Hettich in the Get Closer Racing. They've been really, really strong this season of Get Closer Racing.
Yeah,
they look really good.
Yeah, they've been fantastic.
I didn't direct anyone, don't worry.
I've been pleasantly surprised by them. I don't want to be too rude by saying that. I don't feel like I want to be, but I've been really impressed with them. To be honest, I thought the Kota race might just be one of those where, because of the ballast situation and because of how the race panned out, maybe that's going to be the highlight of their season. But they backed it up more than well at Monza with another top 10 finish, and so really high hopes for them for the rest of this season. We'll see how they get on now that the machinery is the same for everybody. Just thinking as well there that Soldatov not had a fantastic start to his qualifying session, to be honest. Saw his lap time there. Might not be good enough, I'm afraid, to get into Q2.
Yep, and just a reminder that they have just the single lap time to deal with, just one. That they are able to put in this session unless they want to use that all-important joker. I'm not sure when and how you want to use it, but you've got to get inside the top 25. Schubert crosses the line and goes 16th. But again, I'm not really feeling too confident. I think a lot of drivers and teams, Luke, are leaving this to the last 5 minutes of this session. They're not going out straight away. They're trusting themselves and trusting they're going to get the track position late on in this session.
Yeah, the fact that Whitehead is 2.5 tenths away from, well, now even further than that. He's 3 tenths away. They've messed. Whitehead's not had a good lap here, has he? Honzik in P6. Gregor Schill, he'll be loving that 1:44.520. Hettich, that's an unbelievable time, actually, a complete surprise. And again, to be ahead of someone like Tinko van der Velde, that just goes to show how quick those lap times are. But yeah, Whitehead being 3 tenths of a second off the pace, that's worrying signs. Worrying signs.
Well, especially because. I don't really want to be too rude against the team, but I'd argue potentially Whitehead is the. Would you say he's the fastest in that car? I think so. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a quick car, but Luke Whitehead, when it comes to 1 lap pace, I don't think there are many people faster than Whitehead. He's alongside Wojtek Fiala and Andrea Capoccia. Don't get me wrong, two pretty fast drivers. But I'd want to put Luke Whitehead in for Q3, not for this session, but maybe he's struggling a little bit more with Barcelona. Here's our podium sitters from the last round, RCI Esports. Don't know if they're going to be able to back that one up, but still, they had a great round last time, and this can partially come from a bit of the BOP, which is no longer a part of the discussion for this round. Everyone on that equal footing, which means that they might, it's like you were saying earlier, some teams that might have shown quite well in the first two rounds might not show well quite here. Let's see what RCI can do.
Yeah, we'll see. Over the line, 14th place, just half a second away at the moment, but should be good enough, you'd imagine, for a top 25 after this qualifying session. But it's really hard to know at the moment. As you can see, Esports going over the line. They're about a tenth above the cut line already, so they may be in a little bit of trouble. But it is hard to know. There's still a lot of drivers out there who have not set a lap time just yet. Gert Fischer for Porsche Simsport, one of them. Another notable likes of David Patil there down at the bottom, Zolobov as well, who's just got up the order actually. But yeah, some big names still to even get a time on the board.
Well, Pulse across the line and just about to go into the next session, but whether that will last, plenty of great lap times to come in from various of the teams. Mike Nobel going up into 21st position, Robin Schaefer, of course, Low Fuel Motorsport will be doing this championship in partnership with the VCO LFM, FLExTREME, LFM being Low Fuel Motorsport. Got a couple of cars out on the grid, struggled a little bit with the opening couple of rounds, but heading into the final sector, I wonder if there's many more people that are on particularly good lap times here, because surely there's a couple of teams down there like the 888 that are definitely aiming to get inside that top 25.
Yeah, well, everybody's going to be trying to get into the top 25, aren't they? Sure. It's just, the likes of Mike Noble, who for the first maybe 2 years of this game was the big dog. He was the fastest out there in the world, I would say. Being P21 just goes to show how the talent pool now. Cody Pride, one of the young guns coming through, P20. Like, that's, quite scary to think that he's only in P20. And with how many cars left to still go, 8 cars to get a time in, might be under a little bit of pressure. I'm sure they're going to be just about okay. Jan Gang has not made it through, P28 as it stands, which is, a bit of a, bit of a mystery as to how that's happened there. Manos Gerardis has just put a time in and goes up to P23. So again, more drivers being pushed down. Gert Fischer, as you just mentioned, he's a qualifying specialist. I was expecting him to be right up in the mix. Actually, he's just qualified for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge finals for the EMEA region, and he's down in P27. So some big surprises here already.
Yeah, Regan Mitchell, obviously Brad Esports, who had some great pace last time out at Monza, not going to be able to show that one this time. Going to start at best of 37th. Qualifying session coming to a close. SMP Racing Esports, Oleg Zholobov coming through the final sector. This is definitely a car I would expect to see inside that top 25, moving on into Q2. But let's see what the 888 can do. They've been up and down when it comes to the pace this season, not really shown exactly what they can do. But on this occasion, they go up to 11th position, exactly where they want. Kovanov also inside that top 25, pushing Mike Nobel down to 25th and just on the cut-off line. It means that Svideric is out of Q1. Is he still out on circuit, is Svideric?
He is. Well, he's out there at the moment. I don't know whether that's an in-lap after he's completed his lap or whether he's actually out there improving. Nicolas Busselet now over the line as well, not going to be able to move up from 40th place. Mike Noble might well have done a second lap here to use a joker to make sure that he's gotten into Q2, but I think now he might realise that he could have gotten away without doing it.
3 tenths up though.
But he is going to improve, 15th place for Burst Esports, so he really will be in now. Well, to be fair to him, he did need to actually set that lap time because Carbon Zimsport are back out there again. I believe both of those teams using their joker. So this is it really. He needs to improve by just a tenth of a second to get into that all-important Q2.
Is this an
and he's 10th up. He is just about 10th up here, Lewis. It's really close through that final chicane. Again, on the bubble here, one position out, and it's done. So is that a case of if you say you're going to do a joker lap, can you abort it and then you keep it? Is that how it works?
I don't think you can.
I wouldn't imagine so. I wouldn't imagine. You've got to go through it. Once you decide, I'm going out again to using a joker, surely surely you're committed at that point. Not whether you finish the lap or not, but I don't know what the rules are.
He was up on his time as well.
So I think he was doing an in-lap, but was doing a hot in-lap. But I'm not sure that if you use your joker lap, I don't think you could do it on 2 consecutive laps. I think you have to come into the pit lane and then do a full out. I don't know exactly what the ruling is on that.
Wording is probably quite important. Really.
Exactly, as to how you can exactly do that. And that's a bit of a shame for Carbon Motorsport. We know they are pretty fast, and Cedric out of the session. But yeah, Burst, I mean, it's a pretty rough way of putting it, but a potential waste there of their Joker lap. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of how you'd have to put it. They were going through, but when you start that Joker lap, you can't know whether you are going through or going. You have to just commit and do it.
Exactly. It's easy to say that now. We're all genius in hindsight, but but they didn't know at the time. Sometimes not even then. But they were 15 thousandths above the cutoff line at the time. You can't blame them at all. I don't blame them at all for going out there and using the Joker again, because as I said earlier, track position here for this race is going to be so important. It's really hard to overtake. You need to be at least in the top 25. I want to be far ahead of that as well, really, ideally. I don't blame them at all. But it's easy to say in hindsight that it's probably not. It wasn't necessary in the end. I have looked at the wording, by the way, in the rules. You do need to communicate to race control via Discord that you are using a Joker. So that would suggest that you can't just do it on your in lap, because you do need to tell race control. And that will be hard while you're driving.
Yeah, well, that's why you got
data here that I have the actual delta, and they were up on their time, so that's why I'm baffled. So they were actually up on their time. It was not quite a tenth in the end, but through the final sector, they were up over 2 tenths at one point. So yeah, I think they would have got into the top 25 with that. So that's why I'm baffled by it. That's why I'm asking the questions.
Yeah, that's why I think that they'd need to come into the pit lane, then communicate it, then go back out again. But this is where leaving your lap quite late in the session, Luke, is dangerous, isn't it? Because you don't have the time to react if you do need to use that Joker. If you do your lap early in the session, you have the time left in the session to send a message to race control to get back out on the track and do it. It's why sometimes leaving it quite late is a risky game in a session like this. Yeah,
it definitely is. And something that's noted in, but somewhat bizarrely in the rules, it says to the teams, you need to make sure that there is time to do that. Which you don't often get race tactical advice in a rules book, but they have said that. I guess it's not tactical advice; it's just common sense, I suppose. But it says you need time to do the Joker lap as well. So you're right. But when there's so many cars out there, there's 41 out there earlier for that qualifying session, it's quite hard to go out there straight away in all that traffic. So it's a difficult equation to try and manage. And on that occasion, some just got it wrong, I guess. But yeah, that's the way it goes. I guess the reason why they didn't want to actually complete the lap, even though they were up, is that if they do break a rule around the Jokers, you are immediately disqualified from qualifying. They'll start 40th, so that's even worse than 26th. Yeah.
Certainly is. I don't know if we'll be able to bring up the results. Obviously, we'll say goodbye to to a fair few teams until the start of the race. The top 25 will be going through. A few teams in there that impressed. Obviously, like you said, BS Competition, Luke. The Get Closer race car. BS Competition did exactly what we kind of expect from them, being very, very strong. Yaz, he obviously looking quite strong. Not too much in terms of big drama in that first qualifying session, but this is where this one, the Q2, which will be coming up in a few moments, where it's just the top 15. This is where mistakes can be very, very painful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm impressed with Mike Noble. I like Mike Noble as well. The FFS crew will be in and amongst. I think this is being under pressure and being with a car that not everybody uses is kind of going to be their wheelhouse, I think. But yeah, apart from the baffling decision there at the end, where I felt like Carbon Sim Sports might have been looking at getting into that top 25 and subsequently not being in there, I think it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? All the big teams are there and thereabouts. Not really too many shocks. But now, like you said, now it goes down to 15. This is where the shocks are going to happen. And you're more than likely going to get your race winner from the top 15, right? If you get to Q3, you've got a bigger chance, or should I say, of winning the race. So now the pressure will really be on. And I'm seeing some really big hitters in this second session, by the way, looking to do that.
Yeah, well, obviously last round racing Esports. Now, yes, they won the race, and it was one of the most dominant races I've ever seen. In Sim, genuinely, we used to see a lot of these dominant races before, but now we don't typically see them through strength of field. But it was won by almost a lap over every single drive. It was very, very impressive from racing. And they started on the front row of the grid. They avoided all of the drama in the early stages. Here they are out on circuit, getting past Unicorns of Love, who come to a stop out on the circuit. But Grantas Karakis, the Lithuanian driver, who's actually very impressive in the Monza qualifying unit, will take to the qualifying session in Q2. Again, yes, they did the last round with I think it was no success ballast. Might have been a little bit of success ballast. You'd have to check that spreadsheet I made you in. I don't know what they're expecting from this. They definitely were in a lighter car and they used the most of it. In this, I mean, sure, they won't expect to still be at the front. I don't want to be too brutal for them, but maybe they won't be expecting to challenge Williams Esports this round, BS competition this round. They'll be looking to just get a decent top 10, top 5 result and keep themselves in the hunt higher up.
Yeah, it's something they admitted themselves actually to us in the post-race interview. They said that, we're aware that while this result looks like we're the best team in the world, and it is, as you say, one of the most dominant performances we've seen for a very long time, they accepted fully that, we are not the fastest team in this series. The situation was right for us to take. First of all, the Lamborghini was very strong at Monza, and I did feel that the teams like Arnage and Williams didn't quite make use of that, whereas Race Anywhere did. But also, as you say, they didn't have any ballast. They didn't have a lot of ballast on, if any, in that race because they wanted to maximise the chance that they had at producing a good race. It has worked out for them, so I'm expecting them to not quite perform as well on this occasion. Now that everything is the same for everyone, but they're in 5th place in the standings for a reason. They picked up. What would have been 220 points, I suppose, from the last round, and they've got 334. So that's still a decent amount of points they will have picked up from the first round of the series. Certainly a top 20 finish, which is top half. So it's not bad, and they'll be there or thereabouts. But I wouldn't expect them to win by over a minute. I think it was by the end.
I think they had some early issues at Cota, but they actually finished in 32nd. That win has thrown them right up into it. And by the way, just to clarify, they had no success ballast last time out, but they had maximum ballast of 30 kilos, the highest ballast you can take in that first round of the championship. I know, obviously, we're speaking about ballast, and it doesn't really matter too much for this round, but it's good reference and kind of keeps an eye on what they're doing. They have 27 kilos left to take in what will be round 4 and round 6 of the championships. Of course, round 5 will be taking the BMW M2 and doing very similar to this, a 6-hour race in a cup car, everyone in equal machinery, where they don't have to deal with any of that success ballast. Grantas Karakis will be heading into this final complex of corners to start. Would he be finishing his time lap? I can't remember.
Yeah, this is the first time lap.
It's going to be a tight session, this one.
Yeah, 100%. I just think there's some really big hitters in this one. It's I think a couple of teams here have decided, you know what, let's just get into the top 15. Hopefully a couple of teams don't perform well in the final session. The pressure gets to them and we maybe gain a couple of spots there. But to bring Michi Tauscher in early, you see that name there. Karakas is a very quick driver. Marco Yonkers, we've got Offerman as well in this session. Nils Naujoks coming in for session number 2. Malinowski, who I think, in terms of pure pace, raw pace, is one of the very, very quickest in the world. So to see, although he's not putting a very good lap time here, which is very strange to see.
No, that's suboptimal, isn't it? I mean, like I say, it's sometimes you just don't get the perfect lap in. I think there's going to be a requirement potentially of a joker lap usage. What was the fastest time in the previous session? Does anyone remember?
44.4.
44.4. So we're not a million miles away from that. But then obviously every session's done with just a single lap, so you're always going to be pretty close. Not as if you get to do a big stint out of qualifying. Yeah,
Malinowski's not getting through with that time, I would imagine. He's too far away, surely.
Have they used a joker already? Because they only get one every in the championship, right? So it also depends on whether your team's had the joker used already in the first 2 rounds. So
we don't know. We don't know as of yet. I've not been able to filter that one onto the spreadsheet, unfortunately.
No, that is.
Things put on a spreadsheet, isn't there, for this championship?
Yeah. Yes. Many spreadsheets, multiple needed. Really, it's
I'm just going to type HyperX in the chat and hope I win a giveaway. That's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, is that going to be your payment for this round?
That's it. Yeah, nice. That's the only thing I know right now that's working. So HyperX, if you want to win these some goodies, guys, HyperX. Type it in the chat. It's free. Get yourself involved.
Yes, of course. Thank you to our sponsors in HyperX, and of course Next Level Racing as well, who are helping us with all the prizes and all the giveaways throughout the championship. We'll see what's going to happen though in the final laps of session, in the final half of this session. And again, a reminder to you, the top 15 will be working their way through into Q3. And right now, there are some heavy hitters that are low down in that qualifying, and I completely agree with where Malinovsky is. 0.8 of a second, already in 12th position, off of the pole time, or off of at least the top time in the session. That is surely not going to be good enough when there are so many big names further down in this session where you're expecting them to get involved. Killian Ryan Meenan, the 888, of course, Smoljar's in there at the moment. Whether we're doing this qualifying session or not, we'll have to wait and see. But SMP either way. Mateusz Tuszkiewicz. These are all drivers that are absolutely, without even thinking about it, are definitely going to get up in that. And then everyone else can generally, at this level, get within 0.6 of that pole time, which means, I mean, obviously Malinovsky's not safe. Heilmann's not safe. Killian Ryan Meenan only goes to 14th in a second off pole. He'd be very disappointed with that lap time. I'm not sure what he can do.
No, well, it uses Joker, I suppose, but there's not much time remaining. You just need to get on with it, if you will.
Like,
and there you go.
Oh, yeah, he did. Of course he did.
Yeah, so this is the problem. They'll be out. Well, they are out.
They are out.
They're already. So that just shows you nowhere near where they'd expect to be after this session. Kolosov left it late in. The 1-2-1 left it late in the first session. Doing it again this time. And I suppose if you've used your Joker already, maybe you're not. It's a good idea to leave it late, really, because then you've got everything in front of you and you know what you have to do. And there's no choice to do a second lap anyway, so you might as well go at the end. But we'll see where Kolosov gets to, along with a number of others who are coming over the line, including Fiala, who gets up into the top 5, absolutely safe. Kolosov around the final corner. Needs a good time for a top 15, and 13th. He's going to be fingernail time for him, I'm afraid, towards the end of this session.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of nails being bitten around the paddock. GTWR though, Wojciech Fiala, great lap time to get up into the top 5 and be comfortably clear. Of course, Luke Wyatt struggled a little bit at the previous session, nothing major, but Andrea Capoccia will have to take to the next session. Racing Point then out of the final corner, trying to get themselves inside the top 15 and bump the 163 out. They certainly do, and then Malinovsky is on the cut-off line with lap times to come in from Triton Racing, Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, and the 888 of SMP Racing Esports. Surely these two have got enough in the tank to get themselves inside that top 15 and bump Malinovsky out.
Yeah, you say that, but then Malinovsky, would have said it was a shoo-in for a top 5 here minimum.
Absolutely.
So yeah, pressure's it's one lap, isn't it? One lap shootout qualifying. So if you just catch traffic at the wrong time, miss one apex, it's session over. That's how close the session will be. At the top 15 is going to be absolutely ridiculous, by the way, just to let you know that. But yeah, this could be massive actually for the whole landscape of the race. Malinovsky not being in that top 15, it makes their job just very difficult. Yazhi Esports, we're expecting them to be winning races. We're expecting them to be battling for the podium from start to finish in these races. And obviously it's not worked out well for them so far this season by not getting into the session proper, or having a disconnect before the race started earlier, right, in Monza. And now they're out of the top 15, so it hasn't gone well.
Smoljar starts his lap, will be the final one, I believe, on a lap in this session to try and get himself up and push Kolosov out. We obviously saw the Armamentario car move up inside the top 15, but now we get to see a lap on board of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, going through that first and second corner that could cause some dramas early on in the session, around this very long turn 3, which is going to burn out all those tyres. And what a driver to ride on board. Smoljar's got some racing experience around here in the real world as well, of course, in open wheelers. But he's not only fast in open wheelers, he's extremely fast in the world of sim racing. Le Mans Virtual Series race winner as well, to add to the list. And of course, when it comes to VCO, we did bring this up last round when it came to the Esports Racing World Cup earlier on in 2022. That very first running of the Esports Racing World Cup, he was the only driver to get a podium on all 3 platforms. And Assetto Corsa Competizione on R-Factor 2 and on iRacing was the only driver in the entire competition to do it on all 3. Shows how impressive he is in the world of sim racing. With just a sector to go, Smoljar for SMP Racing Esports looking to book his way inside that top 15, Ewan, and looking very, very strong indeed.
Yeah, you'd imagine he would be able to do this. You'd certainly, or I'd put my money on him anyway. He's a very strong driver, as you mentioned, on any platform, in any car. He knows exactly the way round here, the fastest way, and you'd imagine he'll be good enough for 50. But you would have said the same about Malinowski beforehand, so we'll not give him the credit before he's done it just yet. Out the final corner for the AAA S&P Racing Esports, and we'll see if they do have enough here to get to the top 15. Oh, well, yeah, of course they do. They're a quarter of a second ahead of the rest of the field.
I was going to say, that looked tidy. That looked absolutely clean from Smolyar to go to the top of the session with a 44.2, fastest lap time we've seen in qualifying. And a look at the qualifying standing. Well, that was the one from, of course, from at the end of Q1. We'll take a look at Q2 in a few moments' time. But yeah, super lap time from Smolyar there, but big drama for Yaz Heat out of qualifying. They'll have to start from, I believe, 17th place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think FFS as well, who I think might have a good day today, them being 22nd in this session kind of makes them taking the Joker earlier on, renders that
Painful.
pretty useless, to be honest, which... Yeah, they would only lost 3 positions in total. But that is an unbelievable time. The AAA, which is my favourite race number. I'm glad to see him up there. Obviously, I've got no favourites, no bias or anything, but the AAA is a cool number. Nils Najoks, P2, BS competition, of course. That's massive because they are in the hunt for the championship, right? So they are, of course, the leader of the championship as it stands. And we've got Williams Esports. Where are Williams Esports in this top? Did they get into the top 15 here? I'm trying to look down the order.
I think we'd notice if they didn't, wouldn't you? But that's not to say that we didn't notice.
I was going to say you'd think we'd notice. Alas, we are not
we're not actually that clever. Yeah.
We're not the brightest bunch in this competition booth. There might well be 3 of us. That's compensating. Hold on, let me have a wee look. I think they have. They're obviously
so, but
we're very confused here. At the moment, the list... actually, no, I'm not sure either. They failed in that qualifying map. We've got Smolyar, Najoks, Caracas, Scher, Fiala, Igor Rodriguez. There we go, 6th. Woo, panic over.
Okey-dokey, right.
Panic over.
Yes.
Igor Rodriguez in 6th. There you go. Just have to read through it. Igor Rodriguez, Yonkers, Castorino, Cherepenin, Sivert, Savalainen, Tauscher, Tushkovic, David Mikhail, and Walsingham. So Visser actually getting up there again. That will be the list of drivers that move their way through. Obviously, you can see the graphic on screen being nice and tidy with all the team names, so you can see who's going through. This lot will not be progressing any further. Visceral, Armentario, Yaz Heat, of course, Kramer Racing. I think there might be an extra one in there because there would have been a late improvement. Never mind. RCI, Absolute Burst, Low Fuel, Aspar, and Virtual Drivers by TX3 no longer progressing in this round, and everyone else behind that obviously locked into their starting positions, unfortunately. But yes, big lap time from the SMP Racing Esports car to grab that, obviously, provisional pole time. It's not really a provisional pole time, it's just the top of Q2. A bit of pressure to kind of repeat that one in Q3 to go after that pole time, but knowing that Dara McCormack's going to be out in that session, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be a very competitive session indeed, but to be fair, these first 2 ones have been very competitive as well, so it won't be anything new, and it won't be anything that these drivers aren't expecting, but you'd say that quite a significant proportion of the teams you'd expect to be up inside the top 15 are indeed up there in this session. They have made it through, so no huge shocks for me in this session. I mean, the top 5 or so in the standings, the championship standings are all there, for example. I think so. No huge surprises, but either way, it is going to be a close final session, and I don't know. I'm slightly baffled they didn't leave Smolyar for the final session. I've got to be honest.
It's kind of where I was thinking that they would go. Smolyar is so fast. I wouldn't say it's a guaranteed pole time because, as me and Luke have discussed a few times, when it comes to drivers, when it comes to speed on this platform, if you want a driver that's fast and a driver that is going after something, well, Williams Esports do have Dara McCormack, who is arguably one of the fastest. I would say Dara McCormack, pound for pound, is the fastest driver on ACC right now. So if you wanted a guy in your car to do Q3, I'd throw McCormack in there every single day. I think it's going to be a very big year for Darren McCormack. I'm not trying to put any pressure on his shoulders, but he's an incredible talent.
Yeah, I don't want to say that, I'm not right very often, but last year in January, I said this is going to be Darren McCormack's year. He will be the driver that, ascends to the top of the timesheets in ACC. And I actually spoke to him after the expo at the airport because he was on a similar time flight to myself. And he remembered me predicting him doing well. So I was like, yeah, I got something right for once. But yeah, it's going to be even bigger year for him. But there will be some drivers that come out of nowhere as well this year. You should never rest on your laurels. This is not sim racing in 2012. This is 2023 now. There are so many different drivers at that level that, yeah, you've just got to keep pushing. And he's young and he's got a lot of time on his hands now because, in sim racing, these drivers are being paid enough money for it to be their jobs. So now, you can really progress into the space. You can really work on things that maybe aren't as strong because you effectively can do 8 hours a day of it.
Yeah, the level in sim racing these days is absolutely ridiculous. Less so from the front of the absolute lap time, i.e. someone that was fast 10 years ago is still fast now. You can see that with so many examples because I was seeing a list of drivers that were fast 10 years ago in a race result in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship where it was Jack Keithley was up there, Bonnerhouse obviously, as well as Jeff Rietveld, and lo and behold, they're still very, very fast now because, fast is fast. But it's the amount of people you can do those laps that can get to that speed, that can reach that ability. And it means that, back when I was doing endurance racing, your third driver was generally pretty slow if you're having a 3 car. That's how I got away with it, to be honest.
I'm the seventh driver in my team.
You were there.
I was slow as a dog in my car. My teammates were very, very fast. These days, you cannot get away with that. All 3 of your drivers have to be within 2/10 of the front. They have to be. You cannot afford anything slower than that.
At this level, yeah, you have to be like that. And that's why unicorns of love, I guess, we take the mick a little bit for them having 300 world-class drivers, but it helps because you need that, as you say. So, it is very important. What I would say is that I think you're right about the fast is fast, and years going by, it doesn't mean that somebody becomes slow. But what's impressed me most in how it's developed over the last 5-6 years or so is the level of consistency has got up by quite a lot. We've all done laps in a qualifying session, maybe at some point where you've done one lap, the time has come up, and you're like, I'm not actually sure how I did that. Yeah. I've never driven like that before, and I probably won't ever again. I don't want to say it's easy to fluke a good qualifying lap, but you can do it. You can't fluke a good hour stint, and that's the thing that's really stepped up a level. Certainly in the time I've been involved in sim racing, you no longer see millions of mistakes a stint. You see maybe one a race, and that's the moment.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to what you were saying, Luke, earlier about how some people could do this as a job now, which means that they have more time to do that practice, which means they can really hone in that consistency and they can put the time in. Whereas obviously, before fast was fast, before in the world of sim racing, not too many people were able to do this even remotely closely as a job. It was just a full-time hobby. You had to juggle that around school, around work, around whatever, and it was never particularly easy for a majority of the field, whereas now it's becoming more and more plausible for drivers to be able to reach those lap times, reach those heights consistently, purely based on the amount of workload. That said, you have to have a very strong mentality to put in that much work, and that's why I'm in the commentary booth, because I ain't about that.
Yeah, also, it does help when you've got drivers of a similar ability because, areas where you're quick and other drivers maybe are struggling, you can help them and give them pointers, ultimately improving their lap times, and vice versa. There are going to be areas where you struggle and other drivers are really nailing, and especially in these team events, that's massive. So the likes of Unicorns of Love with that massive roster, the likes of Williams Esports as well, who've got that massive roster, that is impressive. But I will say one thing, having teams such as Get Closer Racing, SOP Esports, and Race Anywhere Sim Sport, who are not of the size of BS Competition or Williams Esport. They haven't got the resources of those two teams to be up in there in the championship hunt, and they're not a million miles away either of going out and winning this. I think that's super impressive, especially when you need to have 3 exceptional drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're in the final qualifying session then, Q3, and the battle for pole position properly begins. Jesse Kauppinen, Grip Hacks Engineering, one of the teams that's in this session. Of course, we know the likes of SMP, the likes of Williams Esports are also involved in this session. It is going to be a tight one. It is going to be a difficult one. It is going to be an absolutely relentless one. A reminder of the teams in this session: SMP, BS Competition, Race Anywhere Sim Sport, Gata Chain Ballast, Get Closer, GTWR, Williams Esports, West Competition, Team Racing Point, Sim.Pro by Vides, Symphony of Pistons, Grip Hacks Engineering, Unicorns of Love, Triton and Rem Welton. One of those 15 will be starting the 6 hours of Barcelona in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. Round 3 of the championship, the first race of 2023. They'll be starting it from pole position. And considering we're on January 7th, Ewan, this means this is probably one of the first, well, I'd hope anyway, I hope I had some time off. This will be the first major race for a lot of these drivers this year. Tobias Pfeffer sets a 44.3, a very, very fast time.
Quickest of the day, by the way.
I was going to say, not the fastest time we've seen today. That was a 44.2. It's going to be a big day for quite a few of these teams here.
It is. Normally we talk about the first race of the year, the first big race of the year, and you know, the excitement is for it, and you wonder how teams and drivers are going to go into it. But I'm not so sure that really applies this year, because, I mean, it's 3 weeks ago since the last round of this championship. These guys are very much still in the groove. They're not going to completely lose all feel for the championship in that amount of time. So I think it feels very different this year in terms of the fact that there is no off-season. I'm not really sure why that has particularly been the case, but the last week before Christmas was mental, and the first week after it is pretty mental as well. So there's been almost no off-season at all. There's been 2 weekends off for these drivers, and they're straight back on it again. So, well, normally, and in most sports really, coming back for the new year is a big deal, but I don't really think in sim racing in 2023 that it's really a big thing that these drivers are thinking about, or something that's going to affect them.
Yeah, which is where when silly season happens, like all the drivers switching, it's typically in the middle of more than one big high-profile championship, because obviously normally you'd be talking about December to January, because that's obviously when a lot of contracts are up calendar year to calendar year. And it's what's thrown so much, you know, cat amongst the pigeons, and what's really thrown things up, because, like you say, sim racing, I mean, look, we've been in it for long enough. Sim racing doesn't have an off season. It's just it's on all the way through. There is always going to be at least one big championship going on, like you're seeing here.
Yeah, they're all trying to get their own screen time, aren't they? Because there's so many of them now. So yeah, that's why it runs all through the year. And also, we're not dependent on weather. So most championships run through the summer because they don't really want it to be pissing down every race they get involved in, because the fans will soon get annoyed with that. They do like to see dry racing every now and again. 2 things I want to mention about this qualifying session is Darren McCormack's out. Arte Camera and BS Competition have taken the Joker. They're out for a second lap.
Right.
Cool.
That is huge.
They're 4th. I mean, it's not bad. This is a huge call. I'm surprised, I've got to admit.
Yeah.
Look at me keeping my eye on things properly as well. What's going on? I think I'm not talking about by the 3rd session now.
That's that is absolutely massive, considering they'd be starting up really at the worst of 7th. They're battling for the championship. They're using their Joker now, and Arthur Camera straight back out on the circuit. I mean, good call, bad call, Luke. What do you think?
It's obviously a win or nothing race, right? They feel like they've got the pace to be faster than everybody across their 3 drivers across their whole session. So it's kind of, they need to be as far up as possible. Is being on the second row the worst thing in the world? Probably not. They took the decision to do the Joker when there was only 9 times posted. So maybe they're assuming other teams are going to do the same. Like I said to you earlier, I feel like this is going to be the week where most Jokers are used out of every week possible. That hasn't really been the case, actually. Maybe they were anticipating that to be a thing. Who knows? But if they do improve, I think the best thing for everybody right now is if they just stay P4. They do not improve on their time. They stay P4, and then they've wasted their Joker opportunity. But for them, I think it's pole or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really got to go for it. Are they on the timed lap now?
I think they're
yes.
on the out. Are they?
No. They came out ages ago here. So
well, what's the delta?
He's a 1/10 of a second down. So yeah, he's actually not improving here. And this will be now a telltale sign as to whether they can abort the lap or not, because he will go across the line. He's actually just gained a bit of time then, and through the final chicane, over the Verstappen curve, the Verstappen as they called it a couple of years ago. And I'll tell you what, this is not going to be good enough to improve. It will be an improved time, I think, just about, but it's not going to get them any higher up the order.
Wow.
Actually, it's not. It's a worse lap. So that is a wasted Joker there for BS Competition. But they can take solace in the fact that they will, as it stands, start on that second row.
Yeah, wow, that is, I mean, a big call for them to have tried it. I would not have wanted to have wasted it like that. I don't think they would have wanted to waste it like that, but that is how it has gone down. 2 lap times left to come in this session. The AAA SMP, and of course, this driver here, Dara McCormack, Williams Esports, looking for a pole position, looking to go for another victory in the season. They took victory back in Kota in the final moments of that race. What will they be able to do here? Big bit of oversteer coming down into the 4th to last corner through 12, out through the final one. Dara McCormack's going to punch it. This has got to be massive. Is it going to be a 44.2? Is it going to be the fastest lap of the day? Let's see what it's going to be from McCormack. It's pole position. It's a 44.2 as he puts one over on Tobias Pfeffer. That is a massive lap from Williams Esports and from Dara McCormack.
Yeah, proving himself and proving your point that he quite possibly is the fastest driver on ACC right now with that pole position. And I think it will stand, with all respect to Galtsev here. I can't see him getting anywhere near at that time, really. Although he might well do, he's certainly pushing for it. But Dara McCormack, fantastic lap time from him. 0.08 of a second, not a big gap by the end, but it will be enough for pole position, you'd imagine. Maybe that was the worry that Arthur Camara had when he went back out there again to try and set a second lap time, because he knows his closest rivals, Williams Esports, were going to do better than him. But it really was a waste from BS Competition. I'm not really sure if they are viewing this as a must-win. I'm not really sure why, because they are winning the championship.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think probably they're in a bit of fear after last round about being in the mid-pack and getting involved in drama early doors, especially knowing how the first corner is around here. Session's coming to a close. Last lap time coming in here from Galtsev in the SMP Racing Esports car. Of course, this is the car that topped Q2 in the hands of Alex Smoliar with a 44.2. How interesting would it have been to see Smoliar in this session? Would there have been a pole time? What's it going to be from the AAA? Is it going to be somewhere inside the top 10, somewhere inside the top 5? The answer's 12th, 1 second off of pole. Andrea Capocchio down the order, but big drama in that session with BS Competition using their Joker. And I don't want to almost make it sound like it was boring, Luke, because it certainly wasn't, but almost the expected result. Dara McCormack topping the session.
Yeah, it was very straightforward, wasn't it, for Williams Esports per se. And I think that is what BS Competition were worried about. They were worried about, that's why they took the Joker. They were trying to kind of preempt Dara McCormack, maybe put a bit of pressure on Dara, probably knowing they couldn't go any faster, but just him knowing they're out there might have put him off a little bit. I don't know. I think maybe mind games are being played. And just to go to Ewan's point, I think today, it's much more in your own hands as a team, because there's no BOP in terms of the system we've been using for the GT cars. Everybody is on the same. Is in the same car, right? Same weight. So right now, it becomes all about your team. It's more in your hands than any other race of the season. So that's why I think BS Competition would have taken that chance. Yeah.
No panics, by the way, about the graphic show, all the different cars. This is a live working day where we're working our way through these graphics. Just throwing Mike straight under the bus there. Yep. No, it's fine. Obviously, great to have these graphics straight after the results and having them done basically as near live as possible. Williams Esports confirmed then as the pole sitters for this race. Unicorns of Love, Dara McCormack, Tobias Pfeffer, the drivers that qualified their cars onto the front row. Abeladze, of course, for Simrad de Probo Vides. Triton, BS Competition, just 5th on the 3rd row of this group with the exact same time there as the Get Closer Racing, Race Anywhere Simsport, West Competition Racing, Grip Hacks, Ren Velton, Team Racing Point, SMP, Symphony of Pistons, Gather Chain, Ballast Esports, who were actually looking really quick in the previous session. They'll be a bit disappointed with 14th. And then GTWR Esports, Andrea Capocchia. Big Boss comes along and unfortunately can't quite match his teammates, no disrespect. Maybe that's why they put Luke Whitehead in earlier. Maybe Andrea Capocchia struggling a little bit on speed around here, which is a bit of a shock because we know Andrea Capocchia is plenty fast enough to properly qualify, but it's not quite the case, Ewan.
Well, let's not forget this is qualifying pace, and race pace is an entirely different equation. So, I wouldn't read too much into it just yet, although you can obviously try and pick apart these qualifying times as much as you like almost. But maybe I wouldn't do so much. So So yeah, an interesting qualifying session. Some surprises, I guess, but not a particularly surprised pole sitter, as you mentioned.
Now, we've brought up the idea that you can use the command center on twitch.tv/VCO Esports to take a look at the other races that we've got going on in the rivals and the challenges. But whilst we're here on the cash split, whilst we're between the qualifying and the race, let's take a look at the race start. We'll just step aside for a moment and you can enjoy all the lovely racing action that we've got.
Time, otherwise you'll be flagged for a start violation. That's why you see everybody slowing down now to a crawl, the field getting organized as they come off the corner. Now everybody's in the hands of Dan Tan here as the pole comes across the start finish line. Finally, the green flag is out. Everybody can put their feet on the loud pedals. These cars go screaming down into turns 1 and 2. Polyakov got a much better start than anticipated. We'll see if he can make any sort of a move around the outside. Look at him fan out. There's got to be a 5 cars wide as they go down into turns 1 and 2. Everything's clear for the first 10 rows or so. A little bit of argy-bargy.
Yeah, just a couple of cars running off, and there's one into the fence into the background. There's also a collision in the midfield. That's caused another carnage effect in the midfield.
Oh yeah, it continues to sort of snowball. You see one car get sideways just as everybody comes to the first couple of corners. That looked like turn 3. One of the cars got extremely loose, went to catch it, and by the time he could, he was already a little bit too sideways and being collected by some other cars. So we're all going to see him now start to single file out. You see a couple moves get done here. Indeed, there's no better time to make some early on moves in this thing. The more positions you gain at the start, the more you have to lose the less cars you have to pass before you get it back up to the front of the field.
If you're confident enough, and Dominic is probably right on cue with that for the Revolution Sim Racing team, looking in the 44 car to make an opportunity. They got a little bit twirly well, as you can see coming out of the corner, because that's you said, the tyre temperature not quite there. Also, it looks like a run for P5, right on cue there. A fantastic director, of course, going to get it up on the inside. Oh, they are argy-bargy. What do you think of that, Austin? Racing?
I'd say that's just more of a racing move. You know, you're automatically, if you don't want to pinch the guy on the inside, if you're on the outside, if you're on the inside, you want to force that guy on the outside wider, so you don't have to keep that car as bogged down coming off the corner. So I'd say it's really close to a racing field, and it's so hard to tell in these situations because in every single one of these, there's one guy's side, the other driver's side, and then there's a truth. More argy-bargy going on.
Absolutely, had to lift off at the moment, otherwise you get forced into the pit lane entrance right there. And now going to be a may drag away down. It's almost 3 abreast, could be going into turn 1 here.
Yeah, they are 3 abreast. I tell you what, I'm really digging that kind of vintage Porsche look for him. You can see just a regular color on most of the car, and then of course there's the black lettered Porsche down each of the doors, very reminiscent of some of the earlier Porsche machines in the 70s.
Yeah, one of the best motor vehicles of all time. Of course, this car has so much performance in it. It has the power and it has the traction, more importantly. It glues to the track. And wouldn't be a person on the planet that wouldn't want to have one of these parked in your garage.
So up front, it's still Polyakov in the 98 car. Dylan Tan, of course, won the pole for this race, started the race in first position. He's fallen back to second spot right now. We'll see if he can, look at him, a little bit argy-bargy there, forcing one of the other cars just a little bit wide there as they go through turn 5.
It's gonna you have to do a little bit of bumping to get the job done with these as they climb their way through some of the S's. You will expect to see that all the race. As long as everybody's still pulling in the right direction, that's going to be a lot of the overtaking you see and keeping it within. And overtaking opportunities coming into turn 10. You see now that's very, very tight. One of the tightest corners you're going to find here in Barcelona. So courageous, Catalunya. Keep saying Barcelona. My apologies. We are in Spain. Put it that way.
Oh yeah, Barcelona's fine. They're calling this the Barcelona Cup, so it's fine to say that as we go into the rest of today. Looking here at Luca Filippi, this team's been one of the faster ones at 7-11 team. They've been really close to podiums both times. They've just been on phenomenal drives from them. And of course, now this will give us a pretty decent time to talk about the points standings as you go into this, of course, for the Challenger split. And you can find all the different team standings with the top 5 on the VCO Twitter page. So if you're curious to what that looks like for the other 2 splits, go ahead and look there. Legion of Racers is in the first position. They've got a pretty handy lead over F1 Memes Racing Team. Then it's Pit Stop UK in 3rd, Revolution Sim Racing in 4th, and then you got the FCY Petrol Brothers car that rounds out the top 5.
We'll see if they can continue that momentum here. We're watching at the 7-11 car. It could make a run here for sure, because who's gone a little bit wide up the road? They have a drag strip right now. Now it's going to be swinging over a couple of right-hand turns and now your left. So who's going to be on the racing line here?
Boy, that was really close there coming off the corner. It looks like he's even going to be swamped by another car just behind. I think that's Asselin now coming into the picture, that red machine.
Ready for this. You ready, Adam?
As ready as I'm going to get.
Right, so around the final corner then for the last time in practice. All the talking, all the qualifying, everything, all the preparation is done and dusted. And we are racing here in Barcelona. 6 hour long the race may well be, but you know that the racing instinct is going to be strong in everybody to try and improve on their position very early on. Everybody seems to survive. That's a very wide line going on there from the third place car. That is so close. And we already have a drive-through from one of the cars we've just mentioned, the number 9 car. Oh no, and that's a spinner. Oh, into turn 3 and our first yellow of the day. It won't be very long because that car will easily recover itself. Oh my goodness me, disaster already and lots of adjusting for position. There's plenty of drive-throughs. Good Lord.
Yeah, so there's a lot of trouble going on there in the first few corners. I was going to say that our first hurdle, that being the final chicane, and everyone trying to get through something like 2x2, was passed without trouble, but it seems as though quite a few teams have already found themselves on the wrong side of the law. They're still 2x2, still side by side at the sharp end of the order. Thankfully, everybody just about finding a way through. Nico Schatska there trying to pick his way through the pack. Ryan Otten's also under threat further back in the field in 12th place in the 58 car. We've already lost a few of the billboards on the side of the circuit. Thankfully that was, I believe, just styrofoam and no body parts. But a lot going on here on the first lap.
Absolutely so, as people are jostling to find their own bit of terra firma as Ryan Otten's in the number 58 car nearly gets joined by the XBD Emerald Racing number 999. I nearly said Ferrari then out of complete habit. I may well call the wrong car out. Of course, not used to everybody being in Porsches. First lap then complete. We can see 3 drive-through penalties on the table already. But Miata still holding on. Miato, I'm thinking Masters now. Andrea Miato holding on to the lead. And look at that, Estefano Barrera for Fusion. Our championship leading team down in 24th. Fending off the advances of Bingay in the 368 car.
Now, I was hesitant to mention it, but I had a feeling it was the 349 VRM machine that spun out here last lap, and it was. That car has tumbled down the order. I thought it was the colours of VRM, and sure enough, the 349 car for the second round in a row in strife from the very beginning.
Oh dear. Well, there's still plenty of time to make it up, but as I said before, because everything is single spec, it's really difficult to make up quite a big deficit. At least it's happened early on, so they've got half a chance to be able to do so. Still some racing going on behind. We're looking at Christian Berindia of the, I struggled with saying this last time, the Alice Castetau Digital Motorsport, the ACDM 120 car. You can see various adjusting for position going on behind. I love the scream of these Porsches. I've enjoyed seeing them in real life, and yeah, they're pretty high on the decibels scale as well, which is great to see. As we see Kevin Kruger for light speed side by side with Barberi in the 158 car. That's for 15th place, and Barberi wins out on this particular occasion. But Kruger is no slouch, and the Lightspeed team obviously well positioned in the championship at the moment, but I've got quite a few cars ahead of them trying to improve on their position. Now, as the next lap is complete, Miato he's got the fastest lap. Okay, a bit early to be thinking about that, but this would kind of start to confirm that he's there by pace, not by accident, as we now see Kruger have a look on the inside line coming down towards turn 1. Oh, gets the door slammed in his face. There's Abakumov, sorry, I remember struggling with his name last time. It's almost just in for position. There is a Desalescu. I remember, again, tripping over that one. Looks like he's made a bit of a mistake there. He's just lost 20th to Nathan Cox. in the SRC car. But still plenty of people to fight with. I think it's going to take a while before we have a pecking order really properly established.
Certainly will, yes. It's going to be a long time before we really get a handle on this. One team that we can say has lost a lot of time, the number 9 crew, Juan Pablo Ordonez, has come in to serve his drive-through penalty already. We saw him dive out of 18th position at pit entry on the last time by. But yeah, interesting that Kruger hasn't moved up through the order yet. 16th is where that car started. I'm sure he's eager to try and work.
it.
Because a big bit of contact. Oh, there's big contact as well, and into the barrier.
and sunny day in Monza, much like I'd expect.
While qualifying's all wrapped up, we're getting ready for a race. You did see the rivals and the challenges start whilst we stepped away, and again, just saw that graphic there, a reminder that you can use the command center on twitch.tv/VCO. I'm good at my job, don't worry about it, to go through and see the rivals and the challenges races in their full 6 hours of frantic racing. And Luke, they were a bit crazy, particularly that challenges start, a bit crazy. Wonder what we'll see once we get going in the cash split as well. Are we going to see the same level of carnage that we saw at Monza and what we saw in that challenges grid, or are we going to see a nice clean one here at Barcelona?
You expect it to be better, right, with a cash split?
You'd hope so.
That's not how sim racing works, I'm afraid. And also, I thought those two were quite relatively clean, considering that they've not used this car before in a race trim with all the other cars on grid. So I was actually quite surprised how clean. There was a couple of boinks from people that have no idea what the middle pedal is, but that's again pretty normal for a 40-car grid. But yeah, I'm expecting it to be carnage, Lewis. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. There's 3 choke points through the first 3 corners. There's plenty of runoff, but drivers don't like to use the runoff. But I reckon we're going to see cars facing the wrong way pretty early.
I'd also suspect so. Like it's typically how this race start goes. Normally, I think what we typically find is what we saw again in the challenger split is they can typically get through turn 1 and 2 okay, but turn 3 becomes the problem. Do you know why is that?
Because it's a false sense of security. So you think, oh, I've done the real hard ones, and then you start to push. Everyone just starts to push through turn 3 because they think they found their area of the track. The tyres are still cold. Going through 2 corners doesn't make your tyres warm, but subconsciously in your brain, you're like, oh yeah, we're all good here. The brakes aren't warm, and you just kind of run out of road. Someone's around you outside, then you're in trouble because once you go beyond the point of grip, you're done, right? And especially with the Cup car is going to be much more difficult to save. And in ACC, it's very difficult to save the car, regardless whether it's a GT3, GT4, M2, or indeed the Cup car. So that's why it's a false sense of security. I want to hear from the chat, whether it be YouTube or Twitch. Let's have some predictions out there. Let's try and get you all involved in the chat as well. Have a bit of fun today. It is a 6-hour fun race at the end of the day. There's money on the line for the drivers, but for us watching, crack open some beers. I'm just throwing it out there. If you have a beer every hour, you're doing pretty well. Me, you'd probably be one every half an hour. That's 12 beers. You're going to be perfectly set up for the evening.
And that is why Luke Crane is not doing the final hour of this broadcast, because he'll be drunk out of his mind.
Sorry. Just to clarify, I will be doing a beer every half an hour and working.
Yes, the old classic.
What?
Bliss Harry. I mean, what a way to start the year for poor Florian there. I mean, it's a great championship for us to be a part of, the first race, like I've said before, of the year. I know it's as Ewan pointed out earlier on. Yes, there hasn't been that long between round 2 and round 3, but still, you kind of a lot of people will mentally reset themselves over Christmas and the New Year, meaning that for a lot of these, it is their first big race of 2023. You want to start that year with momentum. You want to start that year with a race. You want to win every race that you can, but it's almost like that first couple of races that you do in the year almost are more important, because they're what carries the confidence, the momentum into the calendar year.
I don't think it's ever been a major race before Daytona 24 in sim racing history.
Right.
I don't think that's ever been the case. I'm trying to think back as to of course there's been races and maybe there's been something out there of note, but yeah, as big as this with the grid that we've got here, this is the world's best, right, on the same track before the Daytona 24. So yeah, I think this is kind of unique in its way. People are still going to be maybe a little bit groggy from the Christmas period. Obviously not me. I'm an athlete.
I was going to say, is this alluding to something, Luke?
I'm a very athletic human being, so I'm fine. So yeah, I expect to see maybe some surprise results. I just think the car's the biggest factor here. The car is something that's not really that used on ACC. Obviously, it's many people drive it, but in terms of laps put in, the drivers are driving GT3 cars. That's what most of the main series are in. That's why we saw such surprise results in the ERL earlier on this season when we got the M2 Cup cars out. So yeah, I think there's going to be some surprises here. The one big surprise is one big thing that is not a surprise, should I say, is that Dara McCormack is P1 and Unicorns of Love with Tobias Pfeffer are P2. Will that be the same at the end of 6 hours? Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, they obviously had a fantastic battle, did Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports in that first round of the championship at Kota, coming down to a penalty late on, actually, that ended up switching it around and flipping it all over. Just going very quickly back to the car, because, I mean, you'll know more in that sense than me. But you can see here, it's a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. This is GT3 in the name. Surely it's the same. We'll talk about that in a second, whilst we can see them out on the grid. You've got Williams Esports there and Unicorns of Love, of course, alongside Avalanche in the Simware.Pro by Vides machine just on the left, of course, directly alongside. It's in grey or charcoal, grey and light blue, right alongside a car with the same colours. Fantastic. Triton Racing. BS Competition, they obviously used their Joker lap within that qualifying session alongside Get Closer, who had a fantastic round earlier on in the season, last round of the season, or the first round of the season, where they qualified it or finished in third. Last round they finished in 10th, looking for another top 10 finish to keep their hopes alive at the front. Race Anywhere Sim Sports, the stars of the show last time out with that incredibly dominant victory. West Competition Racing there alongside with Yonkers behind the wheel. Jette Kauppinen, Grip Packs Engineering, certainly one of the fan favourites. And then April in the 171. We'll go through the rest of the grid whilst we can see this start. But yeah, it does say it's a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Why is it so much harder to drive than the typical GT3s that they would drive? Because it's not the same.
Less aerodynamics on the car, especially on the front end. So yeah, it's a little bit looser through the corners. Dirty air from a car in front would affect it a little bit more. There's no assists to use as well. They do have assists set to the car, but it's normally used for the AM drivers of a championship. So in the Porsche Carrera Cup, you have AM, you have Pro Am, and you have Pros. But yeah, Pro and Pro Ams, they do not have the assist, but they're allowed to use ABS in the AM series and traction control. That's what I was told when I commentated the Benelux Cup, Carrera Cup last year. Yeah, so they do have them set on the car, but yeah, you're not allowed to use it. And these cars don't have it. So it is more about the driver. It's more about the feel, especially under braking. Braking is the biggest factor. It's a downhill braking zone. It's turn one. The brakes are going to be cold. The tires are going to be cold. This is, I say that the races can't be won in turn one. It certainly can be lost. And this being one of those races where that is the case, although they have got a lot of time to recover. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I say, a very, very tricky race indeed. We can see the rest of our cars down this end of the grid. Of course, we did go past Yas Heat. They're a bit further down in their qualifier. You can see they're on the left-hand side. Brabham Esports, after having a good run in the previous round, well, at least in the start of the qualifying, all fell apart a little bit there. Right down the order at the Queen's Designs car, which I will just say one thing. They've got that. They've put a little bit of paint that kind of makes it look like it's like an old, or a slightly older, the earlier 2000s Porsche 911. Just how they've done the go, which I think looks really quite good, actually. We'll take a look then at the circuit. Of course, the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. And it's always the fact that I bring up when we race around circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, because it's the only fun fact that I know about this circuit. It's built back in 1992 or 1991, 1992 to coincide with the Olympic Games that were in Barcelona that year.
Oh, sorry, that's the song. That's the theme song.
Was it? Do you know one of the first events that happened around here? It was the time trial cycling race that was around.
I was going to give you that answer, but you answered it for me too quickly. I knew that one, obviously.
Did you?
No, I didn't.
No.
I like engines, not legs.
I like my my cycling facts. I know Ewan O'Leary certainly likes the odd cycling fact. But yeah, there you go. It was along with a lot of construction projects in Barcelona in the early 90s. This is the one that has properly stood the test of time. It's a world famous facility in the world of motorsport, even 30 years after it's been built. We'll see what happens when we go racing in 30 seconds. Obviously, the formation lap. We can take a little look around the circuit. But now, with it being slightly old, obviously it did get reprofiled quite a bit last year, so we're running the older ... variant. Of course, it's the tighter hairpin than what we've had. I think it's getting looked at again, isn't it? Because it's getting readjusted.
Yeah, I agree. That's what they should do. Burn this place down.
They're reevaluating the penultimate corner because they're going to try and bring back in the fast right-hander. So,
they should reevaluate the whole place, in my opinion.
You really hate it, don't you?
There's only one track worse than this, and that's Kota, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah, I think I just do not like this circuit. Then again, I said that about Silverstone until like 2018, and now I love Silverstone. So yeah, I've done plenty of laps here. I hate it. I'm just going to mention a couple of drivers further back that we might need to be looking out for. Valentin Barriere, P39 for Brabham, will be coming through the pack and has the kind of driving style of, I'm going to make some moves and you guys are going to have to deal with it. So that's going to be fun. Manos Girardis as well, P27. Expecting to see him come through the pack. And Mike Noble, who they did use their Joker today in qualifying. It didn't work out at all. But Mike Noble, P22, I'm expecting him to drive through the pack a little bit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tough affair for just 6 hours. Of course, normally our races here are 9 hours. Obviously, that's in the standard GT3s. This one being 6, it means that the issues through the first corner will be even more painful for some. For example, like BS Competition, of course, they did rise back up to second position after being spun around at the first corner. Well, they didn't have any damage from that, but yeah, it did get spun around. In 6 hours, you've got a lot less time, and it's a lot harder to pass around here, meaning those recovery drives will be even trickier, right?
Yeah, it's going to be. It's just a tough circuit. We've got to also factor in that there is the potential for weather. Right now, it's very sunny, but then again, it was very sunny at Monza a few weeks ago, right? So anything is possible with the server settings. If that is the case, there will be a few teams that maybe have not chosen their most accomplished driver within the sim or within this car, and that may come into fruition later when they get into the more tougher conditions. But if it stays sunny, I'm expecting to see the big hitters, the likes of Williams, the likes of BS Competition, be up there at the end.
Well, whilst we've spoken of all the prizes that the drivers have been able to win, we have brought it up a couple of times. But again, courtesy of our partnership with HyperX for the VCO LFM FLExTREME, head over to twitch.tv/VCO Esports and type HyperX into the chat to be a part of the HyperX Cloudflight wireless gaming headset giveaway. Just by typing HyperX, that's all you have to do, and you'll be in the running for it. And whilst you're there, as Luke has asked for before, chuck in a couple of predictions as well. Who is going to be winning this race? Luke, who do you think is going to be coming on top? Porsche is not an answer.
Oh, is it not?
No.
So the balance of performance really favours the Porsche in this one, so I think Porsche are going to do really well.
Nice. I'm not going to be a win. I'm going to be boring. I'm going to go Williams Esports. Sorry.
You're going to go Williams Esports.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick one.
You actually genuinely want a prediction from me.
Yeah.
I'm going to go. I was going to say BS Competition, but I'm actually going to go for Triton Racing.
Triton Racing. Wow, there we go. We'll have to wait and see. And we'll find out in 6 hours' time as we get ready to go racing around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Everyone in equal machinery as the 2023 portion of the VCO LFM FLExTREME is getting ready to begin. Dara McCormack on pole position just alongside Unicorns of Love. We are underway in racing. Schaefer already getting a drive-through penalty. Robin Schaefer for the Low Fuel Motorsports car back in the order. They'll head 3 and 4 wide down into that first corner, but it is Dara McCormack having the whole shot for Williams Esports, but around the outside, Unicorns of Love might try and send it in. Simon de Probo Vides hanging on to third position at the moment, trying to get around the outside. Triton Racing also in there. Someone shortcutting that first corner and someone out wide, but it's looking nice and clean as we begin our rise up through turn 3. It was the one of the cars going out a bit wide. I think it might be Yonkers that's gone out a touch wide. There's a few drive-throughs for those lower down for jump starts.
Oprah Winfrey handing out drive-throughs for days here. You can have a drive-through. You can have a drive-through. Biggest mover, Dominic Blyer, heard my prediction and absolutely backing it up. I actually think... No, that's P4. So, yeah, P4 then for Triton. Niels Nauyok dropping down to P5, but losing one position at this stage of the race isn't the worst thing in the world, so you're pretty good. Just want to be facing the right way at this stage of the race, which most of the drivers are.
Yeah, I gotta say, at least for everyone that we could see up here at the top. I mean, look at this. one beautiful single file line, which sometimes you might think, well, isn't that a bit boring? I mean, it means that they've, or at least the majority of the field, have got through those first few corners nice and cleanly. Someone who will be in this pack that will be trying to make some moves, Smolyar, who I think that might be the one trying to make a move down the inside there. It was down the inside of the Symphony of Pistons man. It was Smolyar, SMP Racing Esports. Said he might be on the attack. Of course, starting a little bit further down than we know the pace Smolyar has had. One of the fastest drivers, in fact, the driver that set I believe it was the fastest time in qualifying in that Q2 section, looking to rise his way up the order.
Yeah, I think actually it was the second fastest. I think Darren McCormack went by thousandths. It was by a Nats Joey, the difference between the two times. So yeah, nothing too crazy between them. But yeah, they put Smolyar in. It's a bit of a gamble, really, because you're going to lose a lot of time at the start of the race if you're not at the front, if you're not Darren McCormack. So if they don't get top 5 by the time his stint's over, I think it's a gamble that didn't pay off. But Smolyar can do whatever he wants. Smolyar is living in a Smolyar world. I can't say his name. I never say his name. P3 right now is very, very close, looking to get ahead of Lars Kisser, which could open up the door for Dominic Blyer, as we see some action here a little bit further back. This is Valentin Barriere, who already has made up 2 positions. It's twice I'm right in one broadcast. Stop the clock.
I think even making up more positions is Eleonora Rose in the Queen's Icon. I think started from the final spot on the grid, already working up a couple. Valentin Barriere nearly making a huge mistake. There's going to be a big crash. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was absolutely terrifying. I think it might have been the yeet car that was sent off there. They were yeeted themselves potentially out at turn 4. That was Valentin Barriere trying to get it down the inside of Eleonora Rose and making a complete hash brown of it, whilst we've got the top 3 very, very close. Abeladze, like you say, 3rd position at the moment, similar to Robert Vides, trying to attack, trying to get past Lars Kisser and trying to get up in the 2nd position because Darren McCormack's already checking out after a couple of laps.
Yeah, that was very much a Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton moment there, wasn't it, between the two? And the Yeet Motorsport car, I think that's a very good dodge because I don't think there's actually any contact. I think they saw that coming a mile off and just went, yep, okay, cool, we'll take the medicine, we'll lose a couple of spots here, but let's not get any damage to the car. So I think they're going to be okay. So actually it's really good avoidance. Here's Pop in P6 then. I love Manuel Pop's name. It's a brilliant name. Currently in P6, looking good. Victor Nicolai then is in 7th. Marco Yonkers a little bit further back then in 8th. We then got Amadeo Castorino in 9th position. Jesse Kaupanen as your top 10. But as you said, or as we're about to see, there's a potential move here being made down in towards turn number 1. The Unicorns of Love car is going to lose out. And that is absolutely outstanding then from the Simware Pro driver. And they move up to 2nd spot. What kind of pace do they have? Can they go and close up to Darren McCormack? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you would argue that potentially Lars Kisser is the slowest one in the Unicorns of Love machine. Said before, his teammates, I think it might be Bastian Richter and Lena. Oh, no, that was different, man. Don't worry about that. It's Tobias Pfeffer and Mitchy Tauscher. I'm with it, don't worry.
You're playing fantasy sim racing at this point.
Tobias Pfeffer and Mitchy Tauscher, 2 of the fastest drivers on ACC. Lars Kisser starting the race. I mean, a bold move for them to put Lars Kisser behind the wheel. He's plenty fast enough, but I would argue the other 2 are potentially faster.
This is the slowest stint, though. Remember that.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. I mean, it's brave, isn't it, to kind of put the potentially slowest driver in at this point.
Yeah, I think it's the best. If you've qualified really well, I think it's only the best move you can do, because slipstream's a massive factor. You can, in a track, like I said, it's very difficult to overtake. And if you can just be dragged along by a car in front of you and also keep the cars behind you because of that. I've been doing a lot of racing actually this week on iRacing in the GT4 at Daytona. And it's kind of like that. You can qualify out of position and be a bit higher and think, oh, wow, okay, now I'm just going to get taken out by everybody or overtaken, sorry, should I say, by everybody. Both are applicable. And you can just hold your position because of the slipstreaming. So I think it's a really good decision from Unicorns of Love. And I think it may pay off dividends later on in this race.
Well, already Abeladze sets the fastest lap of the race as he's closing in on Darren McCormack. 2/10 there. He's closed in. So McCormack started to run away. Got 1.2 seconds clear and has instantly been dragged back a touch as the rest of the pack being dropped ever so slightly. Lars Kisser, Dominic Blyer, Niels Nyox, Pop, Nikolai as well. Very, very close. This gaggle of 5 cars just a little bit off the rear end of it is Yonkers in that West Competition racing car. And then you've got Castorino as well off the rear end in 9th position at the moment. Bit of a gap back to Jesse Kaupanen, who has Smolyar behind and now ahead into that first quarter. Smolyar up a few positions on the start of this race. And SMP, well, they mean business.
Yeah, 3 positions gained there by Smolyar. And that may not sound like a lot, but when you're amongst the top 15 where everybody's lightningly quick, that's a very good start. And actually, I think Smolyar, it may pay off dividends him being in the car early, because a lot of teams have actually gone for their 3rd fastest driver. And again, me and you, Lewis, were quite easy to judge people on their pace and say that someone's a 3rd driver. They're all exceptionally fast, don't get me wrong, but I think a lot of teams have gone for that 3rd driver option, which should give Smolyar and the SMP Racing Esports car an opportunity to make up those positions. But when you've got a train like this, it almost becomes like a DRS train in Formula 1, doesn't it? Because, you know, trying to get past one, it just splits the pack if you do manage to do so. So you've got to be careful, you've got to pick people off.
Yeah, indeed. As I say, we're not trying to insult teams yet. We'll leave that to a bit later on in the broadcast. We will absolutely. But when we do say the 3rd, like the slowest driver in a car, they are not slow. You're talking like 0.3 off of their fastest driver, who is right at the front of the field. Yeah, that's the level we're playing at this point in sim racing. Chad Dakis made up a little bit of progress. Of course, TF Racing at the moment, but coming into a little bit of a trouble here as Dominic Bly is down the inside of Lars Kisser. He's trying to hang it around the outside of the first corner, drops back in line, and the Triton Racing team move up into 3rd position, into the podium spots, and now Niels Nyox is trying to find his way past that Unicorns Love It. Almost a bit of a roadblock on the order, whilst Chaldakis gets down the inside and passes Valek.
Yeah, it's a really nice move there again. It's the best opportunity to make an overtake. As you see here, Niels running out with a little bit of room to on board with Pop, just trying to find some sort of room to manoeuvre. And these battling like they have been really has given the opportunity for Blyer and Kisser to exchange positions. Blyer's thinking, do you know what, while these all play, you know, as closely as they can, if I can get ahead of this pack and then just drive away and maybe move up towards that top 3. Triton for me, and indeed Williams, those 2 teams, I know we talk about Redline as being, you know, Coanda maybe being as the 2 top teams in the world of sim racing. Williams and Triton finished off the year so strongly. There was 3 major events at the Sim Racing Expo. Williams won 2 of them. Triton came second in 2 of them. Dominic Blyer being an extremely good performer at that series as well, or in those series. So to see Triton moving up the order and Williams, well, leading the race here, they're just really taking off from where they left off last time out. And that is a send of all sends. And, well, it's so much so that we're going to go over the Circuit de Catalunya sign. What about the rejoin? Well, luckily there's no one else there, but that was a big off from Offerman.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of a nice one, by the way. Quite a bit of damage on the front end, I think, on that car. It's quite hard to tell from this, but I think there is a little bit of damage just on the on the front there. Obviously, it's going to make some things a little bit trickier, but that was still just a complete misjudgment. Mikhail Stetsenko, after making a decent amount of progress up the order, another one of those was it was out of position. We said about Yaz Heat and their efforts to move forward. Symphony of Pistons is next. Chris Yvette down the inside. Stetsenko is going to send it in. Of course, Yvette sees that one coming and backs out of it, not trying and hang on to that position for no good reason. So backs out of it, allows Stetsenko to pass. I think that's the wise move. No point in fighting tooth and nail for a position this early in the race. Understand when a position is done, understand the positions that you're fighting for. And the next one for Stetsenko to close in will be Apple, of course, in the 171 Rembrandt Esports machine.
Yeah, especially when you see a gap forming in the pack you're in front of you. Kind of, you don't really want to make another split. You kind of want to just be chilling ever so slightly. But SAP, who are in the top 5 in this championship, are fighting for the championship. Kind of don't really want to be giving away too many spots, but they've been playing a long game throughout this championship so far, and I guess that's going to be the same today. We've actually had a penalty already, the steward decision for incident between car 121, R-Man Mentario, and car 977, Kramer Racing Esports, in lap 1, turn 1, classic. We have got a penalty for 977, that's Kramer Racing Esports. They will get a 20-second time penalty, which will be served, I'm assuming, at the pit stop next time round when they come in.
Yeah, indeed. So already stewards working on a few things in the early stages, and they will have a lot to work through. Actually, no, I say they're going to have a lot to work with. I actually don't think they will. I thought we were pretty clean. And normally in lap 1s you are expecting to have a lot to work through, like we had, of course, at Monza. But I said it before we started this broadcast, before we got into this race, that I was very, very disappointed with the cash split, particularly at the start of the race, the cash split at Monza, and I said that we deserve better. You know, we as commentators, you as the audience, all deserve better. As Niels Nyox gets down the inside of Lars Kisser and up into 4th position, we did expect better from this level of sim racing. Whereas this start, this is what we expect. This is what we expect from this grid every time we go racing. The level of quality, the level of ability. There are people out of position left, right, and centre, and yet still, for the most part, yeah, at least from everything what we've seen on the broadcast, it was clean. All the racing that we've seen so far has been good. It's been tidy, it's been respectful, and it's been understanding on both sides, and that is what we want to see.
Yeah, 100%. We just saw a move from Luke Whitehead, by the way, into the final sector. They're well past that point now. Made a move on Joris Appel. Joris Appel driving for Ren Velten Esports. And actually, Jesse Kalpanen also gained a position of that. Now we're on board with Lipko, who's driving for the Carbon Simsport team.
Yeah, indeed. As Carbon Simsport we're having those struggles. They were obviously knocked out of in Q1 in the very early stages. And yes, already getting rid of that. Obviously, a few teams have already ticked off their jokers. We'll get into that a little bit more when we go racing next time out. When we bring the GT3s back out, we'll discuss the BOP ad nauseum, and of course, we'll discuss what's been going on when it comes to those jokers. But right now in this race, big bit of oversteer from Nikolai coming through that. I don't know. I actually quite like that right-hander, not the chicane, but the one before it. I can't remember what turn number that is. I think it is. Might be 13, 14. I quite like it. I think it's got a good bit of speed. And as I'm saying this, Luke Crane's beginning to detest me massively. Based on
I was just about to say good for you, mate, but it's a horrendous racetrack. So
I'm trying to think of what racetracks I absolutely hate for that signal. Shanghai's up there.
Yeah, it's a terrible racetrack.
Can't stand it. I actually really don't like Sepang as well.
Yeah, horrendous racetrack as well.
I don't know. There are a few that I really, really don't like. What's your favourite?
Sugo.
Oh, Sugo, of course it is. Yes.
Yeah, it's only in Project Cars 2. It's in no other sim, which is really disappointing. Or if it is, I don't know about it. But I would love that to be on iRacing or ACC. Obviously, ACC it's less likely because it's a part of a WEC series opposed to the GT World Challenge. But yeah, it's a mint track.
I've only raced Sugo once. And it was in my second ever season of sim racing, which was back in 2013, and it's the only time that I ever saw it. I've never raced it since. And like I say, even back then, I mean, I wasn't good enough to really properly enjoy it, but it certainly wouldn't be now. But
I love that you're splitting your career into seasons. To be honest, that's the funniest thing about that whole conversation.
Well, I just remember almost every race that I've done.
All three of them.
I've done some races, not very well. And it might be 5, but no, I remember Sugo. It's great. I say, great little track. Bathurst still number 1 for me, even though it's terrible for racing. Great track though.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's terrible for racing either. I think there's plenty of opportunities to overtake. If you get a good exit out of the Forest Elbow down towards the Chase where Bradley Walsh lives, there's an opportunity there.
That is an unbelievably British joke.
I've mentioned that so many times, and it's maybe been people have gone, oh, I get that like 3 times. Back to this actual race here. Victor Nikolai, I've seen twice now in a row, really struggling with like the third from last corner. It looks like it might actually be intentional, but that is going to kill those rear tyres.
Absolutely. You've got to kind of worry about some of these. Like I said, when you look at some drivers in this race, they've been driving almost like the car's a bit understeering, which isn't great. But yeah, they've been driving it calm, cool, collected. And there's some drivers we've seen, because you can drive this car a little bit oversteering, you're hanging the rear end out of quite a but it is not. It can be conducive to good lap times, but it is not when it comes to tyre wear. And you were saying about this, but again, before we went live, that 20, 30, 40 minutes into these stints, we are going to see some drivers really start to struggle with where their tyres are, just purely based on the fact that this car's got a decent amount of power and not too much downforce. It does scrub those tyres quite a bit, especially around something like this, when it is sunny, when it is bright, and it is quite hot.
Yeah, every time you slide the car, the rears are over-rotating, meaning that they are sliding and they are scrubbing across the tarmac when you don't want them to be. Going faster than the car itself is going, basically. And that, indeed, in turn, will slow your lap times down later on in the stint. And really is all about looking after tyres. And that's the same with any motorsport these days. I don't think there's any series now where a car can just go flat out from start to finish on their stints. Like I think every tyres just aren't made like they used to be. You used to be able to run 8 different races on tyres, but yeah, not so much these days. And obviously this is based off of a real world series, so that's why the tyres are just like that. We're on board then with Smolia, who has Got up from P13 to P9 as it stands, setting up Marco Yonkers down in towards turn number 1. Picks himself out of that slipstream. How much does Marco Yonkers battle? Well, the answer to that question is absolutely not at all here. And there we go. Smolyar able to take the exit perfectly and off to now chase down Nikolai, Pop and Kisser.
Yeah, and absolutely flying at the moment is Smolyar. I suspect we'll see this car comfortably inside the top 5 in the next 10 or 15 minutes, especially if, again, the respect's been quite high from a lot of these. I don't suspect too many will fight too hard, but again, the higher you get, the more likely it is they are going to fight quite hard. Abeladze and McCormack separated by 7/10 of a second, as well as a second steward's decision coming in between the 43 of Yeet Esports and the 77 of Visceral on the opening lapless race going through turn 5. That hairpin we've just gone through. That was contact between the two of them, which has given Visceral Esports a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So another one a bit further down. I don't think that's too unexpected. We did see a little bits of drama from those in the pack, and it is so easy on that first lap to trip over one or two teams when you're in that mid-pack, but I don't suspect there will be anything at all really for anyone inside the, like, say, top 20. I don't really expect anything. No,
you'd expect it to be nice and clean when you're there. Smolyar, by the way, catching up to this pack very quickly indeed.
Super fast.
Yeah, it's not really obviously you do have a long straight from the final corner down towards turn number 1, but the dirty air does slow you down as a pack. So yeah, you see how harsh he was going into the braking zone as well, which will kill his tyres. We've got about 42 minutes left of the stint, I would say. So yeah, he needs to be careful. I think it might slow him down, but Smolyar probably, apart from McCormack, is the quickest driver out there, so yeah, not too much to be worried about. Although fastest lap currently is Simware.pro P2 right now. Abeladze in second spot, and it's by a full 0.2 of a second to Dara McCormack. So I'm thinking now that Dara McCormack is already trying to save tyres. I could be wrong, but I think he's already just managing the situation, and he has that luxury because he's done all the hard work by being a P1.
I will say that, so Abeladze did have quite a bit of slipstream on that lap on the run down towards the first corner. That was obviously from Lars Kisser, which would have helped him a fair amount. Got the move done on Lars Kisser without losing any real time at turn 1, and it was early in the race. You know, you're talking 5 minutes into the race. The tyres were still actually pretty grippy. That's where Abeladze got that pace from to close in. Already closed down 2, 3, 4 tenths to McCormack, but I do kind of agree that McCormack built a 1.2 second buffer to everyone, and then already started focusing on the tyre conservation, which, like you say, I mean, you have to think about all the time in racing these days. In sim racing, in motorsport, tyres are a big factor when it comes to the conservation of them, and it's what makes it so tricky sometimes, is that you've got to always play the long game. If you're fast, that's fine, but being smooth is vastly more important sometimes than just going outright quickly.
With this car, 100%. Like that is the be all and end all with this car, being smooth. Simple as that. Like, yeah, that is. If you smooth it, you're quick. Pretty simple, especially across a stint. So there's being quick over a course of 1 lap, and then there's being quick over a course of a stint. These drivers would have been practicing stint times, and they would have been practicing once the car stops in the pits, how long did it take from the start of the stint to that point. So that's how they would have been practicing. Also, first bit of controversy here: Low Fuel Motorsport giving out penalties to people who are battling with their own car. Unbelievable. Obviously, I'm joking. 5-second penalty for Polson. Looks like they had a bit of contact there between the two of them. Lap 1, turn 14. So there was a few incidents on lap 1, but nothing too crazy. We've seen a 20-second penalty, a 5-second penalty. We've also seen no further action between GTWR and Balash Esports. I guess they must have shook hands on the track, which is all good. And we've also seen a drive-through penalty. So 3 penalties so far. Is that right? Yeah, 3.
Yeah, which from 40-odd car grid around Barcelona is not too bad at all in the opening 20 minutes, and all of those really coming in the first lap or two. There are a couple of other instances that I can think of after that, but really, at least from what we've seen now, obviously on the broadcast, we don't see every little detail. It is impossible to track every single person, but alas, Mike Yao running his little fingers around, trying to do his very best to bring you all of the racing action and some little cheeky insights into what the drivers are doing. You can see Manuel Pop, of course, the Get Closer racing driver, getting the slipstream, the big sap from the car ahead, and then got his #1 fan alongside as well to cool him down in these scenarios. I mean, I guess it is getting pretty hot for some people. And obviously, with a massive screen like that, it's probably not exactly the coldest screen in the world.
No, but it's actually for immersion. It's actually blowing like gravel and smoke and petrol fumes at him. So that's what that fan's there for. As we see, he's just wiped his brow. The fan's doing nothing in terms of heat, that's for sure.
It's I mean, it's his only fan, his number one fan. Unfortunately,
let's not bring up that website. It's early.
It's not even what I meant to do. But we'll move straight on from that. I'm far too innocent. Race Area Esports obviously kind of dropping a little bit off the back of this, but the important thing is that Somalia's closing in. I don't know if we can see something up. I don't think Smoliar's quite closing in at the rapid speed that he was. Maybe he's burnt out his tyres by trying to gain a lot of these positions early.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there. I will just give a little update on the weather. Starting to cloud up a little bit. Next 30 minutes said it's going to be cloudy. Merely a few minutes ago, it said the next 30 minutes is just going to be bright sunshine. So normally when the weather changes like that, you are in for a very spicy day. I could be wrong, and ultimately it could just be nice and chilled for the whole day. But yeah, that says to me that we might be in for some spicy weather. Yeah, well,
I mean, I don't know, part of me likes the idea of spicy weather, but I've also, sometimes I do just like to see a nice sunny, calm day. Even in the world of sim racing where you don't have to deal with it. In the world of motorsport, I mean, I've only had to deal with 4 wet races in my time in motorsport, which is hilarious from a British championship, but still. I didn't enjoy it that much because you kind of think it's like, right, now I have to actually deal with going out in the rain. It's like, oh, it's interesting. I'm not about any of that. I like a nice hot summer's day.
Yeah, I've had to deal with a lot of races that have gone wet to dry, which is the best conditions ever.
Oh yeah,
yeah, absolutely. And also the Nürburgring where there was fog when we turned up, and the racing didn't start till 4:30 in the afternoon. And as you know, Lewis, racing normally starts around about 8:30 in the morning.
Yep.
So cramming all those races in, and it was got to dark time. I've never done night commentary before in real life, so we've had some weather this year. But in terms of this race, yeah, I don't know. Right now it's nice, but I think a couple of hours in, just to spice things up, I think that'll be quite nice to have a little bit of wetting.
I think like I said, an hour or so into this race, I think we could do with a little bit of weather to keep it spiced up. At the moment, McCormack started to pull away once again from Abeladze, and the gap is out now to 1.3 seconds. And you can see there, Bischoff has just received a 15-second time penalty in the 977. It's gone up to 20 seconds. So I think it might have been them just adding on the extra time. Not 100% sure as to what that is for at the moment. We did get a 10-second time penalty going out to the Prime Firefly car, courtesy of contact between themselves and Team Shazoo GT Omega earlier on in this race on lap 5 at turn 11. But this car here, the Kramer Racing Esports, receiving a 20-second time penalty. Actually, I think that one was given out earlier, and we've just seen it being added in game.
Yeah, there we go. So Bischoff having it put next to the name. Again, that will be served at the pit stop phase, which will split the pack up a little bit and chuck them a hell of a lot further down the order. Actually, they're probably going to lose maybe 15 spots as it stands, but with the way racing works, that will kind of grow and they won't lose so much from it. But you just don't want any penalties really at all. Back to the sort of lap times that they're doing. They're around about 7, 8, sometimes around about a second slower than they were at the start of the race. So the tyres are already starting to indeed go off. In terms of track temperature, we're looking at 37 degrees. So that is 7 degrees higher, as we see an absolute send there from Brabham. And, well, that's going to only end one way. And I tell you what, that's worked out a lot better for Valentin Barrier. Well, it's not worked out well. Who was that? Was that Walsingham? I think it might have been Walsingham that's just ended up off the circuit. I think that's ended up a lot better for Valentin Barrier than what he deserved, because he sent it up the inside into the first part of the last chicane, then cut across the bonnet of the car on the inside through the second part of that chicane, and ultimately spun himself, in my opinion. So I'm sure we'll get a replay of it anyway to see exactly what happened there. But yeah, not ideal in the slightest.
No, it's easy to trip over, especially when you're going 2, 3 wide, etc. Going into that final bit. Chowdak is trying to get past Lipka at the moment, who's dropped back a few positions in that carbon sizzle car. You can see there's plenty of damage on the front end of the carbon machine. It was Hello YouTube, by the way, that was sent off into the final corner. So we'll have to once again see on that one. But I do kind of think that they might have been. But we'll take a look on the replay of the race start to see how things unfolded, because it was nice and tidy into the first corner. Darren McCormack having the whole shots and everyone else kind of trying to find their way through into single file. Of course, there was some drama further back in the pack, but for the most part, it was actually all right. There is a little bit of a look at some of it. Obviously, you had one of the cars going straight on and over, but nothing too major.
Well, I don't know who that car is in front of SOP that just rejoined like there was no race going on, but that was awful. The only real bit of drama there was Nils Naujoks didn't really get off the line. He dropped the position to Triton, and Triton haven't really looked back from that point. We know that Nils is up to P4 again. It's Unicorns of Love that have dropped down to what would be P5. Actually, they're under pressure from Pop. But yeah, apart from that, there wasn't any real particular dramas. We're about to see an absolute catastrophe. But that's a couple of cars off the circuit. It's to be expected for sure. But nothing too crazy.
Visceral received a couple of issues, one through turn 3 and then one on the exit there at turn 5. So they were one of the recipients of a couple of those early race issues. TF Racing, though, looking down the inside. Chowdakis trying to send it on Carbon Sims, but that was a bit of a send there from Jonas Chowdakis and the TF Racing car. Carbon had to cut straight over at turn 1 and turn 2 and rejoin right on the nose of that TF Racing car. Now, whether you could say maybe Lipka was squeezing a little bit on Chowdakis, maybe Chowdakis was going for a move that wasn't really there as well. Either way, dicey between the pair of them.
I think the move was definitely on. I think Carbon Simsport did a very nice job of pinning Giannis onto the apex, forcing him to ultimately have to brake a little bit more through the corner, meaning he's getting no real exit speed. And then he just ran out of road, to be honest. I don't think the Carbon Simsport team did anything wrong. The rejoin, well, I don't think they had much choice there either. And also they wanted to try and maintain that position. So I'm pretty sure Giannis isn't giving back the position. That's just not how sim racing works these days, is it? You don't, back in the day we used to be really nice and friendly. It's like, oh, here you go, here's the position back. Now it's, we'll let the stewards decide whether we need to give that back or not. Yeah, so I think it's worked out well in the end. Both drivers are in the same sort of position, but ultimately all good.
See how Simo.Pro Vides made their way through. Of course, Abeladze behind the wheel to the outside of Lars Kisser, obviously very early on in the race. And this is the lap that ends up becoming the fastest lap of the race thus far by Abeladze, straight around the outside of the first corner. Beautiful, so tidy. A lot of respect to be given to Kisser as well, to kind of, not fight it too hard, not overdo it a little bit. But it was a beautiful move from Abeladze.
Yeah, what I love about that is that he's pinned Kisser onto the apex. So he's forcing Kisser to have a terrible entry into turn number 1 and then making them move out to the left to open up turn 1 at the latest possible time. So Kisser can follow him, but ultimately it's whilst the braking zone's happening, so you're going to be braking but also turning. You can't really do that in this car. Yeah. So that was just a textbook move there for P2. So yeah, the Simware.Pro team making an incredible move and haven't really looked back since, although they are a fair chunk of change. Now 2 seconds behind Darren McCormack. I tell you what, Nils Naujoks is very close now to Dominic Blyer. Blyer is very close to P2 as well. So, yeah, the battle for P2 is very warm indeed, if not ultra hot.
Yeah, it is certainly heading in that way as we complete half an hour in this race. It is going to be tight, like you can see. You've got Abeladze, who's dropped back, probably burning out his tyres a little bit too much into the clutches of Blyer, into the clutches of Naujoks, as you were saying. And yeah, Naujoks will be hungry to get through. We'll not be waiting around too much to pass the two ahead.
No, Darren McCormack, by the way, is going to be looking in his rearview mirror thinking, oh, this is absolutely delicious. Go on, lads, give it hell for leather, fight with each other, and let me just take some, he might even be able to take some pace off of his lap times and gain time now if these three really go at it. But on the flip side, all three of these drivers are very calculated as well, so maybe they can move together in a pack quicker by being, well, like I said, calculated. So we go down towards turn number 1. Not sure anyone's quite close enough to make any moves. No, they're all going to be able to take the best line through turn number 1. There's no one sending one through the inside. The gap now 2.5 seconds. So already, just of these drivers looking in the mirrors ever so slightly, they're losing time to our leader. As we see a spinner.
bit of a spin right in front of, I think that might have been the Leopard Esports. I was going to say Sim RC, but I think it was Leopard. Brabham also in there as well. It was all a little bit of a kerfuffle there going into the final sector. There was more of an issue later on after this. Is a car spinning just there off to the right-hand side. I wasn't sure as to who that was. Some teams don't have liveries for this, which doesn't really help us in our aspects of trying to find out exactly what was going on. And then this is the Brabham car trying to get past Eleanor Rose. We saw this move earlier. Eleanor Rose actually worked up the order a little bit, and this carries all the way up towards turn 5 with a couple of their issues. Running through the first complex. Not sure who that is going around against. I think it is actually the Yeet car as we ride on board with Valentin Barriere. And you just see this trying to look for a move down the inside of Eleanor Rose, coming out of turn 3 up towards turn 4. Misjudging it completely onto the grass. This is a very scary moment. And yeah, getting squeezed straight off was the 39. So that was a very, very scary moment indeed. And alas, like I say, I think it was very well read by that car on the outside to have at least gone, oh, whoops. Fine, I'll go wide. That's fine.
Yeah, it was. It's happened to all of us, right? We've all run onto the grass at some point or another. So yeah, it's not something that Valentin Barriere's done initially on purpose. It's just unfortunate. But they're all fighting for position early in this race. As we see, a bit of a gap forming now. BS Competition losing a bit of time for the first time. We're about to see Abelardze go defensive as Blyer is going to look to sweep this round the outside, pins Abelardze onto the apex. And can Niels Naujoks pick up the pieces? What he tries to, he gives Blyer a little bit of a nudge there, actually, and the undercarriage was tickled. But ultimately, they're all still facing the right way. Abelardze is going to be loving life. He's going to be able to drive away, have a bit of a break here as Niels Naujoks still trying to find a move on Blyer. The door was left open, but ultimately they would have lost too much time if he did go for that. But the leader right now, Indara McCormack, is the real winner in that situation because he gains even more time, as we see the number 33 being spun around. Not too sure exactly what the other team were. Couldn't see the livery there. And, well, yeah, it wasn't ideal. It was one of those cases where you're trying to push yourself, but you can only go as fast as the car in front of you. I do want to say one thing. Gerard Martinez! He's got all capital letters in his name. That's why we've got to shout it. He's got a 5-second penalty. That's showing up now. But we're starting to see a lot of penalties. Lots of red appear on the left-hand side of your screens where people are starting to get a little bit desperate. They maybe feel like they're a bit out of position and, you know, or their gamble of putting their quicker driver in the car. They're now forced to make moves to try and get that advantage that they were trying to get. Is not working, so they're pushing, and that's where the mistakes now are creeping in.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that some of these penalties coming through are ones that we read out earlier, that we saw earlier, that have only been dished out in-game recently. That's what feels more likely. By the way, that Leopard Esports car, the one that they spun around with the sets-based Jose Lopez setups car, that was the one that was spun around going through the hairpin there to begin the third sector. This battle for second remains quite close. And you're absolutely right. With that move from Blyer, that attempt from Blyer around the outside of Abelardze, whilst great, a great little attempt, it is great for one person more so than anyone else.
Yeah.
Dara McCormack, 3.5 seconds, absolutely rapid. Let's take a look at this one once again.
Oh, there's some arc of braking there, wasn't there? Wow. That's very unfortunate as we see facing round the wrong way as well. And that is job done.
Yeah,
not a lot other than not reacting quick enough. But when 4 or 5 cars in front of you all slam on their brakes, ultimately the gaps in the timing's going to become smaller and smaller. Reaction times become smaller and smaller, and at some point someone is going to go up the rear of another car. That's just the nature of the beast. We've got Nikolai here, who's been in P7 now for quite the considerable amount of time, with Pop in P6, and at this point, Kisser, his teammates just going to be saying, look, can you just grind out being in a top 5? Because we know that the next 2 drivers they've got are unbelievably talented, you know, world-level drivers. If they can be in the top 5, they're going to be in a really good spot for this race, as we see. I think Valentin Barriere, this is the mistake earlier on. Yeah, sends it up the inside, and initially, runs out far too wide. So initiates the contact there, then drives across the bonnet, and then someone gets yeeted. Well, they just turn into that.
Hello, YouTube.
Sure. Yeah, hello, YouTube just turned into that. So I'm hoping that there was no penalty given to the other car, but they just completely turn in on.
Yeah, I don't think that was. They did just turn straight in on that car. Either way, we'll look at this fight. It's Castorino trying to hang on from Whitehead. Of course, you've got the Yaz Heat car closing in. Whitehead being the GTWR driver. Castorino, of course, in the 85, belonging to the Team Racing Point machine. The three of these not separated by too much, but Whitehead and we would suspect Whitehead and Stutsenko realistically are not going to be particularly happy about their position within this race. They've not started out too well, but Stutsenko's done a great job to work his way up to potentially going to be finishing this in inside the top 10, despite starting way outside of it after an issue in qualifying.
Yeah, that is some drive there from Stutsenko. Something if we're going to be completely honest, we would expect from someone of that stature, starting that far off the pace, and also knowing that they've got two incredibly quick drivers to get into the car as well. This might be a very valuable stint from Stutsenko. Luke Whitehead, probably a little bit frustrated. He was moving forward very nicely earlier, produced one of the moves of the day so far as well. But Castorino just doing the job right now. Castorino holding on to that top 10 for Racing Point. Tuscan Jewels, what a name, by the way. Yeah, it's a good job. I will say one thing though, the Yaz Heat livery, the new one they've got there, it's really nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's tidy. It's tidy. I will say with the Yaz Heat though, I still like the black with that blue they had. It was the same kind of blue that you get on like the Triton racing car.
Yeah.
I actually really like those colours. Just throwing that one out there.
Yeah,
but I did quite like the yellow.
Red, black, and white are the only colours people use in sim racing, so it's nice to see yellow.
Yeah, that is a good point. Like I said, after doing. To be fair, after doing that race that we had at the Hockenheim ring in the VCO Esports Racing League, BS competition versus the Apex Racing team, me and our junior have said that if you're a new team coming into the world of sim racing, that is amazing. Enjoy your time, enjoy your stay. But one major rule, when you're designing your livery, you cannot make your car black and red or white and blue. White, grey and blue, white, black and blue. Avoid those two colour combinations and we'll be all right. Go for something crazy like, I don't know, green and bright pink. Probably not, but, you know, think outside the box. Black and yellow's fine, that works. But, yeah, try and make something different because it is a nightmare sometimes.
Oh, it's hard work as a commentator, isn't it, sometimes? Wow, it's... yeah, sometimes you turn up to a race and, you know, if you haven't been provided these liveries before, and even if you have sometimes, you look at the grid and you're like, oh, Jesus Christ, this is going to be fun. And especially when they're all as good as each other as well. Like, you can't tell them apart by their pace either. It becomes even more impossible. Right, Darren McCormack, by the way, is now 5 seconds in the lead. So it took, Abadala... I never say his name. Abeladze, Niels Naujoks, Dominic Blyer. Niels Naujoks now in P3, by the way. He's made the move on Blyer. Since those three have been getting into it, they've lost 3 seconds. 3 seconds to the leader. So Darren McCormack is in dreamland right now. Looking cool, calm and calculated as per usual. Such a bright future this young man has. He's a very humble lad as well, actually.
Yeah, he is.
He's got a lot of credit, actually. He's always nice to talk to. And I'll say that, do you know what, generally in sim racing, the younger crop are like that, which is quite nice.
He does, at least, yeah, I mean, he's good to talk to, but generally, like, from a broadcast perspective, interviews very well as well, which I do respect, because some people, not pointing any fingers at anyone, but I think some people who have been in the ACC community long enough might know who I'm talking about. Some young English people don't interview very well at all, whether they're trying to make a character, whatever, that's fine. Some people, it is difficult to be interviewed sometimes. It's a bizarre thing to go and do. But Darren McCormack interviews very well, and like you say, he's incredibly fast. We do get to interview him quite a bit, so he gets quite a lot of experience and exposure when it comes to that. I think to speak of the race very quickly though, you're absolutely right. I think Abeladze is struggling on those tires. I think has used them up way too much on the hunt of Darren McCormack in the early stages, and McCormack just did not respond at all, not even for half a second. In panic, just drove to his number, drove to his pace, and that's why that gap, and it's going to grow even more before the pit lane sequence you would expect.
Yeah, well, he's earned the right for that as well by qualifying on pole position and able to manage the race. You saw how defensive he went into turn number 1. It was just all about being in the lead in turn number 1. He was almost on the white line all the way down into 1. He knew he was going to be slow. He knew he was going to check the pack up. But yeah, Darren McCormack's been there many a time now. 12 months ago. I'm not trying to say that he was a bottle job. I think that's a bit of a strong word to use, but there are more races that he threw away than other people were faster than him for the 12 months previous, say 2021, maybe even the late stages of 2020. But that now is a different animal. 2022 really he showcased his skill set. The pressure doesn't seem to affect him as much, and that's quite natural for a youngster to not be able to deal with pressure quite so well. But yeah, he's been in this position many a time over, and it's just proving his value right now. Manuel Pop tried to make a move, by the way, on Lars Kisser in towards turn number 1. He did make the move, so now Manuel Pop is up to P5. So Kisser moving further down the order, which is not ideal. Abelardze, by the way, has just lost 2 positions as well. So Niels Naujoks has made a move. Dominic Bleyer's got ahead. I wonder what's happened there, because Bleyer was not close to those two because of a battle. I'm sure we'll see a replay, no doubt, about that later on. But yeah, Niels Naujoks in the BS competition car, now up to second. And yeah, 6.7 seconds, 1.7 seconds gained by Williams on 1 lap. So there's been some shenanigans.
Yeah, there certainly has. It's a much larger gap that's grown, and they've dropped back even towards Manuel Pop as well, as only 1.5 seconds off at the previous sector split, 1.4. It's been a crazy start to the race in the opening 40 minutes, but as we've passed 1 o'clock local time here in the UK, of course 2 o'clock over in Europe, I'm going to pass over the commentary reins. Obviously Luke Crane will stay in the booth for another hour, but Ewan O'Leary will jump back in after his little exploits in qualifying, and I'll see you in an hour. Good luck.
Well, yeah, welcome back in, Ewan. I think you're ready, Ewan. How you doing, bud? You all good?
Yeah, all good, all ready. A bit enjoying the first 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so. But yeah, very much just settling in now, to be honest, after the start of the race, which was a lot more calmer and a lot more like what we'd want to see compared to what we had at Monza.
Yes, Monza was interesting, I guess is probably the best way of describing it, as we see Lars Kisser running off circuit here once again. So Lars Kisser falling further and further back. Smoljar getting an absolute freebie, but I think Marco Jonkers now has come through as well. And I said this, after about 40 minutes of a stint, the tyres for some will be, well, absolutely gone. I think Lars Kisser is in a bit of trouble. So yeah, Smoljar's through, Marco Jonkers is now going to be through, so Lars Kisser's gone from second on the grid down to P9. So not good for Unicorns of Love, albeit they do have some really good insurance policies with their 2 other drivers.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be the worst idea in the world to maybe pit early in this stint here. You can go 65 minutes maximum in these races. The stint time is a rule in this series, 65-minute maximum for a single stint. So that is an option for them, for Unicorns of Love, if they want to come in early and they want to sort of alleviate those problems a little bit, then they can come in. But I guess that would put maybe more pressure on you, in that you have to do, a few, maybe 4 more 65-minute stints where you really are going to have to push the tyres very far indeed, and that could be a problem for you. So I don't think people are going to be too encouraged to pit early, really, because they want to spend as little time on these individual tyre sets as possible, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and extend. You want to try and make that last stint as short as possible, really, so you can go absolutely flat out for the whole stint. So that's what I would be, well, that's what I would feel these drivers will be doing. But then again, there's a reason why I'm commentating and not driving. Niels Naujoks has caught up 4/10 of a second now, by the way, as we are on board with Roda here, down in P28, looking to move up into P27. Very close between the 2 of them. SimRC Endurance Team looking to try and get involved, with also Dmitry Kofanov just a little bit further up the road, and actually loses a bit of time through the midsection here on camera, as you can see Lucas Roda. Very dark room, nice Velex window there as well. But an interesting race so far. Again, I don't think there's been as many incidents as, of course we've had penalties. It's pretty normal for a race of 40 cars on the grid.
Oh,
and as I say that, someone has just been absolutely cleaned out. I'm not sure whether there was contact from a 3rd car there.
Yeah.
I think there was a 3rd car that's just coming out of absolutely nowhere. Wee Bowling skittled out the 2, and I don't think the Carbon Simsport car had anything to do. Roda, by the way, has got an overtake done in the most unorthodox way possible.
Yeah, I think that was Valentin Barriere with the strike, if we're using the bowling analogy. I think it was him who came steaming into the hairpin at the bottom there, into the left-hander, turn 10, and just completely hit around that car. But Barriere has not been having a good time of things, and that's not a good time of things either. Wheels getting connected there for Piffet and Schaefer there down in towards turn 1, but Robin Schaefer is through. after that little bit of a bump between them. But yeah, Barrier has made up some positions. He's inside the top 30 now at least, but he's been having his fair share of incidents along the way.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move there from Schaefer. We saw that they were side by side. Here we go, we're about to see this. So there's Barrier. Oh, he's just got completely blindsided by his brake. Yeah, he got blindsided by those three cars, didn't see his braking point. And yeah, he is going to, I think, yeah, he gave back the positions, which is ultimately fair enough, but the car's going to have damage. It's going to cost them time in the pit, so I'm expecting Low Fuel Motorsport to appear in a Twitch chat in a minute with a penalty. But back to the move we just saw into turn number 1, Schaefer on Pivot. Very weird. It wasn't like Pivot overextended the entry into turn 1, and Pivot didn't really squeeze Schaefer either onto the apex, so they had a little bit of contact, but I think it's more 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Nothing too crazy to really write home about there.
Yeah, I think it was just 50-51 really, just one of those things. I mean, we do sometimes fall into the trap in sim racing, motorsport generally, that every piece of contact has to have a blame and a penalty, but that's not the case, especially when there was basically no negative side effects for either of them. Schaefer got a position, Piffet barely lost any time. So, yeah, I think it's fine to leave them how they are. And Piffet's got enough problems as it is, really. Maxime Chasset just right behind him. Chourdakis there as well. All outside the top 20, of course. But I think Piffet going to be losing at least one more position into turn 1 hit.
Yeah, by the looks of things, I'm trying to figure out what lap we are actually on here. We're on lap 26, so there was contact between those two specific drivers in Schaefer and Pivot 3 laps ago, and there was no further action. I think that might be the case for this as well. We're on board still with Schaefer. Schaefer's kind of extended that now, so nicely done. So good job then from the Low Fuel Motorsport team, moving up a position up to P22, and with a bit of clear air in front, the tyres being on the edge now for sure, with only 12 minutes left of the first hour. Yeah, just a nice time to just chill out, find yourself a bit of rhythm, get yourself to the pit stop, get yourself a fresh set of boots on, and then you can look to push again.
Yeah, certainly can. And I think a lot of these drivers will be looking forward to that first pit stop of the day. It does, with this slightly shorter race here, it just slightly negates some of the strategy that might go on in maybe a 9-hour race, where we really do see some wild fluctuations between first and last pit stop of the day in terms of a cycle, but that's not really going to be the case here in a 6-hour race, especially with that 65-minute stint timer limit, especially because of the tyres as well. You don't really want to pit early and force yourself to go really long on one of these sets of tyres, really. It's not an ideal, it's not an appealing prospect for anybody. So I know you mentioned about shortening that final stop as much as possible, shortening that final stint, but I actually think that some people might just try and cut this race into 6 pieces and just do an hour, just to try and minimise the amount of time you're spending on these tyres as you go across, rather than having one really short stint at the end.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think that for the most part, that's what people tend to do. They tend to go for just split it in an hour stint, and then you've got nothing to be worried about. But you've got to be careful. I think you need to extend a little bit just in case there's that extra lap at the end of the race, and you don't want to run out of fuel. But for most of these teams will be well accomplished in that. We're on board now with the P17. So that is Dario Iamulo, currently racing for Gato Chain Ballast Esports. And yeah, chasing down Jesse Kalpanen. We've got Marco Bischoff, who I think has a penalty. 20-second. Oh, I love that. Are they Adidas poppers? I used to wear them back in 1997. The Adidas poppers. I don't know if you know what they are, you, and you're a bit younger than me. Have you ever heard of Adidas poppers?
I wasn't born then, whatever year you just said. No. But
imagine Magic Mike trousers where you can just rip them off with the poppers on the side, little buttons. Basically, them. They were all the rage, mate. They were all the rage, believe it or not.
I'll take your word for it. I can believe it. But yeah, I mean, great camera
Mike
angle.
still wears them, just to let you know.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that either.
His missus loves him wearing them because it's easy off, you know.
Yeah, so I mean, you can't blame him. But whatever works.
Sorry, Ewan.
I'm being thrown into a conversation that happened, or about things that happened before my lifetime. But anyway, that's I'll deal with it. He's looking to try and get through anyway over these few in front of him. It's all about for 13th place, really.
Yeah, it is.
5 drivers in one. Not a lot you can do from the back here, really, with everyone getting a slipstream in front of you. But He's just sat there watching on for now, waiting for someone like Chris Sivert maybe to kick off the action in this group, maybe.
Yeah, it's a strange one because Max Bischoff is going to drop out of this group. Like, that's a fact. 20-second penalty in the pit stop. So that they're going to be out of this, and they're kind of the middle of the road of all of this as well. Because we're on board then with Sivert now, just in behind Apple. Looking to try and get up into that P13. And really, how many risks do you take at this stage of the race? You know the pit stop phase is coming up very, very shortly. It's a case of, if you've been saving tyres, and the car in front clearly is a lot slower, you've got to force the issue. But if you're both in the same boat, it's almost worth staying just behind them, get safely to that pit stop, maybe try and jump them by being a bit more aggressive into the pit lane.
And I think this is a difference to the GT3 races that we have seen previously in this championship, and we are going to see as well. Normally, I would certainly be advising them to just, stay behind, wait for the pit stops. You might jump them in the pit lane, but if not, then you've saved that little bit of fuel, and that will help you both. So normally in that GT3 stop point, I would say stick behind, but because of the tyres and how difficult this car is, and a number of different circumstances surrounding this race, the practice is only 6 hours as well, I would advise, if you've got that little bit of a tyre advantage, if you saved a little bit of something, if the driver in front of you is really starting to fall away, then it would be worth the move, even if we are only minutes from an actual pit stop here. So it's a little bit unusual compared to what you normally see, but I think Chris Sivert is going to be pretty eager to go through here. We might just find out here into turn 1.
Yeah, slipstream down across the start-finish line as we head then down in towards turn number 1. Makes a lovely move. It's going to be side by side. I think he might almost have his nose ahead into the braking zone, but as you can see, Apple still tries to open up the corner, tries to defend the position, but not too crazily. And the SOP Motorsport team, who are indeed, of course, in the top 5 of the championship, need to make moves realistically, have made a move, but it's checked the whole field up now. So this group of 5 cars is very, very close, and I think the biggest point here is you really want to be the lead of this train coming into the pit, so you've got a clear run into the pit lane. So that's also another factor. So this might be a very pivotal move because you can really attack the pit button. Why am I struggling with words right now? The pit limiter, that's the one. But as you can see already, it looks like Sivert has been saving tyres because already a gap's starting to form.
It's hard to know whether it's Sivert who's held something back and he's unleashing it now, or whether Appel's just struggling. He's certainly not now. Sivert makes a mistake. He went deep there into that left hand and now forced around the outside of turn 9. But you can see there's nothing wrong with his tyres. You need performance to go around the outside of that corner. And Marco Bischoff trying to get involved as well. Down the inside, wasn't able to. And you just see one moment of a mistake there from Sivert, and the whole group is kicked off into chaos.
Yeah, and this is not what you need really. 5 cars all struggling with tyres at this stage of the race. Like, that is not ideal in the slightest. So you've got to be really careful as, well, off the circuit. 1 car's gone. There we go. I think 2 cars have actually ended up off the circuit there as well. So that is Bischoff. So Bischoff has run off.
Oh dear.
Oh, this is a battle further up the lead. This is Nikolai then trying to get involved. Was P7 for pretty much the entirety of this race. And right now, Abelardze, who was comfortably P2 earlier in this race, is now struggling to hold on to a top 6. So Nikolai now, I believe, is up to P5. They've got Blyer just up ahead up the road as well. And once the tyres go off, the tyres really do go off. So tyre saving is going to be massive as we move further into this race.
And I'm afraid Abelardze is learning that far, far too late.
Wow.
And he's really struggling now. You can see he was in second place, by the way, for those of you who weren't with us earlier on. He's now 8 seconds from the pair that are battling over second, and he's falling through the second group, I guess, or the biggest group inside the top 10, which is containing a big battle for 4th place, mainly because of him. He was at the front of this group, and he's basically created this, almost like we employed him to do it. We didn't, but he's helped us because he's backing up this group. This train now really starting to fight with each other, and just showing that pace at the start of the stint is almost not worth bothering with if you're going to fall off this badly towards the end. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, but we don't normally say that it's a mistake to be fastest, but having that fastest lap next to your name is probably not the best mark of what you've been doing to your tyres, really.
Yeah, having the fastest lap is at what cost? And right now, it's the cost of many positions. Track position is absolutely key. And yet, we're yet to get to that hour mark, so he's got at least 2 more laps, I would say, before you even think about bringing that car in. Pop though, Pop Racing for Get Closer Racing, should I say? Currently top 3 in the championship. All 3 of the top 3 in the championship are now in the top 4. We've got Victor Nikolai, who's bringing 5th position Race Anywhere Simsport up into the top 6 as well. And then we've got SOP, who have moved up into, well, we've got a couple of cars into the pits here. Marco Bischoff is into the pits then. Luke Whitehead's decided to come in early into the pits as well. And I think you'll find that so have SOP here, if I am not mistaken. Or SOP's still out there. No, Chris Sever is P12. So he's going to gain the position of Luke Whitehead, or already has gained the position. I think that if you're coming in early now, it only means one thing. You are genuinely struggling, and that is going to hurt you later in this race, because that might be an extra pit stop if you cannot extend other stints.
I don't know if Luke Whitehead and Marco Bischoff were struggling though, really. We saw them fairly recently. They didn't seem to be doing as badly as Abeladze is doing at the moment in terms of tyres. I would be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, to be honest. I might have even come in earlier if I was part of the Simware team, because Abeladze is just struggling so much. You can see it here with Pop able to get away. He doesn't look like he's, managed his tyres masterfully, but he's still far better off than Abeladze is at the moment. Victor Nikolai is just struggling to get through as a result of this circuit, really. It just shows you how much quicker you do need to be to actually make a move around Barcelona without having to really, really work for it. It's one of those circuits that it's just really hard to overtake on. And you can see Nikolai there almost pushing Abeladze through all of these corners. Smoljar and Yonkers all getting caught up in this as well. And Abeladze is in now, much to the dismay of Victor Nikolai, who I suspect came into the pit lane there, trying to avoid Abeladze.
Yeah, so right now, Abeladze and indeed Nikolai, they're going to come out on tyres that are very cold. And the overcut in ACC is massive. But with the tyre drop-off with this car specifically, that might not be the case. So keep an eye on this. I'm pretty sure that Smoljar will come into the pits next time round. So it will be interesting to see where exactly Smoljar comes out in all of this. Abeladze and indeed Nikolai both are into the pits. So is Kisser as well and the Unicorns of Love. Do they change driver? I think that's the big question here. Do Unicorns of Love try and bring a second driver in now and do it in an hour stint as opposed to 2 hours straight up? And try and maybe get back through the pack, because Kisser really has struggled with this combination. And also, how much time will Smoljar gain here by not being in the pack? Well, as you see, he runs wide there through turn number 6, which is never ideal. They were losing a lot of time. I think that's why Bischoff and Martinez all came in earlier on. Yeah. It's because they were losing so much time battling. It was like 5 wide at one point, right? It was just a cluster of cars going through corners together, which is just going to hemorrhage time. I think they've tried to think, do you know what, we need to get clear air, maybe gain those positions of people who are sticking around fighting each other, and then later on we just have to extend the tyres. We maybe hope that the track temperature does cool, which it will, because right now we're at 4:06 p.m. It is going to go into sort of dark. It will be quite dark here, maybe even pitch black by the end. Track temperature will come down, which means that later on you will be able to go a little bit further on those tyres.
Yeah, maybe that will be helpful, and maybe that will be a factor in these teams' thinking as well, especially in the case of Marco Bischoff. I do think that he was avoiding a bit of traffic. You remember the group he was in, it was all going on. So, yeah, I'd imagine that might have been the reason, just to get out of traffic rather than the tyres properly going off for him. But traditionally, compared to a lot of endurance races I've seen, this series has seen a lot of driver changes throughout the races. I know there were 9-hour races, and keeping drivers fresh and chopping and changing is more important maybe than it would be in a 6-hour race like we have now. But even so, I still think that we'll see quite a lot of driver changes. We've already seen Bogorodzinski in for the 142, Pfeffer's in as well. So, yeah, we could well see quite a lot of driver changes over the next 5 minutes.
I'm interested here. I want to see Smoljar. Smoljar is into the pits. Where does Smoljar come out in regards to the other drivers around him? So Statsenko's into the pits as well. Kalpanen did not pit, so going to gain some position. Mike Noble has extended this to over the hour mark again, which I'm not sure how positive that's going to be when it comes to the end of this race. But who was in that cluster of cars? So we're going to be looking at Pfeffer. We're on board here with Mike Noble. So there is Mike Noble holding very firm in the number 1, 2, 3. Smoljar is coming out of the pits now then.
It's all above.
Whereabouts is Smoljar? So Smoljar's got Statsenko behind. Statsenko's gained a hell of a lot actually, moving up just in behind. And as we come down in towards turn number 1, there's the Unicorns of Love car. Pfeffer is indeed going to get ahead of Smoliar, and Pfeffer was behind. So the Unicorns of Love team, with that fresh set of rubber, have come out ahead of Smoliar and the not the SMP. Yeah. Who am I looking at here?
Zolobov is in the Smoliar car, for SMP.
Oh yeah, so it's changed drivers, yeah.
So yeah, Zolobov is now in that car, and it's Masters Malinovsky who's now in for Mikhail Stansenko. But you're right, Yassi have gained a lot there. Luke Whitehead's gained a lot here. Well, Luke Whitehead's here as well, nearly at the SMP.
Warm tyres.
Well, warm tyres, new tyres. So Luke White has made great use of them, and staying in the car as well, staying accustomed to the conditions. He has been able to make use of that. Down the inside of Malinovsky now, who's getting a really rude introduction to this stint, out onto the gravel, and through goes Whitehead. So good pass from him. Another note on Zolobov though, drive-through penalty. So the fact that Unicorns of Love got through won't really have mattered anyway, because SMP Racing will have to serve a drive-through penalty that will set them behind everybody they were with.
Yeah, Gamble then in P31 for Kramer Racing Esports. They had a penalty to do in the pits. That's why Max Bischoff came in, and they had 20 seconds to serve. That's why they're down in P31. Dominic Blyer, by the way, the only car that is yet to pit. Everybody's come in now, and Simon Bauer. So Simon Bauer, I think, racing for STR Esports. Yeah, so Simon Bauer P12 and Dominic Blyer, who's currently leading, have stayed out. So that is the only. Oh, and I think actually Castorino as well for Racing Point.
Yeah, I think there's still
in terms of the leaders.
Yeah. In terms of I know, good chunk of them have just come in right now actually. So Blair Castorino, I don't think Igor Rodriguez has been in yet. Maybe. Oh no, Camera's now in for Niox. So yeah, we're at that stage of the race where it's slightly difficult to quite work out what's going on, because everyone's coming out the pit lane and it all looks weird.
Leads. Net lead, we think, because obviously it changed with Dara McCormack.
Yeah,
so I think they might take Dara for the final hour, here being the fastest driver for the team. They've got Artur Camera now for BS Competition. He is in the car right behind them. They then have, I guess, Bowers right behind them, right? Yeah, Bowers right behind Artur Camera, but again, they haven't pit yet.
No.
So, yeah, Camera's kind of going to just drive away here, you would imagine. But what about Dominic Blyer then? The last of the leaders to pit. Dominic Blyer is currently in that pit lane. So Igor Rodriguez, I think will take, well, almost guaranteed is going to take the lead of this race. But it really does come down to where does Dominic Blyer filter in. He's the last of the top 5 to come through. As we're on board here with Bauer. Bauer should be bringing the car into the pits now, as well as everyone else. Everyone else who's yet to pit should be bringing it in. I'd be very surprised. They might, well, they can't actually. It's a minimum driver's stint, right? So they can't go over that 2 minute. Yeah, they're only 2 minutes to go. Blyer is coming out of the pits now as it stands, and Castorino has kept going.
He has, and Blyer's out the pit lane already, so he will be out just behind Rodriguez, but in front of Pogorodinsky. There are those three going into the pit lane inside the top 10, so that's all expected. Castorino does carry on, but he will just about have time to get in before the 65-minute limit. He'll be just about fine as we go on board with Pfeffer trying to make his way down the inside of Sven Hettit, not able to into turn 1, but he's got a nicer run through here, a wider entry to turn 3, and will hopefully be able to use that for an exit and a dive at turn 4, but just got on the power a little bit too early there, almost sent himself out wide, and he didn't get quite the run that he wanted there. But these guys are up to a battle for 7th now. This will be a battle for 6th, because I'm imagining that they'll pass Castorino when he comes in. But there's been a real shake-up in the order here. I think the undercut has been very, very powerful indeed, and it's hardly surprising given the state of the tyres at the end of that first stint.
Even Darren McCormack was losing 2 seconds a lap from his fastest when it came to the end of the stint. So, yeah, that means everybody's going to be losing time. We're on board then with Luke Whitehead, who's currently battling with Jack Alexander. Jack Alexander racing for West Competition Racing. They've come out of absolutely nowhere to be in P9. I'm wondering, actually, maybe they have not pit as well, and now they've got to come in. But will they be able to make it? I'm not sure they will be able to make it, actually. No, they won't. So
if they haven't pitted yet, then they've got a penalty coming their way in 15 seconds, because that will be too late. But I'm not convinced they pit either. This is going to be really close, but I don't think they're going to make it.
No, their last lap was a 2 minutes 44, so they definitely, this is an outlap, right?
Unless, it must be, yes. I don't know how they've managed to find themselves here, but they have done. That is unbelievable. They must have made a really early stop and got the biggest undercut in the world that I just didn't see coming, to be honest.
Yeah, and their lap time there was a 46.1, so it's not a case if they've decided to try and go for a double stint, which is not advisable, I would say. So yeah, they're pretty quick here, but Luke Whitehead, I think, sweeps around the outside, says thank you very much. But I tell you what, West Competition Racing, your strategy call was perfect there. You put yourself in a top 10, everybody's pit now. But the bad news for you is you've got Malinowski right behind you, and he's chasing you down very quickly indeed.
Yeah, and also the fact that did throw me off a little bit there is the fact I've not seen Jack Alexander driving that car all season yet, so that did throw me a little bit. Plus, West Competition Racing don't normally look like that, but obviously I understand it's a bit of a different race, Push Cup car and whatever. So it's all a little bit different, but they're inside the top 10. They'll be pleased with that. But the danger for those that have gone for the real big undercuts here, of course, is the tyre wear towards the end of the next stint. Although I do feel like coming into the second stint, there's a lot less unknown about this tyre wear now, and everybody knows just how harsh it is. So I feel like we'll see less people doing what Abelanzi did, definitely in that first stint.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to ebb and flow here. Obviously we're not going to know who wins the race till they cross the line. That's an obvious statement, but what I mean by that is I think that tyre wear is going to be a huge factor later on, and the people who've stretched it out are probably going to be in a better position. Although if there are teams that are coming in early and they're able to utilise the tyres later on when there are cooler conditions, meaning they're on the tyres less time now during the hotter conditions, maybe that's going to work out in their favour, such as Jack Alexander we're seeing here in the number 1 car for West Competition Racing. Maybe they're going to do this undercut a few times so that later on they can extend when the tyres or when the conditions are a little bit better for the tyres.
Yeah, it's difficult to back time the race in that way though, because I'm not sure when these guys are expecting it to actually get properly cooler. The race is going to end at 9 PM in sim. How much temperature difference is there going to be between now and then, and where is that going to come is the question really, and questions that some of these teams may not have the answers to, or will only have best guesses at, and so that's a whole minefield in itself. But also back time in these races is pretty difficult because, as I mentioned earlier, you can't go over 65 minutes on a stint. If there was no limit, then it would be a lot easier because you'd work out how many laps are left in the race, and you work out how many laps you can do on fuel, and then maybe you'd put a few laps insurance in there, but you don't know how many laps this race is going to be, and you can't run for longer than 65 minutes either. So it's a very precarious situation, and very, very difficult to back time indeed. But if someone can pull that off, then fair play to them.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? Fine line with only that kind of 5-minute buffer to extend to work with. But these teams are at this level for that very reason. Fine lines, it's what they deal with. As we see this is the move for second position. Niels Naujoks then, who was battling with Brighton,
I think. Was it
Abelanzi? Yeah, Abelanzi it was indeed. So this is for second spot. You see that Darren McCormack's off into the sunset, and it's all the way down to the hairpin into that final sector. And you can see that Blyer is also trying to go through. This is when Abdelazi's tyres are starting to go off, effectively. Yeah. And again, still side by side between the two of them. This would have absolutely been killing their tyres. You can see that Blyer is trying to find an opportunity to pick up some pieces here. He does get the overlap behind as well, but Niels Naujoks, well, he pretty much invented the book of sim racing. He's that old, and well, he's just proved why he is still one of the very best. It's a lovely move here, late in the stint as well. And then as we move on, you can see that Abdelaziz lost 2 spots in 1.
Yeah, and then lost a whole load more later, but he's back to 4th now because of the undercut that has been so strong. It's Nikita Bogoroditsky that's at the wheel of that one now, and he's going at a very similar pace to the rest of them. So if everybody falls off with tyres, then that's fine, and if nobody does, then that's also fine because they're doing what everybody else is right now. I think what we saw from Abelanzi earlier is that he was making real inroads into the lead, and at the time it was very exciting, and we might get a battle for the race lead and all that, but I think soon regretted that pace and that fastest lap that we talked about as well. In a weird way, you sort of regret taking it because you just wonder at what cost, as you said earlier, and at what cost to the tyres. So All these equations have got to be worked out on the fly, but on this occasion it looks like they're doing what everybody else is around them. It's actually Artur Camera who's doing the most on tyres at the moment. In terms of pace. He's really laying it down. 45.3 on the lap previous to this one, and then on that most recent one, a 45.6, another 3/10 taken out of Igor Rodriguez's lead.
Yeah, well, let's just do a little rundown of the top 10 for people who've just tuned in. Igor Rodriguez, the second driver for Williams Esports, leads the way. And actually, his ping is going up and down here. So hopefully that is something that does not hurt Williams moving forward, because it is really jumping up and down. But they're currently in the lead, and they were in the lead by 7 seconds going into the pit stop phase. Artur Camera for BS Competition has closed that gap by half already in the last 11 minutes. We've then got Matthias Tajskovic, who is currently in P3 for Triton Racing. So all three of the top three teams have changed drivers. Then we've got for Simware.pro, Nikita Bogorodski, who's currently in 4th position. That's the second driver as well. Grantas Caracas in P5, as it stands for Race Anywhere Sim Sport, is the second driver as well. Sven Hetic is the second driver used for Get Closer Racing. So right now, as it stands, 4 out of the top 6 in this race are 4 out of the top 5 in our championship. Coming into this race, BS Competition were leading the way. Williams Esports second, Get Closer Racing in third, SOP Esports Racing, which are not far off here. They're down in P12. They're in 4th position, and Race Anywhere Race Anywhere Sim Sport are in 5th position as it stands. Tobias Pfeffer, it was Kisser that was in the car for Unicorns Love. They started second. He dropped all the way down to P9, but Pfeffer is on an absolute charge right now. Currently in P7, ahead of the group that you can see on your screen right now. Luke Whitehead leads that group. He is racing for, it says Porsche Motorsport on his car there, but he is in the number, in P8 in the number 494. Then we've got Jack Alexander, probably the best strategy call out of everybody, West Competition Racing. I think they've come in a lot earlier than everybody else, and that has forced them to be up into a top 10, but do not look out of place in 9th position. Maciej Malinowski did not perform well in qualifying earlier on. We expected a lot more from Malinowski, but I tell you what, Statsenko has put the charge down. He's put the challenge down, and he's got them up into a top 10. So Yaz Heat looking very strong here, trying to move up. Maybe can they grab a couple of spots moving into the 3rd stint? If they grab 2 spots every single stint now, they'll end up winning this race. That's what Yaz Heat will be looking to do.
Yes, certainly will. I've just been having a bit of a look back, by the way, trying to figure out quite how West Competition Racing got themselves into that position. And I'm starting to realise that they've probably been shouting at the TV, really, or shouting at us, because they didn't really do anything out the ordinary at all, really. They came in with pretty much everybody else. They came in on the same lap as the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, I think. When a load of them came in all at once, it was approximately 2 laps before the absolute deadline that they had to come in. I think it was after 34 laps. The maximum you could have gone maybe 36, 37 sort of region. So I don't think they did anything out of the ordinary at all. I think we just completely missed them somehow. And they're doing well. I don't think the driver change helps particularly to give us an excuse there, but hey, they're doing well inside the top 10, and they're on a traditional strategy, shall we say?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to mind us gassing them up though. So we'll just keep saying there's an incredible strategy call there from West Competition Racing. Also, there is a giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to win yourself some Cloud Flight wireless gaming headset. It's all over the course of this race. Then all you need to do is type HyperX in chat. It's either Andrea Ferraro VRT, Karma Gone Wild, and Tinko van der Velde. Tinko van der Velde! I'm sure you've got some headsets at home, Tinko. Good to see you tuning into the stream as well. But yeah, type in HyperX in the chat. It's free on Twitch, that is. On YouTube, unfortunately, it's not quite going to work. But you can do it anyway. Why not? Also, where are you all watching from around the world? Get yourselves involved in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know where you're watching from. And also, let me know how many beers you've drunk. Ewan, how many beers have you drunk?
In my life.
Oh, right, okay. Is it going to be like that, is it?
I thought you were going to get people counting there. No, today I presume none. It's unsurprising. It is 1:30 in the afternoon though, so I mean, there's still time yet.
That's a good point. There is still time. I'm sure that answer will still be 0 by the end of the day.
Afterwards, who knows? But until the race is over, it's full focus, as you'd imagine it will be for these guys. Although I do wonder, when some of these drivers have done their final stint, whether they do crack one open before the race is over. I'd imagine they might well do.
Yeah, probably. I'm certainly going to be getting involved before. I'm actually off for the final 2 hours, and I'm not there for the roundup of the whole show. So, actually, you know what? I might have a couple of beers, then come back for the roundup of the show as well, just for a bit of a loose look at how the race went down. Because I'm certainly going to be watching the final few hours, that's for sure. Well, stressful working with you guys. That's Mike, by the way, simply racing the chat. He's got the easiest job in the world. All he does is tells us what to do, and even then we don't even listen to him, to be fair, most of the time. Back to the actual race though, there's a penalty. Well, we were on board there with Matthias Weber, who is behind Sasha Vasner for LFM. They got a 5-second penalty. Low Fuel Motorsport giving themselves a 5-second penalty. Now you know it's not fixed. That is a fact, as we see some side-by-side action here. Conto Giannis with Jose Lopez. Jose Lopez, who has very much named his team after himself, which you can do with that information what you will. But yeah, it is Conto Giannis who does make the move there. So I think Jose Lopez has just dropped down a spot.
Yeah, and that might well be. It is Zolobov right behind, so that's the recovering SMP racing car. After that drive-through penalty, dropped down to 20th as Zolobov, and he's got a lot of work to do now. Might as well get on with it immediately, and tried to into turn 1 there, wasn't able to. Cut back, turn 2, no way through on the outside there, no way through on the outside at turn 3 either. This is a section of corners I really find frustrating in a GT car. There's so much understeer, and it's very, very difficult to get through. Zolobov, I think, will be finding it quite frustrating as well, as he can't find a way through.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this circuit, as you know, so those first few corners just don't make any sense whatsoever, and also most of them are off camber, which just it hurts my brain. Zolobov, I'm going to be honest here, SMP Racing are not having a bad race considering a drive-through. To be in the top 20, you've still got something to work with. You've probably got one of the quickest drivers on the grid to do a second hour at some point, maybe even a bit more than that later on. So, yeah, obviously it's not ideal to have a drive-through, but yeah, they're not having the worst race in the world. Conto Giannis now up into P18 and actually gapping Jose Lopez. Next driver up for them is Christoph Verstappen. So Christoph Verstappen is just up the order as we now move up to Alexander. Again, the best strategy team out there, West Competition Racing. Maybe they're not, but we're just making it up at this point. As Malinowski now sends one up the inside, so basically taking off where Statsenko left off when he came into the pits. Malinowski had some trials and tribulations, especially with Luke Whitehead. Luke Whitehead was wanting to make that move as soon as he possibly could on the Yaz Heat car, and while Whitehead's gained a bit of an advantage because of that, but now Malinowski seems to be in tune, seems to be in a nice rhythm, off to chase down Whitehead and look to move up to a top 8. But right now he's up to P9, so really nice move down towards turn number 1, and Jack Alexander, maybe already thinking about the tyre situation, didn't really fight that too hard. Yeah,
probably not, and probably a good idea really to kind of run your own race for the first 20 minutes or so of these for the first 40 minutes really, 45 minutes. I think it is best to just keep your own head down and just do what you think is best in terms of the tyres. The beauty of it is that Igor Ondorokov here going to entertain us with another overtake. I think outside line into turn 1, not quite going to do it there, but I think it's better maybe to just rein yourself in and maybe go too slow in the first part of the stint really, because you can always kind of speed up at the end and really shred the tyres to pieces in the final few laps if you've really, left that in the tank. The problem is it doesn't really work the other way, because once the tyres are gone, there's no going back. You can't recover. It's not a hybrid system. You can't recover tyre life. So once you've gone too far, you have gone too far, and there's no recovering from that. So I would always rather go too slow at the start and then have to really drill it at the end, rather than realise my mistake towards and see there's still 15 minutes left of the stint and realise I've barely got rubber left on these wheels now.
Yeah, Ogoroknikov just did not get a move done on Bianchi. Bianchi holding firm. We're now watching the battle for a top 4 as we now move back to Zhobolov, who just needs to get the job done here. But look at this cluster of cars now forming. So we've got, it's not Jose Lopez, it's George Lopez, by the way, a little bit further up the order for Aspar. So I apologise, got the name wrong. We've then got Konstantinos Konstagiannis, just a little bit further up a mouthful, and actually looking to make a move here on Verstappen by the looks of things. Yes, down towards turn number 1. And are we going to get the job done? Konstantinos has got that job done. Still running side by side. It's almost 3 wide now as the red car gets involved, and it's now still 2 wide behind. This is some cluster. So Zhobalov, I think, might be looking to get past Lopez. Zhobalov, has he got the job done? He does. So, yeah, Zhobalov takes full advantage, and now all of a sudden they've got Valentin Barriere, who's creeped up to the back of this, who's been, well, involved in this race in more ways than one, but now he's involved in the battle here for a top 20 and maybe a little bit more, top 17.
Yeah, he had a look down the inside there, but that was a big slide from Verstappen, and Zolobov is going to try and get through here, and surely he's not going to pass up that chance into turn 8. Up the inside he goes, and he does have that move done. Just one mistake from the 799, and that's all that the 888 needed to go through and up into 18th position. Valentin Barriere not having quite the same look. It does look like Verstappen struggling in this group at the moment, because Lopez is all of a sudden very close and having his own dive down the inside.
Yeah, Aspar making a move, and well, he's done it. Valentin Barriere is so lucky he's not just been taken out there. I'm not sure how Verstappen's not been taken out, but there was a complete loss of traction. Lopez looked to make the move and ran out, just dived too hard, tried to rotate the car whilst the car was also wanting to be loud pedal and go forwards, and ultimately it's like a happy dog chasing its tail round the wrong way. And I think, in all fairness, if we get to see that from a TV camera, I think Verstappen might have saved the day there and kept Lopez facing in the correct way. Malinowski has not taken long to creep up to the back of Whitehead. Whitehead versus Malinowski, part 2. I am absolutely all for it.
Yeah, these two were battling earlier outside the top 10. They're now inside the top 10 as a result of their strategies. As we look at this incident from the TV camera that you requested, Mike Yow's listening, and down the inside goes Lopez. There was a little bit of a touch there, but I can't quite tell whether that touch resulted in the half spin or not. It didn't seem to be the case, but you were certainly right in the fact that Verstappen did almost correct Lopez in his slide there.
Yeah, so do we get so like if Verstappen's team put in to the stewards, look, I helped him, do they get given 5 seconds?
Bonus second?
Yeah, you guys owe me 5 seconds, so I get 5 seconds up the grid. It was a comedy of errors. It was a mistake by George Lopez, but yeah, he was saved there by Verstappen, but it just for sure was just on the edge a little bit too much there. You can see the dive now.
It's too late.
Yeah, 1 mile's too late, and he's very lucky he's not cleaned out the car in front there. Yeah, Zhobalov nearly got cleaned out. And as you can see, yeah, on the power, complete rotation of the wheel. And with this car, it doesn't tend to work out too well.
Yeah, I think just panicked a little bit, really. When he went late on the brakes there, it sort of panicked that he wasn't going to get the move done anymore. So thought, heck, I need to press the throttle very quickly here. And so did that, but unfortunately spun straight into the Verstappen car there. That I think now might be suffering with a little bit of damage. He was struggling for pace a little bit beforehand anyway, but now he really does have another couple of cars on the back of him. Zolobov was able to negotiate all of that without problems, and fair play to him for that, because it's not easy. Up the inside he goes in towards turn 1. He should have 17th by the end of this. Late on the brakes, and he does. He'll now be able to chase some of the others. It really would have rather without that drive-through penalty, of course, but he's doing well managing with it nevertheless.
Yeah, he's got no choice though, really. If they've got intentions of going out there, and I don't think they can win the race from this position, but if they've got intentions of getting up into a top 5, they've got to get on with it. And yeah, that's going to mean burning the tyres out for sure. Smolyar seems to be able to go quick and keep something in reserve. So hopefully, for Zholobov's sake, he's being able to give him that information. They are teammates after all. They're going to be trying to help each other out as best they possibly can. But look at Valentin Barriere just following these two through. And look at the gap they've managed to pull now. So Verstappen and George Lopez have dropped back into the clutches of TX3, Lucas Congratel and Matthias Weber, and maybe even Sasha Vazner for LFM, who have had a penalty, or they've got a 5-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop phase. But yeah, Zholobov basically dealing pretty well with the hand he was dealt. The drive-through was not ideal. Slowed him completely down, but moving through the pack nicely.
He is, and he's been able to hold on from Konstantinos there. Valentin Barriere just taking advantage of the 41 car going wide into turn 10, and Barrett goes through as well, finally making some progress of his own now after having a really troubled start to the race for Brabham. So good news for them as well, both inside the top 20 once more.
Right, well, we've got a person part of the brainchild of all of this, actually produced one of the best moves of the day as well, even though he's an old man. We've got Niels Naujoks. Niels, how's it going for you, bud? You all good?
Yeah, I think the age just pays off. I'm a lot more patient than the other guys. I was really just waiting behind everybody else. I knew I couldn't really pass even if I drove more aggressive. So I really saved the tires. It's not often you can say this in ACC because the other cars usually don't need it. But here in the Porsche Cup, I feel you can really make a difference if you dialed it back ever so slightly. And then, late stint pace was really great for us.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the start of this. I genuinely thought that would be the case with the tyres because, obviously this car is so easy to light the tyres up and you're always on the edge basically with the car. What sort of time are the tyres starting to go off? We kind of clocked it about 40 minutes into the stint, but will drivers be suffering this early in a second stint?
So I think it's like 10 laps. So what's that, 15, 18 minutes or so when there's the first drop off or so, half a second. Nice. And then 10 laps later, there's another half second or so. And the problem really is that initially when you have the fuel in the tank, the car is sort of balanced. But then the fuel empties and all the weight kind of not travels to the back, but just the distribution is further to the back. So the rear gets ever more slidey. Then the tires get worse and it gets even more slidey. And then you lose patience and you get more slidey. So it's a lot of self-control that you need, I feel, to really never push.
Has there been anything you've had to deal with so far in the first two stints that you hadn't planned for?
No, we were quite certain that tire management would be the key factor here in this race for everyone. And it was also what we were trying to control the most in terms of setup, what we were doing with the car, what we are trying with the car. But in the end, it feels like 90% of the impact you can make on the tire solely comes from the driver. And there's only so much you can really do in the setup.
So moving forward in this race, obviously we've got, 4 and a bit hours left to go. Is it basically more of the same, or is there going to be anything you might change later on in the race?
We'll have to check actually how cold it really gets. Maybe we can get the tire just below the threshold where the blistering starts. I think it's around 100 degrees. And we're like 103 degrees the entire lap. So maybe when it cools 5 degrees outside, maybe we're just dipping under the 100-degree mark, and maybe then we're not getting as many blisters. So could be that we are more aggressive later on in the stint, but depends if we're still behind the Williams car or if we can, kind of slip by at some point.
Nice one. Well, it's really nice to hear from you, and congratulations for your race start. Life in the old dog yet, as they say, and good luck for the rest of your race.
Cheers, speak later.
Nice to hear there from Niels Naujoks, who put in one of the performances off the start line, lost a position, didn't panic, got himself up into P2 after camera, taking off like they are indeed the Jamaican relay team in 100 meters, both equally as quick as each other, and actually catching up to Williams Esports at the front end. Ewan, what do you take from those questions and those answers?
Well, the fact that, I think we say it every FLExTREME race, the experience that Niels Naujoks has is, I believe anyway, not only does he have great pace of course, but the experience that he has is his biggest weapon, and he continues to use it very well as well. It's one thing having the experience, but he uses it very well as well. Sometimes it feels like we're insulting him a little bit when we say he's old, but he uses the experience that he has really, really well. I think the main thing to take away in terms of how this race is going to pan out is about the track temperatures and just about how we're going to see the track change and the tyres change as a result. That was close, my goodness. 3 wide very nearly with Paul Verstappen on the outside of it all over again. I think he didn't really want any part of that, to be quite honest.
No, Verstappen's given up the position, right? He's just falling back at this point. Weber nearly completely cleaning house, nearly taking George Lopez with him. We then got Congratel now and Sasha Vasner that have caught up to this pack. It's now become 5. It was 5 a little bit further up, wasn't it? Jobalov and Valentin Barriere and Kontog Giannis, they were part of this group, and now they've driven off into the sunset. And effectively, this Matthias Weber, Verstappen have become their own little group. We're on board now with P4 and a DP5. So this is Grantas Caracas trying to chase down then Nikita Bogorodsky. who are racing for Race Anywhere and indeed Simware.pro respectively. The Caracas very much keeping him honest. Not quite close enough to pounce like a panther here through turn number 1, but really in this position you're in a good top 5. Try and force a driver in front to overheat those tyres. Try to get them overdriving, and then it'll be like taking candy from a baby.
We'd hope so, but it may not work out like that. We even saw Abeladze struggling towards the end of the last stint, of course, still able to hold teams like Race Anywhere Simsport back. So you never know. It's not quite as simple as just getting them to burn out their tyres. You've got to even put in a bit of work after that. But it does look like Caracas maybe has a slight edge over that driver in front just for now. But we'll see how that develops. He's still about halfway through this stint. A long way to go in this one, as Marceau stands now. He's going to try and make progress for Pulse Simsport. Not an ideal qualifying for them at all. Got knocked out in Q1, of course, and have been recovering ever since. Outside line in towards turn 1 is a smooth that sometimes comes off, and he might just have managed it there. Just about squeezed out the 255 on the exit of turn 2, and is up into 24th place, but much further down than where you'd expect to see them.
Yeah, I love the move from Stanger there, but I tell you one thing, he was left Vasner left more room for Stanger than Stanger was ever going to leave on the exit of turn 2. That was, yeah, it was kind of like, oh, let's have a nice little battle from Vasner, and Stanger's like, now I just want a position. They just completely cut his nose off on the exit. So I think Vasner was very clever there, just getting out of the way and looking to fight another day. Kundakcioglu, Michael Kundakcioglu is racing in the number 1, 2, 3 in 16th position as it stands, but trying to battle here with David Mitchell. We've got Kundakcioglu, who actually managed to qualify for and was very much at the sharp end of the grid for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge last year for the ACC leg of things. So this guy's got massive pedigree, an emerging talent from the North America region, racing for Burst Esports, and yeah, looking to try and come through the pack nicely. David Mitchell just ahead, very close between the two of them. Not sure they're close enough to make any potential moves or anything like that, but yeah, just setting it up as it stands.
Yeah, certainly is. Been having a little look around as to quite what's going to happen later on in this race, because we're talking about, you know, the level of tyre saving going on at the moment and just how important they are. But seen some chatting in the YouTube chat from Victor Nicolai about how the tyres are right now, saying that, you know, one single slide will completely send them over the cliff, and it's, you know, very hard to battle in this situation. I did just message him to ask about the end of the race and just to, if it is going to get any colder and if that's going to have any effect on the race at all. And apparently, according to him, it might well do. And we'll see a lot more pushing a little bit later on, but there's still a fair amount of it going on right now, pushing on each other here by looks of it.
Yeah, you can see this is a lovely little battle between, well, Pfeffer has dropped back here. So Pfeffer was miles ahead of these two. We're expecting Pfeffer to be pushing towards Sven Hettich. There's been a mistake here somewhere, but look at this. It's going to be 2 for the price of 1. It is. Luke Whitehead gets one of them, and then you can see the Yaz Heat driver in Tortellini, as we know him. Maciej Malinowski is also going to come through. But what has happened to Tobias Pfeffer? We're about to see lap times, actually, as they cross the line, and I'll tell you exactly if there's been a mistake or not. Well, Tobias Pfeffer did a 48.3, so he's lost 2 seconds on the two around him. They were both in a 46, even though they made an overtake during that race, and they're still only about half a second off of Igor Rodriguez. So very interesting then that Tobias Pfeffer, I think, may have gone out a little bit too hot in this stint, and he's trying to catch up for what Kisser did in the first stint, and ultimately they came into the pits in P9 for the first stop, and now they're back in P9.
Yeah, he did push quite hard, especially on that outlap and those first few laps there, because he did really want to make up for some lost time that they had throughout that pit stop cycle. But, you know, it's maybe not worked out for them. We'll see. The West Competition Racing car is only 3.5 seconds behind, and if they're able to catch up along with the 85 as well, maybe, then we'll really have some answers, because it doesn't look good for Pfeffer there. Maybe he can latch onto the back of Whitehead and Malinowski, and maybe he'll be all right, because there are still 25 minutes to go till the realistic end to this stint for him. But if he is in trouble already, then it's going to be a long half an hour.
Yeah, it will be. I say Nikolai doing a great job for the Race Anywhere team in the first stint, you know, consolidating that top 5 having to make a couple of overtakes. But ultimately, you said in the YouTube chat, he's given the information that they understand the tyres. They understand what they need to do to keep them in a decent range. They understand what they need to do to be able to attack later on in the stint. And right now, I think they're doing exactly that, aren't they? Bogorodski is struggling with the tyres. They're trying to force him to overdrive, so there might be a bit of a freebie in terms of a P4. Not quite close enough, I don't think, in the slipstream. You will see them close up as we head across the line. 24 minutes until everybody will start to think about coming in. I guess it will be a little bit earlier, maybe 20 minutes for some drivers, maybe even 18 minutes. But by the time we get down towards turn number 1, yeah, Bogorodski is not going to be too worried about anything there. Opens up turn 1 perfectly, doesn't go defensive in the slightest. And it's another lap where right now, Grantas Caracas has just got to be patient and take advantage later down the line. Back to the Malinowski, Luke Whitehead. So they've still continued to be bumper to bumper pretty much, whilst making an overtake on Tobias Pfeffer. And Pfeffer is just falling off a cliff here. So 46.9. And they've all got individual setups as well. Just remember that, Ewan. And have Unicorns of Love gone a little bit too aggressive with their setup? Maybe gone for a little bit more downforce than everyone else, thus chewing up those tyres.
That is true. They do, of course, have free reign on the setup, so it could even be more complicated than that in terms of downforce. It could be internal in terms of suspension settings and all that complicated stuff that I don't quite understand. That, you know, could well be shredding the tyres to pieces as well. So you never really know, but it is a good point. Car setup will have a big role in this, as just as much you'd suspect as driving ability and driving style as well. So all of these factors do have to be taken into account, really, as these two can't seem to leave each other alone in the last few moments. Constantianis and Valentin Barrier battling again. I thought Barrier was going to be able to get away, but it hasn't.
It's always the hard names to pronounce. They're always involved in the battles. It's so annoying. Like right now, Antinos Contagianis. Like trying to say that, and then we've got Nikita Bogorodski. Like, I can say Tyskovich now, no problem. So P3, Matthias Tyskovich, that's fine, you can get involved in the battle. But it's always the names that I'm struggling to say that are in battles, and especially when every hour they're changing names as well, changing drivers. It becomes ridiculous, as we are going to see an absolute send then. And yeah, Contagianis is going to lose out to Valentin Barrier, and Valentin Barrier with no contact this time, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, much cleaner overtake down on the brakes. And speaking of complicated names being involved in battles, we've got Kundag Sioglu as well involved here for Burst Esport. A very nice camera angle here, can see more than his leg, which is helpful. Whole setup, widescreen, and view right in front of him at the moment of possibly 15th place at the moment. Bit of a defence from the 171, but he'll go even further to the inside line. He'll brake late, and as long as he's not overshot it, he will be able to get through. 171 there, trying to do such an undercut, he ended up on the grass.
Yeah, Kundakcioglu does make the move there on Michel, moves up into that top 15. Of course, the higher you finish, the more points you get. So it's all about making sure that you try and consolidate that. So now we're going to go on board with Vasna Verstappen, who was at one point battling for 13th position, is now dropping right down the order as we come then through turn number 1. Well, it's not quite as easy as I thought it might be. So Vasna for LFM battling with RCO, battle of the communities. And as we come then through the third corner, I think it's just about going to be Vasna that takes full advantage. But look at Gamble as well. Gamble trying to come through, trying to take advantage of Verstappen being offline. And as we head up towards turn 5, I think that might be done. So Gamble does come through, and the RCI car drops down 2 further positions. And that's what happens. It's at this stage now where the tyres significantly drop off. We're looking at second and a half for the top teams, maybe 2.5 seconds for the teams, maybe in the mid-pack, especially if they're battling side by side, lap after lap. And all of a sudden, you've also got Stanger, who's getting involved here as well.
Yeah, Verstappen really struggling in these battles. We saw him right up towards the fringe of the top 15 not so long ago. Now he's dropping outside the top 25 in the next few moments, maybe, because really struggling. You can see, yeah, the 52, as you say, getting involved as well for Pulse. Not going to be able to get through into turn 10, but really struggling is Verstappen in these battles. And yeah, the tyre drop-off really starting to take shape as we get to the 2/3 mark in this stint, just about. And we're just seeing this drop-off really start to take shape, and not ideal. It's just about who's managed it best, and it's clear to see now that some have done it better than others.
Yeah, the car is the main factor of this race. That's the difference. That's why we're not using their usual GT3 cars. And there will be, of course, the M2 as well later in the season. But it's also about the tyres I think it's, in the case of Unicorns of Love, it's about the setup as well. But that is a time for me to disappear now. I'll let Lewis commentate with his son, Ewan, and let them two take it over for the next hour, and then I'll be back.
My boy, Ewan O'Leary, in the commentary booth. I'm Lewis McGlade, jumping back in, and we'll let Luke roll off for a couple of hours, because it's been a long 3-hour stint for him. Obviously qualifying, another couple of hours of this frantic race that we've had. It's been a lot of fun though. It's been a lot of crazy bits, lots of drama. Of course, SMP receiving that drive-through penalty. They'll be hoping to avoid that one in the next pit lane sequence. It's going to be a tough 4 hours 20 minutes. As near as makes a difference, this is a sprint race.
It feels like it a lot more than the 9 hours did. I didn't think it would coming into this, to be honest, because it's still 6 hours, quite a long time. But it does feel a lot more like there's not much time here. We need to get on with it. Whereas in the 9 hour races, you're like, oh, we need to have a clean start. We'll get through the first stint, and then we'll see where we are by the end. But you can't really afford to do that in this race. So it feels like it, even though we've only taken a third off the distance, really.
Yeah, it's not like, realistically, I mean, 6 hours is still an awfully long time on a Saturday afternoon. But alas, like I say, for some of these teams, it is really, 4 hours, 20 minutes left to go. We'd be over halfway through the race, just a bit, but over halfway through the race in the first couple of rounds of championship, of course, in rounds 4 and round 6. But now you kind of, as much as you've got that, you'd be thinking, yeah, we've got half the race to kind of come back through. I know obviously we've got more than half the race from this point, but still it just has that aura of we've got to get on with it. Some teams have started out the race in poor ways. This is one of them. Visceral Esports, who had a good qualifying. Issues going around turn 3 on the very first lap. Issues going up towards turn 5 on the very first lap. Walsingham's trying to get his way back up the order. Bianchi's the next one to tick off at the moment. The Absolute Motorsports car should be under an awful lot of pressure coming down to that first corner. And the 77 that belongs to that Visceral Esports team should be down the inside and making a move in that first corner, but not quite. Absolute throwing it in as hard as they can. That 88 has gone out a little bit too wide, and Visceral's not able to find its way through after the rejoin from Bianchi ahead. Got to say, by the way, if you are going to do a black and red car, that Visceral's not a bad way of doing it, because you'd definitely be able to spot that one between themselves and the Team Red Line machine, and all the other ones in black and red these days.
Unfortunately, though, Walsingham couldn't spot the fact that car was going off, and it was always going to rejoin straight onto the racing line. And I don't want to criticise him really, because he didn't do anything wrong per se, but he could have dealt with that a little bit better. And maybe gotten through without any challenge really. But Grantis Caracas looks like he's done just that. I think Bogoroditsky and the whole Simware.pro team are quite scared really of overdoing it in this second stint because of what happened in the first, and Grantis Caracas has been long awaiting that chance to go through.
Yeah, I've got to say, Race is so fantastic as of yet in this championship. Of course, they had that victory last round, fair enough. Struggles in the first round after some issues, but the last round, as you were saying before, and as they were saying in their interview, even they admit that maybe they went into the last round with no kilos of success bias, and they knew that they were aiming to win at Monza. What was the expectation coming into this? I don't really know. I don't want to speak on behalf of the team, but top 10, top 5 probably been on. But they're looking strong enough to even go and challenge for something a bit more later on. Here is the move down the inside from Caracas, from the Racing West Simsport machine. Gets to the outside as they head down to the first corner, sends it in, and much like what we saw from that 142 in the third lap of the race, trying to get past Lars Kisser, we see very much a similar thing on this occasion, but this time with Grantis Caracas getting past Bogoroditsky. Looking back to Maciej Malinowski, who's just behind Tobias Pfeffer, so there has been a move recently. Pfeffer did overuse those tyres a fair amount, but that's not even the Unicorns Love, never mind. I just saw pink and I was like, instantly, that's the Unicorns Love car. It's not, never mind, it's Luke Whitehead. I'll pump the brakes. Well,
the point you make about Pfeffer though is a valid one, because look at where he is, 4 seconds behind these two that he was battling with mere minutes ago, and he's still got 15 minutes to go here. We commented at the time just how good that undercut was from them and how impressive it was to see them comfortably inside the top 10, but they're really starting to pay the price for it now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they end this pit if they end this stint, outside the top 10, they're bleeding time really quickly.
Yeah, I'm not. Unfortunately, that's just sometimes how it goes. Yeah, if you do overdo the tyres, you have to deal with it for an hour. You know, and typically if you overdo the tyres, it's normally in the opening portion. Right? It's normally in the opening sort of 10-15 minutes. That's when you typically overdo them. And that's what Pfeffer's had to deal with. No, so it's an issue which you can't typically rectify through the stint. You can try and come in a little bit earlier, but you typically don't want to come in early into the lane. By the way, by early, I don't mean 10 minutes into the stint and just try and restart again. Yeah, obviously you want to keep within the making the same amount of pit stops as everyone else, making the 5 pit stops through the race that everyone else is going to be making. But with them being 65-minute stint limits, there are certain things that you can sort of move your way around to get a slightly shorter stint. I would suspect the Unicorns of Love Car might be in shy of the hour to try and resolve some of their issues, but the West Competition Racing Car is closing in behind in a similar sort of way that Whitehead's been able to close in on Sven Hetich, riding on board with Luke Whitehead now, closing in on that number 7, Get Closer Racing. Well, it's the GTWR that's getting closer on this occasion, down the inside into the first corner, and the 494 Luke Whitehead makes his way through and up into 6th position.
Yeah, Hetich just seems to be losing a bit of pace towards the end here as well. Not really sure. Well, he doesn't appear to have gone out too hard on these tyres, really. He wasn't, mind-blowingly quick at the start of his stint, or he didn't make me wonder whether he was making a mistake by going so fast at the start of the race, start of the stint, he was going at a reasonable pace, but he seems to be struggling now. Down the inside goes Malinowski. That was aggressive into turn 5. Clearly wants to follow Luke Whitehead, as the two of them are very quick right now, Whitehead and Malinowski, and possibly some of the quickest inside the top 10.
Yeah. And we'll see if there's going to be any more progress being made on that one. But Malinowski through as well, like you say. Whitehead's now gapped just a touch. You can see coming through the foreground of shot. There is Grantas Karakis. There is Booker Raditsky as well. So, yeah, not too far down the road before an extra few positions gained. But the top 3 have pulled their way clear of all of that. 3.8 seconds between Igor Rodriguez and Arthur Camara, and Matej Tushkovic in 3rd spot. But clear either side, Tushkovic having 8 seconds ahead, 9 seconds behind to Grantas Karakis. This grouping seeming to batter out over 4th spot in this race, heading into the pit lane sequence, which we should, I don't know, was there many that went past the hour? I don't really feel there were too many that went past the hour last time.
So the 85 did, at the time being driven by Castorino. Lucas Mateja is there now. He went as far as he can go. If he went any further, he would have exceeded the limit of drive time. In terms of anybody else, not really in terms of real top contenders. Bauer went quite a long time, but I'm going to presume he's not at the wheel anymore. I cannot remember for the life of me which car that was, and they're all Porsches, so that's not helpful. So I don't know. But that car certainly stayed out longer. Of those that are in the sort of top 10, 15 sort of area, then the 85 was the only one that even bothered to stretch it the whole way. There were some very short stoppers though, like Unicorns of Love, who were one of them, came in with 5 hours and 3 minutes remaining, so they were already short of the hour on the last stint.
Yes, and there is a move. Gamble back down the inside of the Aspar car. Lopez behind the wheel. It was a lovely move from Henrik Gamble, but it is not done yet. Aspar back on the attack of the Kramer Racing Esports car that's already dealt with a few issues early on in this race, with a 20-second time penalty through their first pit stop. We'll see if Lopez can find a way back through into that first corner. The answer is no, but out a little bit wide once again. This fight is going to be taken all the way up round turn 3 into turn 4 surely. And we'll see if Aspar can find their way back down the inside. Is there going to be any position made? I'd suspect that gap is slightly too large to go for anything coming into turn 4. The commitment zone, the braking zone going into that fourth corner is slightly too large for any real proper lunges. Well, typically if you see a lunge, it's normally one that's not been done quite so well. Lukacek into the pit lane, 4 hours and 10 minutes left to go. Still in the strategy window. This would work to the end of the race, pitting this even this early, so wouldn't panic too much if you're a Carbon Sports fan, but it is quite early, must be said.
Yeah, it's not worryingly early in that they're going to have to make an extra stop, but they are going to be running long on those tyres. I mean, with 4 hours 10 to go, it's quite easy to split that into, 1 hour, 2 minutes and a half sections. Obviously, it doesn't quite work like that in real life, but it's, yeah, going to, it works out. So the maths works out. So, yeah, we'll see how it ends up, really. But I feel like we could see a lot more stops before the hour this time. I think people were quite reluctant to first time around. I don't really know why, but people were quite reluctant to first time around. But this time, I don't know. I get the feeling that a few people might just say that you know, I will come in early here because we are going to get the benefit from a cooler track later on.
Yeah, and yeah, potentially you'd want to put your faster driver in for those stints later on to try and give them a track in slightly more of an optimum state, I guess. But remember, when it comes to, I'm assuming it's the same for this round, because normally we speak of the driver limits and how there's a minimum and a maximum. There's a maximum driver time and no minimum, particularly in the 9-hour races. 4 hours and 20 minutes is the maximum driver time in the 9-hour race. Not 100% sure as to what it is in this. I'm assuming it'll probably be 3 hours and 15. But that's if you're taking it all the way up to the end of the 65-minute stint as well. Effectively, it'll be 3 or 4 stints. I'm going to hope that Ewan O'Leary's scrolling through the rulebook ASAP here, because I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately. And you're normally quite quick with the rulebook.
What do you want me to look for, though?
The maximum driver time.
I don't even have to. I know that. It's 3 hours 15.
What a guess from me.
It's almost like you know.
I didn't know. I just guessed. I took a wild assumption. It's a 6-hour race versus a 9-hour race. It's normally 4 hours and 20 in the 9-hour race. So you'd assume take a stint off of that.
You would need 3 drivers, obviously, for qualifying, because you need 3 different drivers to do the 3 different sections if you make it to Q3. But as far as the rules go, there's no minimum drive time, so you wouldn't need all 3 drivers for the race if you don't want.
Surely it's written in there as a technicality that you've got to use all 3 drivers.
Yes, but I've yet to find it.
And to be fair, even if it's not written in the rule book, the ACC might not like it as well.
That's true. Oh, so anyone that qualifies it... Yeah, but the race server is different to the qualifying server, so it might not know if you...
True.
We're treating the server like it's a living, breathing thing here.
Like how in the commentary booth here, we're just sort of like, so how could we get around this?
Should we interview the server?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. We could next time Luke's back on, we'll interview him as the server. See if we can do a good robot impression. But we'll have to wait and see. Chain Ballas Esports on our screen at the moment. Closing down on the Grip Packs Engineering. Kundakcioglu also not too far behind. I don't think it's the car directly behind. I think it's the one more back from that is the 123 Burst Esports machine. I'm not sure which one it is that's directly behind. That was the one that was sent off earlier on in this race. I know that for sure.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm still looking through for these. There is a technicality. All 3 drivers need to drive. So yes.
So there's no minimum driver time, but there's no minimum. You've got to drive. There
is a maximum, but you do have to drive. So I guess that means that there technically is a minimum, and it is 1 lap. I guess.
Through a technicality, yes, I guess so. I believe, by the way, it was the ST Racing car that was directing. I was trying to find out what their team name was. But yes, like I say, there's no minimum, but there is a minimum. That's what we're getting at from here.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, sorry, leaving you on your own there, out in the dark a little bit. But I was looking for a rule book. I wasn't very present there for a moment.
I think you normally are.
Well, some would say, yeah. But yeah, no. That I guess 1 lap is the minimum, and we will see all 3 drivers drive because, as you say, there is a technicality there to make sure that everybody does get into the car at some point. And maybe you'd want that throughout a 6-hour race anyway. 3 hours in a 6-hour period might be a bit too much for some, but I'm sure some of these drivers could have managed it.
Yes. Well, I mean, we did, like I said last year, we did have a race at 24 Hours of Daytona where it was well known that one certain driver did decide to do 10 and a quarter hours. Go Van Keely it was. 10 and a quarter hours in one stint. No, thank you. As expected, Tobias Pfeffer and the Unicorns of Love machine into the pit lane slightly early, as was Boga Raditsky, who'd lost out recently to Luke Whitehead as well in that grouping. These two in the pit lane slightly earlier, 4 hours, 5 minutes left to go in the race. Like I said, we do expect most of them will be pitting closer to the hour mark than the norm, just because of how the tyre wear works in this car, but alas, some coming in even earlier than that to rectify some of their issues from earlier. Obviously, we did have that interview with Niels Niox earlier on in this race, where he was explaining that the tyres do typically go off sort of every 10 or so laps, really. So it's just it can affect you things, a little bit more every sort of 10 or so laps. It gets worse and worse and worse, as you'd kind of expect. But with the temperature coming down ever so slightly, some people will want to get onto that tyre, that new tyre early. It's come down about 5 degrees in the last 10 minutes.
Certainly has, and that's going to have a big effect on the next stint, where drivers will be able to just push that little bit harder. Plus, the cloud cover has really helped with that, keep the ambient temperature down, or at least shut it down a little bit. And it's too late in the day really for it to heat up again. So the cloud cover has come at the right time. As long as it doesn't rain again, or for the first time today, for the second time this season. Sorry, I meant again this season, really, not again today. As long as it doesn't rain, I think these drivers will be pretty pleased to see the clouds come over and just those temperatures come down at that little bit. I wonder if it affects these tyres that they're actually on right now, though, whether it's, once you've started and once you're this deep into a stint, does it really matter what the temperatures are doing anymore, because you're just struggling anyway? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we did just see Igor Rodriguez, of course, our race leader, both hands on the wheel, as we were expecting. He did have both hands back in Monza as well. But obviously did the first round of the season with just one hand on the wheel when he was doing incredibly fast lap times. Low Fuel Motorsport's going to lose out a little bit of track position here, not an actual race position. Of course, they are trying to close down in on Lopez, who's recently got through in the Aspar Racing Esports machine. But that one coming through was, of course, the 142 that is a bit further up the order, the Simulator Pro by Vides machine. Whitehead into the pit lane, curiously, a little bit earlier, so he might have used a little bit too much of his tyres, as they're all making a bit of a mess of the chicane. Aspar going in a little bit too deep, bit of oversteer as well. It's going to slow the Simulator Pro by Vides machine out all the way around that final corner, and again, a slow exit for them, and Jorge Lopez having a bit of a mare there.
Did. I don't think he would have been able to do much to hold Abelanzi behind him anyway, but he should be able to get through now, and this should be slam dunk really for Abelanzi. Outside line at turn 1 gives the inside for 2, but this is not done by any means. Lopez able to hang it round there and shove the 142 to the outside into turn 3. Hopefully do the switch back into turn 4, but this battle's going to go on for some time.
Honestly, I completely forgot I was actually for position after the issues for the 142 earlier, straight down the inside, and the position has been switched. Of course, Abelanzi, having come into the pit lane earlier, fresh tyres on the car. They need to get on with it. They don't want to get slowed down too much by this grouping, and unfortunately did get slowed down a little bit by the grouping. But of course, they're free to race. No blue flags in that scenario. It's just how it goes. Abelanzi does manage to get back through. Obviously, as much as that car is the one with the fastest lap, it was Abelanzi who set the fastest lap of this race, so putting in potentially their fast driver, but we'll have to wait and see as to which one it's actually going to be. A few time penalties as well to be dished out that they'll be taking in the pit stop. SMP with another penalty, this one being a 5-second time penalty rather than a drive-through. Obviously, you've got Valentin Barrier, Brabham Esports, they've got a 10-second time penalty. Low Fuel Motorsports having a 5-second time penalty, and the 911 Hello YouTube car that's been off on the gravel trap in the final corner, they've also got a 5-second time penalty to serve in their pit stop. Meanwhile, we are heading into busy town in the pit lane as quite a lot of our contingent come in.
Yeah, it's about the right time, really. On the hour, it's when you want to be in, really. Sorry, it is expected at this stage, and it's a very different race, as we've been saying time and time again, to what we see in the GT3s, where you traditionally want to go as long as you can at this time in the race. Try and shorten that final pit stop. It's really not the case with the tyre situation we've got here. You want to get off the tyres as quickly as possible, really, and that on the hour mark seems to be the best choice. But there are a few going for something a little bit different, especially looking forward to seeing when the 85 of Lucas Matejka comes into the pit lane, because he went very, very long, his teammate did, in that first stint. Could have nearly 10 minutes yet until we see that 85 in.
And yeah, with how the tyre wear is, typically I'd be like, is it really a good call to be trying to go that long? But realistically, they're not seeming to kill their tyres over a long period like we're seeing from quite a lot of others. And it is something which will work out quite advantageous later on, not only for a shorter pit stop for the team racing point car, but because comparatively to where they are with other people, yes, I know they're also going to have their issues where people are going to be around fresh tyres around them for a few laps, but they will end up being on slightly lesser worn tyres for most of the stint. Like, for example, let's say, for example, they do go for another 10 minutes, right? And it means that they'll have a 55-minute window where they'll be closing in on people that will have slightly 10 minutes more worn tyres if they can reach up to that window. Now, yes, of course, it ebbs and flows. There's always going to be positives and negatives to both sides of the strategy. But when most people are aiming to pit around the hour mark, I don't think it's a bad idea to try and extend it as you would typically do in standard GT3 racing, like kind of copying that strategy, but just trying to really keep those tyres on the car and looking after them properly.
It is a little bit more complicated, of course, because you say that they will be gaining throughout that entire 50-minute stint, but you've got to remember that it will be very small gains compared to the undercut. We've seen the tyre fall off nearly about 2 seconds in this one, and when you put fresh tyres on versus those really old ones, they're getting 2 seconds a lap. That's a real advantage. We're talking here, with 10-minute fresher tyres. I can't quite do the maths there, but I don't know what you're going to be getting. Maybe 2 temps a lap, maybe at best. 3 temps. Don't really know, but it's not quite as big of a gap. It's not quite as obvious. It's obviously nuanced as well, and it's not quite as linear as we're making it out. Which I'm just trying to simplify it for my brain, really. It is complicated, but I don't mind the strategy at all. I think it's a good idea. You're never going to beat the likes of Williams Esports BS competition by doing exactly the same thing as them. So why not do something different, especially as a team like this?
Well, say if it was if say for example it was a 10th and a half difference, right? Well, with how long these stints are, they're roughly 34 laps, which means over that stint you're gaining back a considerable portion of time. I say considerable, but 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds, depending on how well you can make that really, really stick through that sequence. But that 5, 6, 7 seconds, you would lose that. Like say, if it's 2 seconds a lap faster on fresh tyres, you're losing that 6 laps in the 3 laps difference, and that ratio will actually lower slightly, will equalise slightly the further you go through. Like I say, it takes quite a spreadsheet to work out what the fastest way is, and my spreadsheet ain't set up for that. So we'll allow the teams to do the maths, and we will sit back and enjoy it. Meanwhile, Williams Esports, Igor Rodriguez have been to the pit lane, handing over the driving duties over to Tinko van der Velde. I think they are switching on every step, which we do typically see from Williams Esports, which would suggest that potentially Dara McCormack will be in the next stint. But I'd almost want to go Tinko van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez, Tinko van der Velde, Dara McCormack. I want Dara in at the end of the race. Yeah, exactly. It depends whether they're going to actually do a pattern or whether they're going to think about it a little bit more like that. I think having him, as Matejka comes in now, so it's only an hour, only an hour. Not quite as far as he was able to go last time. So interesting call there. But yeah, it makes sense to have McCormack in at the end, I know. But if you're trying to shorten that final stint as much as possible, I'd want McCormack in there for as long as possible. Try and stretch out that stint time. So I'd have him in second last, so he can maximise the amount of laps that he does out there, compared to having him in right to the end, because he might only do 45, 50 minutes. Yeah. Just about how aggressive he turned in there. I thought Mitchell Towson might have had a bit of a problem, but his main problem is the fact that he's got a West Competition racing car directly ahead. To agree to your point earlier, you were saying when you were with Luke, yeah, it doesn't look like a West Competition racing car to me. I'm normally a massive fan of the West Competition racing car. I'm just going to say it now, just in case they are listening. I hope this is a temporary livery, just for this round, this car, this scenario, or whatever, rather than the standard. Because I really, really like the West Competition racing liveries as standard. I'm not a massive fan of that. I think it is a one-off for it. I'm sure if we looked a little bit closer, we'll probably see a little bit more explanation as to what's going on, but I think it is probably more likely a one-off livery just for this round. It almost looks like an Argentinian flag. Maybe they're just big supporters of the World Cup.
I'm not anymore.
Well, no, because it's over and we didn't win.
I'm not when it's on, especially because we didn't win. But anyway, that was quite an experience, by the way. Trying to. That
was the last round of the VCO and LFM FLExTREME.
When FLExTREME was on, the World Cup was still on, and it was quite wild, I'll admit. Trying to work that out. Lewis trying to pass off his points just as a penalty is about to be kicked.
Thank you.
Just so I can talk while he's watching the penalty get kicked. But anyway, all fun and games. I'm sure. I do wonder. It does make me wonder a little bit what the teams do in those sort of situations when there is, something else going on in whatever it may be that you're sort of interested in as well. Because obviously in the sort of more sprint format, you're sort of 100% focused on the driving all of the time, because it's an individual thing, but this is a team thing where you could be spending upwards of maybe over 2 hours in this race out of the car. So how focused are they actually on the race is my would be one of my questions, because it's you're not needed sometimes. It's not necessary to watch. So I do wonder how much attention some of these drivers pay sometimes.
Probably most of the time quite a bit of attention, you'd hope anyway. When there are various things that are happening outside of the racing, sometimes it'd be very easy to be like, well, yeah, of course the racing is the priority, and so you kind of forget about that. But we're all human at the end of the day, and there are sometimes some things, whether it is a sporting thing or whatever, that you want to focus on outside of the world of sim racing, whether it's in the world of motorsport or the sport as a general thing. Typically in endurance racing, when you've got 3 drivers, or even some of the longer races when you've got 4, it's typically not everyone in the car, cares the same amount about everything, which means that you generally have quite. We had this when I was doing the endurance racing, the virtual endurance championship, where there were some things that some of us cared about, something that some didn't. So you could strategize your own driver stints around that. To kind of make things work. Thankfully, by that point, I don't really care about anything. So apart from the racing, and so I was the easy one. I was the one that was just thrown in when all the football matches was on, because the idea of watching club football was horrible to me. Now look at me.
I don't believe that you were the easy one in the group. Actually, I'm not going to believe that.
What do you mean?
Oh, definitely. Don't worry.
No, what do you mean?
But what I was going to say as well on that was, just how much. I've lost my friend entirely now because I was insulting you.
Only focused on the insult, not focused on the point.
I was far too focused on insulting you to remember quite what I was going to say about this. It might come back to me later, but it might not be relevant by then. But who really
He's
knows?
spinning enough until it comes back into his mind.
I am, yeah. I can't do it. You're going to have to carry on before I remember.
Well, we'll just focus on the lap traffic that they're navigating at the moment. Victor Nicolai being slowed down ever so slightly by it. Not too much, but I'm sure there'll be a couple of frustrations there for Victor Nicolai. It does make its way past as the Racing Western Sport machine. You can see Luke Whitehead in that 4th position. Abeladze also closing in after being slowed down through the stint ever so slightly. Again, they'll all be focused on extending the tyre life. It's a little trickier when you're going around some of this lap traffic to look after the tyres, to keep them as part of the machine nice and comfortable, but also getting through the lap traffic cleanly, methodically, smoothly, quickly. It's not an easy balance to hold.
No, and we're getting to that stage of the race now where it is very important in terms of traffic management, and I think one of the most important circuits for it as well, because it's hard to overtake a car for position, of course, and that's been well documented, but that does mean that lap traffic is not the easiest to negotiate here either. You're just seeing it here. Abeladze having an awkward moment through turn 11 with one of the slower cars. He was able to get through, but I mean, this was a free car train for fourth basically, but it's really spread out.
Yeah, that one being, I believe it's Dave Hardy at the moment, which means I do believe it might be Matthew Shladaki behind. I'm not 100% sure about that one, but there is going to be a switch between those two in the background either way as they battle it out a bit further down after the navigation of lap traffic from this grouping. It's split apart. The battle for fourth place is now a second between each of them, 9/10 of a second. Whitehead to Nikolai, back 9/10 of a second from Nikolai to Abeladze, and Stutsenko 2 seconds behind that.
Yes, it's just still pretty close. There's still plenty of battles going on, even if we haven't seen a battle for the lead happen, all race, pretty much. It's been all Williams Esports so far, but it has been close, and there's been plenty of stuff to watch outside of it. Like this one for 17th position at the moment, the 888 SMP Racing Konkavtsev now through into 17th, and still recovering from what we saw a drive-through penalty on the exit of the pit lane through the first round of stops. Zolobov had a bit of work to do, and Gautsev has got some more to do as well, but the annoying thing for him is that there's 3 hours less for them to recover from a mistake like that.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, yeah, especially with it happening this late in the race. We're obviously a couple of hours into it. Yeah, we've done a third of this race. There's just not that much time left on the table. However, I would say this is a circuit, as much as it's quite hard to pass, although we've seen plenty of overtakes, to be quite honest. Yeah, it can be a bit harder to pass at. But typically, because of how the circuit races, yeah, when it is more tyre focused, I think that it makes it even more possible to actually make it up, because you can do it a little bit more through things like strategy, as opposed to the typical norm where, I mean, yeah, think of it this way: when we go normal GT3 racing, it's everyone's going to pit around about the 62, 63 minute mark because of the 65-minute stint limit, which I don't agree with, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, they'll all pit around that 62, 63 minute mark, and they'll just keep going. And yeah, tyres are okay through a stint, you know, as long as you're not too silly on them. As what I'm saying from Neil, you can actually kind of wrestle the standard GT3 tyres around quite a bit. Yeah, and you just do that, and you times that one by a few, and then you reach checker flag, and you're done. You see it sorted, done. Easy victory. In this, much less so, but it means that because of that, you can actually work your way back up, because there's a lot more of a skill variant that you can bring into your own wheelhouse and focus on using that to move your way forward through the strategy, rather than purely based on overtaking left, right, and centre.
Yeah, I must admit, I agree that the 65-minute stint rule is a terrible
idea.
Yeah, it's a really bad idea, and I still don't like it. But I mean, it's used in real life, so I guess we've got to simulate it as well from time to time. But I do feel that this race possibly is more exciting as a result of it, because the fact that you can't go any longer, I believe, although I've not driven this car, of course, I've not driven ACC, but from my experience with Porsche Cup cars, they would be able to go quite a lot further than the 65 minutes, maybe. Especially
I don't think the
so?
tank's big enough in this car. No.
Well, no. I just wondered if, wondering aloud really, whether they could try and do a race like this on 4 stops rather than 5, by cutting out what you need 72-minute stints. Whether they could manage that, but
I don't think so. I think I'm not 100% sure about the Cup car. I know from the GT3, the standard GT3.
The GT3 wouldn't know.
The Bentley could. The Bentley could, I reckon. The Bentley could cut out a pit stop, because it could typically go up to. It's got a stonking tank in that thing, and it is a stonking tank.
It is, yeah. It certainly is. I mean, yeah, it's more focused on this race really. And I guess the BMW race as well. Whether they could maybe, it could have maybe stretched out to a 4-stop. 5 stint race, but obviously they won't be because of the 65-minute rule. But I think because of that rule, maybe it's been made slightly more exciting, because it does make these drivers make 5 pit stops. You've got a little bit of flexibility in there to do what you want. I mean, we've seen Unicorns of Love pitting in quite early here. We've seen for example, in the first stint and the second a little bit. The 85 going quite long. BS Competition went quite long under that last stint. So the limit has introduced a bit of variation into the race.
If it were my world, we'd absolutely detonate that stint limit. I mean, it's just make it. If you have to have it for whatever reason, just make it something ridiculous, like, I don't know, 120 minutes. There you go, done. You got to pick, just so it's there. But like, no one's ever going to breach that. But it's more so just so it's not there. I'd be more about. I want to see the strategy evolving by itself and see what the teams can do.
What really baffles me as well is that in real life there's safety cars, and then you've still got to pit after 65 minutes, which is really stupid because normally under a safety car you'd save fuel and then go a bit longer, which is what happens in normal series. But you got to come in. It's really bizarre, and it makes quite a lot of
very irate.
This is not particularly irate, really.
Don't get me started on it over, guys. I'm listening to this conversation.
We
spoke about this the other day. Furious with this.
It's not a good rule. It is not a good rule. Thanks, Luke, for jumping in. He realised that it was a good discussion we had a couple of days ago, and by discussion I mean it was just two old people having I don't know, we're just having a bit of a ding dong. Just saying about how much we don't like it.
Yeah, a bit of a rant, I think they call it. That doesn't surprise me. But I mean, you rant about quite a few things, to be fair.
That's true.
But it's justified here. I mean, it's quite annoying, really. But I mean, these drivers are just getting on with it, I suppose. It's been the case on ACC for so long that I guess it's maybe something that doesn't even cross some people's mind at this point. Yeah,
like I say, I mean, one of the first chapters that I did on ACC, which was the SimGrid VCO World Cup, which was 2 years ago, we had 75-minute stint limits, which was at least okay because then the Bentleys could actually go as far as they really could. But with 65, you just can't really do much. Anyway, we'll not waffle about that too much, otherwise we'll just proceed to be angry for the next 4 hours, 3 hours 40 minutes, something like that. We'll keep our eyes focused on what's going on, because what is going on, whilst the Williams Esports car is leading the race, it is being closed down. Gregor Schill now down to 2.2 seconds as BS Competition are closing in. They finished second in the previous race and looking to maybe go one better in this, 2.1 seconds. And whilst that is quite a nice gap, the battle for fourth is absolutely on, because Whitehead's feeling the pressure at the moment. Again, a bit of lap traffic to deal with. Pulse is the car directly ahead of them, but you can see that pressure being built up onto the shoulders of Whitehead, courtesy of Victor Nicolai.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Pulse are being threatened here for getting a lap put on them, but the field really starting to spread out now. 2 hours and 20 nearly into this race. Victor Nicolai certainly seems to be a little bit quicker than Luke Whitehead at the moment, and that is, I suppose, a little bit of a surprise. Nicolai is a very strong driver, but Whitehead's very strong as well. We saw that, especially in qualifying. Very, very good driver. So, a little bit surprised, but these two maybe just running in tandem, really. Maybe Nicolai has no intention of going through here at all, and he is just staying behind. But I think he would like to get a move on, really, because might be able to challenge for a podium if he does, although it's 9 seconds up the road.
Yeah, it's 9 seconds, but still it's 3 hours 40. There's plenty of time to do so, and you don't want to be stuck behind someone for too long, I'd suspect. I'd agree with you. I think Victor Nicolai will want to get on with this a little bit more rather than just sat behind Luke White. He's plenty fast enough, don't get me wrong. He's a quick peddler in ACC. But Victor Nicolai and the Race Anywhere Sim Sports squad, they're looking for good things in this championship. They're looking for good things to start off the year. And you're not going to get good things by sitting behind someone and waiting unless it's a patient, strategic move. This time, though, I'm not sure he's going to be close enough to make anything stick, because Nicolai is not close enough going down into that first corner to do anything. Sub 2 seconds, though, for the race. It's the first time that we've seen that in about 2 hours of racing, as we'll see if Schill can properly close. I'm going to say, absolutely, Gregor Schill is going to get to Tinko van der Velde, but is there going to be a move? Although I say absolutely, To be fair, Abeladze had that with Dara McCormack earlier on, got it down to within 0.7 of a second in the opening sort of 20 minutes of the race, and then Dara McCormack went, yeah, okay, well, nice that you burnt out your tyres, but also see ya, and then he cleared off by about 7 seconds.
Yeah, I think though that this situation is going to be different. We saw that Gregor Schill in qualifying, I think it was Q2 was that he did, Q1 certainly did Q3, but one of the preceding ones topped that session. Had good qualifying pace and showed himself, well, he's showing now that he's got good race pace as well here. So I do trust that while he is bringing in this gap, he is also bearing his tyres a little bit, although it is hard to know given that we haven't seen him drive all day just yet, just how sparing he is going to be with these tyres. We'll wait and see, but it doesn't look like, or I don't believe anyway, that Schill is just going to shred these tyres to pieces. I think he is going to bring this margin down though. I just don't think there will be any point in him trying to overtake Van der Velde when/if he gets there.
Not unless there is an easy move to be seen, which typically you'd say there's not going to be, because those easy moves come from mistakes. And like I say, I would suspect that Tinker Van der Velde, I mean, you kind of be sat there being like, oh, I'm sure their heart's racing and everything. I'm sure, honestly, in that Williams Esports camp, they're still pretty calm, because that car's closing in whether they like it or not. They can't. They can either react and try and go faster and burn out their tyres, or they can just keep doing what they're doing and just be calm about it. Being calm is the main aim in a car like this. The more panicked and stressed you get, the more likely you're going to drive erratically. The more likely it is that you are going to burn out the tyres. So best not to do that. Armamentario though, under a little bit of pressure. Kopstov behind the wheel of the Armamentario car, and Chesse behind the wheel of the Retro Drivers by TX3 car that's closed right into the rear end. Back up though with Victor Nicolai, who is still unable to find a pathway past Luke Whitehead, who's, to be honest, just doing everything right at this point in that GTWR car, just holding the line, hitting the apex, driving cleanly, driving consistently, driving smoothly, and being impossible to pass.
Well, yeah, Whitehead's doing everything right by doing nothing at all, really, because he's staying on the racing line, running his race, keeping his pace, and that's all he needs to do at this stage. Things could get a little bit more sticky for everybody when they catch these three. This is a battle for 30th place. They're already comfortably a lap down. RCI Esports really struggling. Benjamin Hellerman now at the wheel of this one. Verstappen was struggling a little bit earlier on as well, despite starting his stint on the fringes of the top 15. They're now outside the top 30. Don't know what's quite happened to RCI Esports really, especially after
podium.
Yeah, exactly. Podium last time out. They're 7th in the standings right now. It's possibly the biggest surprise in terms of those who are really down the order at the moment. There's nobody inside the top 10 in the standings having a really torrid time like they are.
I mean, I've got to say, RCI Esports, not a bad squad at all. I would say this is too low for them, but then this is too low for quite a lot of the grid, right? Pretty much anyone back here, you'd be like, well, yeah, but they can probably be up inside the top 20 or 30. I think their goal typically would be to be around 20th, right? And that sounds like it's being a little bit disrespectful. They did just get a podium, but I think that podium was such an incredible drive from the RCI Esports team that I think even they know that being able to repeat that on a round by round basis in this championship is not realistic. They had a good opportunity on the lower weight. They maximised on the conditions brilliantly. They didn't make the mistakes through the first complex of corners like everyone else. They didn't make mistakes throughout the race. They had what was as near as makes no difference, a 9-hour pretty much perfect race, and they showed it, and the result shows it. That's great. But doing that each round is not likely. I'd suspect that they should be somewhere in that 15th to 20th margin. So somewhere in there would be pretty happy and comfortable for them. This is a bit low, and what they're going to have to do is jump out of the way. They've got the Absolute car directly behind. Is that the RCI car? Yeah, it is. Absolute car directly behind, and then of course Whitehead and that GTWR machine driving its way through. Absolute gets out of the way one way and then the other. And Racing Hero Simsport can come through as well, and the battle for 4th place continues. Meanwhile, Abeladze is lost out to Mikhail Stutsenko in the battle for 6th position in the recent past.
Very generous backmarking there from the Absolute Motorsport car, and not so generous from RCI Esports, but nor would you expect it, because that was maybe overly generous, to be honest, from Absolute. Through the chicane goes RCI, and now they'll be under pressure once more, but that gap has just opened up ever so slightly. Whitehead made a nice dive into the final chicane there on the first of those 3 cars, and that's really allowed some space to open up between the two. Nikolai's going to have to just close that in once more, but I don't think it bothers Whitehead whether Nikolai is attached to the back of that Porsche or whether he's a few seconds behind. Whitehead's just running his race and running his pace at the moment. He's unbothered by Nikolai from what it looks like, and he should be unbothered as well. These two need to really run their own race at this point if they want anything better than 4, because there is a danger that if it continues like this, it could be an unclosable gap to the podium.
Yeah, although, like I say, Whitehead's just doing that. I mean, to be fair, when it comes to going around a racetrack, spookily enough, this is a weird one, bit of advice for those of you coming into the world of sim racing. Typically, the fastest way around the racetrack is it's the racing line, spookily enough. And if you don't deviate from that, if you don't take defensive lines coming into this chicane, then typically you're on the fastest line, which means you're getting a good exit, which means the car behind can't really catch you, because like you see, that drive off is just about good enough to pull 3 car lengths onto the start-finish straight, which I know Slipstream's quite good in this, but it might just be 3 car lengths is about the limit. Any more than that, or any less than that rather, and then you're definitely going to be in trouble into that first corner. But it's just about enough to keep that car held off. Then of course, you've got the odd little bits setup-wise I believe they can do, which will make some things, but for the most part, not really too much in the way of difference. All these cars are very, 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 very similar, i.e. they're identical. But if you just follow the racing line, if you just keep ticking those off, hitting every apex, hitting every braking zone, and not panicking too much, not driving in your mirrors, 9 times out of 10, that car behind is unlikely to be able to pass without a big, big, big send.
Yeah, it's very hard to work a move here at Barcelona without any mistakes, without anything going wrong for Whitehead. Here I don't think Nikolai's going to find a way through, but at the same time I don't think he'll want to find a way through either. He'll just want to stay in the wheel tracks here and try and keep those podium drivers as close as they possibly can at this stage. It's a difficult situation, and a frustrating one as well, you'd imagine. Especially when you're trying to get through, you're trying to wait for that mistake that just isn't coming. It's a really, really tricky situation. It's the one that he finds himself in, and I feel we're going to find ourselves in this situation many more times today, including maybe in the battle for the race lead.
Yeah, we are very much closing in up that section of the racetrack. It's under a second now between Tinko van der Velde and Gregor Schill. Of course, we've got the 3 tenths between these two, Whitehead versus Nikolai. A couple of other tighter battles showing Mulo rather in 13th, just a second back to Jonas Sovalainen, who's not too far clear of Killian Ryan Mean, and also various other battles up and down the order. Abeladze and Stetsenko, 1.3 seconds. Obviously that switch has happened recently and Stetsenko's been able to get through. Castorino and Yonkers not too far apart. But yes, this battle here for 4th, very close, and about as close as it's been. Whitehead having a lot of pressure over the rear end. Victor Nikolai almost getting into the rear end going through turn 3. But then Gregor Schill and Tinko van der Velde half an hour away from the pit stops, the expected pit stops. And Gregor Schill for BS Competition has already closed in that gap to this driver here, Tinko van der Velde, race leader for Williams Esports. There's been a stint apiece at Williams Esports. It's been Tinko van der Velde and the wheel for the last half an hour. Igor Rodriguez before that. And then, of course, pole sitter Dara McCormack. Great look there at a black screen. But Tinko van der Velde is doing everything he can. Not driving in the dark, driving in the beautiful Spanish sunshine, trying to keep that BS Competition car at bay.
That was cruel.
Thank you.
From you there. There is Gregor Schill at the moment with the, what I would describe as distracting double screen stack there. But clearly he likes it. And as you mentioned, Williams and BS Competition going through almost the same pattern with their drivers, getting them all through to do some driving in the first half of the race. We'll see if that pattern remains the same for the second half, whether they go in the same order once again. Maybe they're going to take the rare decision to go 2 hours in a row. That would be a novelty. but we'll wait and see if that happens a little bit later. I can't really see Schill making any attempts here, but maybe this is a little bit of an illustration of the point you were making earlier about pitting a little bit later. I don't think we can call it an overcut, but you could just say that Schill has been slowly clawing that Williams Esports car back. He'll have a few laps fresher tyres, and just ever so slightly he's benefited from that, by a little bit every single lap, and maybe that's played into his hands a little bit as well in this one. But I just think overall that Schill just has that little bit of an edge at the moment.
Yeah, you're talking like half a tenth a lap. You're talking about nothing crazy, really. Some laps have been up towards a 2, maybe even 3/10 margin, but typically it's around the same kind of a region. You might have to question potentially they're overdoing the tyres ever so slightly. By the way, is Gregor Schill driving in a BS competition? Sorry, no, it's not BS. BMW Sim Racing t-shirt. Certainly looks like one.
I can't really see.
I can't really see. No, unfortunately, for one, it's quite small, and also quality. But I think it's got that purple, which I'd normally expect from a BMW Sim Racing, their esports shirts, which would be hilarious because it is a Porsche race. So each their own on that one. Tinko van der Velde, they're out a little bit wide going through the final complex, but has carried the speed using the what Luke called the Verstappen curb on the exit of the on the exit of the penultimate, final chicane, the penultimate corner. Slammed over it, worked pretty well, and he gave it a good look, did Gregor Schill?
He did. I'm not sure if I missed part of the story on the Verstappen, to be honest. I must be forgetting something because I don't remember. But anyway, he did certainly have a look in towards turn 1 there, just trying to get in the mirrors a little bit, and there he is again, just weaving around, getting in the mirrors of Van der Velde. Looks like he maybe does want to go through here, trying to get into Van der Velde's head a little bit, and maybe try and make this move and push on. Maybe he feels like, I am actually quicker at this stage, and it wouldn't be very beneficial for me to stay behind here and save fuel, because what am I going to gain from that? I'm going to gain far more from overtaking you and trying to pull a gap on you before the next round of pit stops.
Ewan O'Leary was wrong. Say that he didn't think Gregor Schill was going to go for it.
Not for the first time.
Very much it looks like he is going to go for it. Sorry. No comment on that one. Look, we're all wrong in the commentary booth. I think as commentators, I think we're wrong about 90% of the time. Yeah. It's our job to be wrong. I don't know if Floyd Haas, for our big boss, will be particularly pleased if we're going around saying, no, our job is to be wrong, mate. But alas, in this race, Gregor Schill, I'm kind of glad you might be a little bit wrong on this one, because if he was going to close all the way up and then think, I'm just going to sit here for another half hour.
Yeah.
It's a battle for the race lead. It's a battle for a potential victory in 3.5 hours' time. And it's moves made now that could make all of the difference. There was a look down into the first corner. Will there be this time by?
Well, he's not quite got the best run that he's ever had, but Van der Velde still feels the need to defend, or at least show that he has intent to defend this position, as if he needed to show that off to anybody. Of course, he's going to try and hold on to this race lead in towards turn number 1. Maybe it does look like we're going to get a bit more of a fight. Sometimes you say things that come off really well, sometimes you don't. But as I say, I'm very glad that I was wrong on that occasion. We look like we're going to get a nice fight here for the race lead. Both Williams Esports and BS Competition look like they want to lead this race right now. Williams Esports look like they want to hold BS Competition back almost. And Gregor Schill feels like he can push on if he had the clean air out front.
And let's not forget the position that these two teams hold in this championship. Of course, the team that we're on board with here, our championship leaders, obviously leaving 2022. They'd done the work with that second place finish at Monza, a fourth place at Kota, which holds them at the top of the standings. Who's the car directly behind them? It's Williams Esports, the race winners at Kota, 8th position at Monza on that recovery drive, and just 6 points separating these two at the front of my foot. It was always going to be down to races like this, and let's be honest, between these two, I mean, you couldn't pick between them. They're fantastic teams. One team that I would have suspected coming into this round that would have been amongst them would have been the 14, the Unicorns of Love, who have had a couple of issues in this championship. Obviously, we're second at Kota. We're a bit of a struggle here at Barcelona as things begin to cool down even more so. But Gregor Schill, I mean, these two are both wrestling this car around as much as they can. Absolutely so. And I suspect Gregor Schill's not going to have an opportunity down to turn 1, but surely he's thinking about it coming up into turn 4, watching the line difference they have going through 1, 2 and 3. I think that's where he's trying to make his move.
Yeah, certainly. It looks like he is trying to just work on that at the moment. The clouds coming over, as you say. Maybe that's helping a little bit with these two, just able to push that a little bit more. He does seem stronger though in the first 3 corners, does Schill, although he ends up very wide here. No run at all really into 4. He won't be able to go through there. But a couple of interesting things to note there. I might be jumping the gun with this, to be honest, but this does seem to me that the race, that this championship is being defined as a 2-horse race almost between Williams Esports and BS Competition, given the gap they had over the others going into this, which wasn't significant, but the gap I'm imagining it's going to be after this, given the way that it's developing right now. But also with that pole position, Williams Esports, I believe, did take a net championship lead because of those few points that you get in qualifying, but it's nothing really major to note.
Yeah, it's
like a point, innit?
it adds up over a season, all those little points that you can get here and there. But this is kind of where I'm wondering, is Tinko van der Velde driving to a number? Which you'd kind of say, surely it's crazy to drive to a number with a car all over your rear end. But to be honest, I kind of almost think that's what Luke Whitehead's been doing in that Battle for Fords. He's been driving to a number to not overdo those tyres. The reason why I say that, because Luke Crane did point out to us in our little commentary chat room thing where we can send messages to each other, that Dominic Bly, now I know it's 11.1 seconds, but it is a good point. Dominic Bly, 3 laps in a row, has been half a second faster than these two that we're looking at here, than Gregor Schill and Tinko van der Velde. Kind of telling that Tinko van der Velde might be driving to a lap time just to purely look after those tyres, because if he overdrives them, trying to react to Gregor Schill's pace, then he's going to be a sitting duck whether he likes it or not. Whereas now that he's kind of looked after his tyres, that he's not overdone them, yes, he's got a car all over the rear end, but he's got the tyres to be able to do something about.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all a little bit mind games almost, and trying to work out quite what's going on in terms of these drivers, who's got what left, and or everything that comes with that. I do feel though that Victor Nicolai is being a lot less aggressive with Luke Whitehead than Gregor Schill is being with Tinko van der Velde at the moment. That Whitehead is feeling less pressure from the race anywhere Simsport car behind him than van der Velde is feeling from BS Competition right now, and I feel like that is allowing Luke Whitehead to very consistently and calmly and almost without, as if nothing's happening, as you say, he's driving to a number. But for van der Velde, it's a lot more difficult to drive to a number when, first of all, they would like to keep BS Competition behind them for as long as possible, and I think they have to, but also the amount of pressure being put upon them is a lot higher because of all of those factors. So it's a lot of a different situation, and we're about to add even more ingredients into this boiling mixture as well, because there's about 4 lap cars in the next few laps for them to negotiate.
Yeah, it's been, I'm going to say it now, the first half of this race has been a quality first half. Absolutely loving it, and after the ups and downs of Monza, this is what we expect from a split of this level, in the cash split, knowing how high the ability level is of all these drivers. Getting past the 333 car, they'll make their way past the start-finish straight. But again, if you want to go and see some of the other splits, we'll throw out yet another reminder. You've seen it pop up a couple of times, you've seen it in chat a couple of times, that you can go and watch the rivals and the challenges splits. If you're on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, you can click the command center button, the watching command center, which is sort of around where you can see the subscribe button and the follow button, which you can probably do with clicking, so you can keep up to date with everything that's happening VCO Esports wise, all the broadcasts that we do. But you can go and see what's happening in the other splits, as well as joining in with more of the community. As we can see, potentially a move now from Nicolai. What a move that is, around the outside of the first corner. That is absolutely superb. He's bided his time perfectly, and Victor Nicolai with an absolutely sensational send around the outside of the first corner. Perfect space given, but Whitehead's not going to give this one up.
Oh, great driving as well to defend on the exit of turn 3, give himself the inside for turn 4, and he'll give himself position 4 as well with that. Fantastic driving from Victor Nicolai. First of all, inch perfect into turn 1. He gave Luke Whitehead the exact right amount of space on the inside line there. Didn't squeeze him up on the curb, didn't squeeze him up on the grass. There was no contact, but there was also barely a paper's width between them. in the end, that just squeezed Whitehead enough to make sure that Nikolai could take the position through turn 2. But he saw what was happening behind him, did Nikolai. He stayed tight on the exit of turn 3 to make sure that Whitehead couldn't get the inside for 4 and race anywhere Simpson up to P4. Fantastic driving there from Nikolai from start to finish in that move.
Yeah, I mean, respect to both of them. That has got to be up there with one of the moves of the day, surely. Well, as we saw that one unfold, and as we tick over another hour done, at least broadcast-wise, we're going to throw Ewan O'Leary out of the commentary booth as the battle for the race lead starts. Bring back in Luke Crane, because Gregor Schill's going forward. He's got to the outside of Tinko van der Velde, who's just about to hang on, but the up and under potentially coming from Gregor Schill. Now, Luke, this is amazing.
Gregor Schill is definitely just going to sit behind Tinko van der Velde. There's no way he is going to fight for the lead, said no one ever apart from Ewan. They are absolutely going to fight here for sure. Gregor Schill wants this. And yeah, again, we're coming towards that pit stop phase, aren't we? About 20 minutes, we would say. And if they're going to start to get onto the similar sort of strategy, you want to be ahead of the other drivers so you can attack the pit lane. But at this stage, I think Gregor Schill has looked after his tyres very, very well. I think Tinko has been on the limit. And this is fascinating. But as I've been mentioning in our chat, I feel like I've been doing some serious maths, by the way. Blyer is absolutely flying. He's another 3 tenths taken out on that previous lap, but he's been held up by traffic for the last 2 laps as well. So if these two duke it out, you know how much time can be lost by going side by side through a few corners. Dominic Blyer may, for Triton Racing, get involved in this.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's certainly not going to be this stint that gets involved. No. But the thing is, doing another, yes, I know that again, lap traffic, you've got Carbon there, you've got Pulse as well. Sure, but you're absolutely right. Lapping around at this kind of speed, you're just bringing yourself back into it. If these two do fight, and I'd suspect if these two, well, they are fighting, but if there is going to be a move, it's not going to be a move that's just going to be completely done. There's going to be more moves coming. And every time there's looks and things like that, like what we've just seen there from Schill, it's a slower exit out onto the start-finish straight. It's a slower lap time being ticked off. It's more time being made up by Triton. And the idea of this becoming a 3-horse race is certainly not impossible. Also,
Triton won't have to negotiate all of this lap traffic by the time they get to the pit stop phase as well. Like, they might have to go through half of this, I reckon, by the time they catch up. But they're not going to have to deal with all of them. So, yeah, Williams and indeed BS Competition, they're going to lose a bit of time. They're going to lose a bit more time, I would say. Also, that livery in front here, I'm not too sure exactly who it is. Looks like the Ultimate Warrior from, like, the 90s in WWE.
So that's probably
look on the bonnet
as well. Yeah, no, I mean,
there's one person out there that'll probably agree. One fan. Jack Keithley will be loving that.
He does love his wrestling. Does Jack Keithley, which means Isaac Price must as well. We won't talk about
they're the same person.
So. Exactly. Do you think Isaac Price is Action Man curtains as well?
I've seen him wear Action Man pants, but that's a different story.
Either way, we'll focus our attention again solely on this race lead. I know there's probably a lot of other battles happening on the race circuit, but how can you take your eyes off of this? The top 2 in the race, the top 2 in the championship, battle for a potential victory down the line. I know we've still got 3 hours and 17 minutes left to go in this race, but I mean, these two have been incredible. What did you have to Williams Esports, though? Do you throw Dara McCormack in the next stint to try and build more of a gap once again, or do you hold on to him for that final stint of the race? It's so easy to make mistakes when it comes to those driver switches, but more time being lost through this lap traffic. It's Pulse that get out of the way, jump back in just ahead of BS Competition, slowing them down a little bit into that final complex of corners. That'll be a big win, at least to a sense for Williams Esports. A little bit of time gain, a little bit of a reprieve that will be sweetly handled by Williams Esports.
That was really dangerous there. I just think if they're too close to just try and dive in between them, just let them both go by. For the sake of half a second, that nearly caused BS Competition to be out of this race, to be honest. That was, a little bit too close for comfort. I want to give a shout out to Victor Nikolai, by the way, and Grantas Caracas. Caracas kind of just looked after the car. Don't get me wrong, in a very quick fashion as well. Looked after the car beautifully well, but Victor Nikolai's got the pace, right? He's understanding the tyres maybe a lot better than everybody else. Also, with the track temperature coming down, he's understanding when to attack. And that move around the outside that we saw down in towards turn number 1, it just should be done more in sim racing, because marbles aren't really replicated like real life. There's grit around the outside of corners, all over the place in sim racing. So I expect to see a bit more of that coming from this race. And as the race progresses, people are going to take more chances. They're going to realise, actually, there is a lot of grip on the outside here. And also, you've then got the inside for the next corner, because the corners come thick and fast around Barcelona. So it was a brilliant move, but I'm expecting to see it from more people.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I think, tidy is the way that you could put it from the pair of them. Like the perfect amount of space was given, but then Whitehead didn't deviate from his line. It was a really, really solid move from both angles of it. And I've always said when it comes to moves, it takes two to tango. And it's why when it comes to the financial reward for the moves, the season move of the race and all that. The financial reward goes to all of the participants in it. It's €50, sure, but it means that for the passer will get €30 and the passee will get 20. If there's 3 in it, then it gets divided by 3 and shifts around. So yeah, sure, if there's more people in it, so in a sense, the better the move, almost the less you might get from it. But I think the important thing is that more that it's both sides of it that receive the prize money for it. Let's see if Gregor Schill could go for it now. Tinko van der Velde got slowed down a little bit, I think, from the Brad Esports guy. He's gone a little bit too deep into the first corner. This could be Gregor Schill coming through. He's got to the outside of the second, but still the door is slammed completely shut heading into 3.
I really want to see that from, and I know you hate it, from the chase cam of Gregor Schill, because that was absolutely, well, nearly delicious. Again, he's gone for the fake once again. He's dummied him twice now. He actually dummied him, that's right, I guess it's the 3rd time, and now he's gone the over and under route. And I tell you what, by the time they come out of turn number 4, when he's slightly ahead of the Williams Esport car, it's completely out of shape, off the circuit, potentially for BS competition. Almost a bit of more argy-bargy. The winner in this situation is going to be Dominic Blyer, by the way, because they will start catching up in that Triton Esports car. But wow, they are getting feisty now. High risk, high reward. They want all the rewards. It's still going on as we head towards that back straight.
Yeah, this is as close as you're going to get for Chase Cam. Obviously riding aboard with Regan Mitchell, Brabham Esports, who is seeing this battle unfolding and probably saw it coming up towards turn 5, then thinking, oh my goodness, that's going to be a huge crash. Alas, they somehow managed to get away from it. Normally you'd say between a couple of groupings, when you see it in sim racing, it's typically luck. Alas, in this occasion, I don't think luck was a part of it. I think that was skill. I mean, the car control from the pair of them not to make a complete mess of that was brilliant. These two are fighting for all they are worth, and it is going to get feistier and feistier. Potentially a little bit too much curb taken there from Tinko van der Velde, and I think Gregor Schill might be once again close enough to try something into turn 1. Will it be inside? Will it be outside? We've seen both sides of the coin work into that first corner. We've got to say it might be a little bit too far back.
Not sure he's going to be close enough, as you just said there, Lewis. I'll tell you one thing now, you're talking about move of the day. For me, that is move of the day. And I know it's not a move per se, but I think Tinko van der Velde keeping hold of that car. If Williams go on to win this race, that for me is move of the day. And again, I know it's not an overtake, but that is unbelievable. To save a GT3 car is difficult. To save a car like this, once you've lost complete weightlessness of the car, once you've lost complete ability to steer the car out of danger, that is incredible. Absolutely phenomenal from Tinko van der Velde. And again, I just think that needs to be celebrated, because I'm telling you now, I'm in a wall there. 100 times out of 100.
Same. I ain't saving that. I'm certainly going straight on at turn 5 if I have those kind of moments. I mean, I would say I want to see a replay of it, but it's hard to take your eyes off of these two at the moment. The battle so close, you never know when that move is going to come right now, because Schill is all over the rear end of van der Velde, not allowing the Williams Esports driver to breathe at all. But the thing that will be the breathing factor is that we're only really about 10 minutes away from the pit lane sequence. Let's take a look at the entire thing. I mean, just talk us through all of this, because it's just brilliant.
Yeah, after 2 kind of dummies set by Gregor Schill, it actually forced Tinko van der Velde to be looking in the mirror, ran ever so slightly wide through 1, then through 2, got it nicely into shape once again, but then through 3, ran ever so slightly wide. Schill trying to find a little overlap up the inside, then he pins him to the apex. He's like, right, Tinko, you've got to go tight to that apex, you've got to defend, you're going to be slow on the exit, and I'm going to look to make a move down the outside, or can I fake it and go up the inside? And there was the little touch. So there's a little bit of side-by-side between the two of them. And do you know what? 6 of one, a half dozen the other. I think Schill actually backed out there, probably thinking it was him that was at fault. I'm just glad that they're both facing the right way, because we do not want to see a race decided like that and neither do those two. Those two will be loving this, by the way. Like two very young, accomplished drivers in this space. They're going to be around for a long, long time. We're going to see more and more of this over the coming years, maybe decades. But this is phenomenal to see.
Yeah, like I say, it's the front to rear contact, which also might cause a little bit of a stir. But all of that contact was all involved in itself, if that makes sense. You can't really separate any part of that incident and be like, well, that's just one part. It all is in one big thing. For me, I'm like let them deal with it. Like, they're both in the race. No one's had any major issues. Yeah, it was feisty, sure, but it was hard. It was risky. I think we just carry on. I don't really want to see a penalty for any of that, but we'll see if our race controller, our live race stewards, will take a look over any of that. For my money, though, racing instant, let them carry on with it. It's 0.2 of a second between the two of them, and don't rub us off this utterly fantastic battle between, like you say, two future superstars, well, two superstars really in the modern era, and then two of the biggest teams in sim racing between Williams Esports and BS Competition. You won't find them just on ACC, you find them everywhere in sim racing, and typically at the front.
Yeah, well, I will let you into a little secret here. I might be getting either a telling off or there's something nice being said, but Florian's just DM'd me, and it was actually a good thing. He loves wrestling, so yeah. Nice. Just literally went, I love wrestling, like Brick from Anchorman, I love Lamb. But anyway, back to this racing battle. It is between the front two. It's Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esport car, taking us down towards turn number one, taking that inside line very similarly to Darren McCormack on lap one to hold the lead. But I tell you what, Gregor Schill has got the momentum, goes around the outside very similarly to Victor Nicolai. Not enough room left there by the Williams car. Argy-bargy between the two of them. Gregor Schill still comes back on, nearly side by side as they merge towards turn number 3. And just about Tinko van der Velde holds firm, and again I feel like that's hard, firm racing once again between the two of them.
Yeah, might be classified as a little bit rude, but fair enough, I guess. I don't know. You can see how much Tinko van der Velde is struggling for the grip of the car, probably overdrove it a little bit into that first corner, is struggling with the heat from it. Gregor Schill is surely assured to pass at some point, almost had the drive of turn 4, but unfortunately the drive was blocked by the Williams Esports directly ahead. It was just on the line that he wanted to go down. The answer to the opportunity is not into 6, not into 7, not into 8, and not into 9 either, where they're going through now. This fast right-hander at the top of the hill, Gregor Schill, is not going to be pleased one bit about what he's seeing, because he's so desperate to take over the race lead in hindsight. I'm sure when they look back on it, it'll be like, that was a fantastic battle. But right now, when you're in the heat of the moment, all you think is, I have to pass this car right now. This is the race victory. And not only that, but the amount they're fighting to bring back the point that you were saying, and I'm sure you can see it now, they are properly bringing Dominic Blyer and Triton back into this fight. That gap has halved in the last 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, I think if you're Gregor Schill right now, if you don't get this move done in the next 2 laps, you come in early. You change up your strategy, you get on those fresh tyres, you jump them, because the undercut, which is not really a thing on ACC, it's normally the overcut that works out because of the tyre pressures, what you have when you come out on a fresh set of tyres. But for me, there is a massive opportunity here to undercut, because the tyres do go off so significantly. The track temperature is still 31 degrees, keeps fluctuating with the cloud cover coming over, but now there's no cloud cover at all. But yeah, you either come in early now, or you risk this becoming a 3-driver race very quickly indeed. So I think if you're Gregor Schill, you take your medicine, you change up the strategy, you come in early and extend the later ones. As I was saying to Ewan, and also with the lap traffic here as well, this might be a massive opportunity, although they've caught it very, very quickly. Later on, you're going to be able to extend the stints, because the track temperature is going to drop significantly, and you will be quicker as well for that longer period of time. But this is not what they want to see in front.
Yeah, no, obviously a bit of lap traffic ahead, almost into the nose of Williams Esports. Is going to slow them down on the race up towards turn 7. Is this going to be an opportunity for Schill? The answer is no. Tinko van der Velde got wrong-footed there significantly by some of the lap traffic, but thankfully is able to carry on without losing too much. But I agree with you. If I'm Gregor Schill, I am thinking about that undercut. I am thinking about trying something different. I'm thinking about trying to find a way past Williams Esports without trying to do it on circuit, as boring as that can be sometimes. But he's tried a few times, and now he's overdone his tyres a little bit too much and is starting to find some mistakes in his own driving.
Yeah, and I tell you, the one thing that really isn't helping is when these two are going through the lap traffic, they're going as a 2, which makes it more difficult, whereas Blyer is on his own. So Blyer now under that 5-second mark, and well, I'm I don't want to say too much here, but I did say Triton Racing might do pretty well today. So I might be cheering them on just a little bit to see him get up there. Oh, that's not good. He could have lost so much more time there. Tinker van der Velde actually is going to gain time on Gregor Schill, but that was so close for a pit maneuver. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was very, very scary indeed. And the gap's now around a second. Still no entry into the pit lane, of course, from any of these. But the gap back to Blyer, 3.7. That is, again, just because of how much they've lost over the last lap. What was that? 2 seconds closed in on that lap, 2 and a bit?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Of course, it's because they're battling with each other. It's not just on actual race pace. And Dominic Blyer right now is about 6/10 off of the pace he was doing once he was catching them up earlier on in this stint. But Tinker van der Velde to the 47.8 and a 48.4 for Gregor Schill. So this is now starting to get very spicy, and I'm telling you now, do not count out Race Anywhere Sim Sport either. Victor Nicolai is, for me, one of the drivers of the day today. He's driven so well. It will be his second hour done, whether or not he comes into the car again, because I'm pretty sure that they just have to do one stint, right, as an individual driver. They don't have to share it out, so he could do more than the 2 hours. And with Victor Nicolai behind the wheel, I think anything is possible, especially if you've got the front 3 fighting like the front 2 are right now.
Yeah, the maximum driver time is 3 hours 15. Obviously, with how things work in this, you could do 3 stints, right, as your max. If you are the fast driver in the team, you could do 3 stints, which means then someone does 2. Your second fast driver will do 2 stints, and then your slowest driver can do 1 stint if you really want to spread it out that much. Got confirmation, by the way, from our steward, the incident between the 89 PS Competition and Williams Esports, the number 5 that was down into turn 1. That incident where we saw, of course, Gregor Schill go straight on over. That has been classified as a warning towards Williams Esports for running a little bit wide and causing the collision. Just a warning, so nothing too major. I kind of agree. I think it was a little bit rude into the first corner. It was Williams Esports that overdid it just a touch. No word as to whether there was anything for that contact earlier on. I don't believe there would be, as our racing continues. Mitchy Tauscher into the pit lane for Unicorns of Love, dropping down the order courtesy of it. And with 3 hours and 4 minutes left to go in the race, and roughly 4 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes until the pit lane sequence for some of these teams and drivers, realistically the gap has stabilised a little bit at the front. Dominic Blyer holding 3.5 seconds back from Schill, who's holding around about a second back from Tinker van der Velde. I think might have overdone his tyres whilst attempting to attack.
Yeah, I think they both have. They've both killed the tyres, because Tinko's times aren't like lightning pace now. Dominic Blyer is still faster than both of them in traffic here. He'll just be wanting them to get out of the way, but he doesn't have to force anything. That's the question. He's had a patient run, a patient stint here. This is maybe, and again, we're talking about Gregor Schill catching up to Tinko and them two battling. This potentially could be stint of the day here from Dominic Blyer. He's just gone about his business on his own, not made any mistakes as it stands. Now, I'm sure I've said that there's going to be something that goes wrong. As you come through the S's here, you just don't want to be anywhere near another car through there. You're going to lose so much time. And onto the back straight, at least you're all covered here, as 3 cars are almost side by side in the background here. And again, if you're Dominic Blyer, you prefer to see that behind you than in front of you. So we're heading down towards the hairpin. He's now ahead. He's going to, of course, lost a bit of time, as we're watching aboard here with Geert Fischer. Geert Fischer loves a colourful livery, by the way, and it definitely does look like... oh, look at this. This is incredible stuff, isn't it? It's going to work out. Geert Fischer does just get past Mitchell, right? Yes, yeah. Being overtaken. And, yeah, it's nice to see the Brabham car being side by side here, not involved in any contact. It's been through the walls today.
That was a great move. Got to be said. I mean, you can say it if you want. Who's jumped behind the wheel of the Aspar Esports team?
Nope.
No, you don't want to shout it.
Sorry, mate.
Martinez.
There we go. I was drinking water. Sorry, you caught me out then.
That's a shame.
Put me straight back in.
I just wanted you to just yell out his name. It's fine.
You broke down the 4th wall. Yes, we do drink water during broadcast. Now they know.
It's a weird time to be alive. Yes. Either way, great little move there, as we can see the Aspar Esports team out of the pit lane,
straight out in front of the leader. Gregor Schill, who split them, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, no, out the way.
It's nothing too major. I think there's been much time cost to Gregor Schill, but this is the awkward bit when you come out of the pit lane. You're always going to be coming out around at this point in the race. You're going to be coming out around someone who's either lapping you, or someone that you're putting a lap on. You're never going to just come out into, well, you rarely are going to come out into lovely clean space. We're halfway through a race of this, and there's 40 cars out on this circuit. Whilst it's not the shortest circuit in the world, it's not exactly the Nordschleife. The likelihood of clean air is just minuscule.
Let's talk the situation with Williams Esports then. They've got all 3 drivers have done an hour each, right?
Yeah.
And halfway point of this race, they're leading by 1.5 seconds. Do they now do exactly the same strategy? Pick the same driver to go in the car first, then Rodriguez in second, and then put Tinko in for the final stint? Because it's obviously worked for the first 3 hours. Or do they try something different? I think that they put the quickest car. I think they put Darren McCormack in the car now in this next hour, because I think the track significantly is going to be quicker. And I'm not saying that they're a lot slower than Darren McCormack, but it gives them more of an opportunity to be faster in the car. I think Darren needs to be in the toughest conditions to maximise the team strategy.
If I were Williams Esports and I was properly targeting this win, you kind of sit there and think, well, yeah, of course they're targeting the win. I'm like, yeah, but some teams are sort of like, yes, we've got to be fair, we've got to give all of our drivers the fair driving time and all that. If I were running the strategy for Williams Esports right now, as near contact coming into the pit lane, that was very scary indeed. You've got, of course, Race Anywhere and the GTWR car, as well as Yaz Heat and all that coming into the pit lane around some drivers that are going a lap down. It's very awkward onto the pit lane. But if I'm running the strategy for Williams Esports, no disrespect to Tinko van der Velde or Igor Rodriguez, I'd work out which one is the fastest between the two of them. I'm not sure which one it is. I'd pick them and say, right, you're doing one more stint. The slowest, you're done for the day. Go and have a couple of beers. And Dara, sorry mate, but you're doing at least 2 stints in the next 3, because regardless, Darren McCormack is the fastest in that car, and they can get away with doing 3 stints because of the maximum driver time. And that is how I would change the strategy. That is not typically how Williams Esports run their strategy, though. They are normally running a fair strategy and an even driver share, where in this race, if you were asking me beforehand, I would say that they're all doing 2 stints. I'm not sure that's going to be perfect for them, though.
I think if there's $250,000 on the line, they're making a different decision to what they're going to make today, to be completely honest. Yeah, I think they will go for the whole 2-2-2, which makes complete sense. But again, if this is worth a mad amount of money, then there's a whole different conversation being had, because I'm not sure you need to be worried about upsetting drivers. And also, I think that the drivers make that decision for you. Extending here, I don't think they need to do this. I really do not think they should be going any longer than they need to. I think they should probably come in there because the track temperature is going to be a lot easier for them to go the full hour as the race progresses. Now we're at 31 degrees. So I think that it's probably, I think Blyer's pulled a blinder here. I think Blyer will catch up even more time on these two. Triton Racing are in this. I know we're talking about Williams and we're talking about BS competition. Triton Racing are well and truly in this. Yeah, it just shows how quickly this race can change up, because 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, Triton weren't a part of this fight. They weren't battling for the race lead 20 minutes, half hour ago, and yet in that time they are absolutely fighting for the race lead. They 100% are, especially coming in early, because they'll be able to use this undercut to try and get involved with these two. I mean, whilst this is the thing, it can be a dangerous thing if you're a team, because for Tinko van der Velde and Williams Esports, I'm not saying this is what they are doing, but this is an example, is that they'll be so focused on one car and one car alone, which would be BS competition, and their pace comparatively to BS competition is actually quite good right now. They are starting to pull away once again, just a little bit here and there. That's all well and good, but by keeping your eye so much and solely on BS competition, you tend to forget about everything else. And that is where Triton Racing can go, so you forgot about us. Yes, right. Now watch this. And you've got to watch the whole picture, which normally teams are very, very good at this kind of level, but still it is something which is very easily done. Tell you what, there's 2 teams that have done an unbelievable job here. GTWR, they're battling for a top 4 right now. But so have Yaz Heat. Yaz Heat were well outside the top 10, right? And Malinovsky and Statsenko, they're the only 2 that have gone into the car. Have they only got 2 drivers today? They must. You know what Yaz Heat are like? Sometimes they've got 2, sometimes they've got 1.
No, they have to have 3.
Oh, you have to have 3. Okay,
I'm pretty sure you have to have 3.
Right. Okay.
It's Statsenko, Malinovsky, and Honzik.
Of course, Honzik was in qualifying. He did the first lap actually for them. Yeah, he did. So Honzik will be going into the car last. And Honzik's the best when he's got something to chase. He's very much at his best when he's got something to go for. And right now, Malinovsky and Statsenko have put them in that position. But Whitehead, again, he was also down the order at the start of this race, has managed to get up to the lead of this pack. And yeah, some really nice individual performances and putting teams into a pretty good position. Now we're in a really precarious situation where Gregor Schill has come into the pits here.
Yeah, and Tinko hasn't.
Dominic Blyer won't have caught up to Gregor Schill. I'm pretty sure of that. But 1.5 seconds, I think that Gregor Schill is going to be right up the back here of Williams, like really close to them.
I wonder if we can cut to where Mateusz Tuszkiewicz is now, because I want to know where he is versus where Gregor Schill is. So Tuszkiewicz is coming out of the final corner, and I'd assume that Schill is rolling down towards the end of pit lane. You can see he's just come out of pit lane. So Niels Nyox will jump in behind the BS competition machine, and we'll see where Mateusz Tuszkiewicz is comparatively once they've come through the first corner. Time has been gained massively there from Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, and you could say that is probably close to around 1 to 2 seconds it's been gained by pitting that lap early. Now, if that is the case, well, there was only 1 to 2 seconds between BS Competition and Williams, and if Tinker van der Velde is going to pit this lap, then surely BS Competition is going to close in tenfold and might even be battling for the race lead.
Williams are in trouble. I think Williams might even be coming out in P3 here. I think they might be in a little bit of trouble, because it was a 3.5 second difference between Triton and BS Competition before the pit stops. So this is going to be super interesting. There we go. So the Williams car is into the pit. I would imagine it's a driver change as well, unless they're going to go inverted. So Tinker does 2 hours in a row. He's pretty good at stacking stints himself, and then they go the opposite way round. So Rodriguez goes in, and then it will be at the end of this Dara McCormack. But it will be interesting to see whereabouts they exactly come out. I think the only real factor that can help them here is that there's a lapped car in between BS Competition and Triton, which might play into the hands of Williams.
I would, if I were a betterman, I reckon that the Williams Esports car is going to be hitting that first apex pretty much on the nose of Niels Nyox. I think that's roughly where he's going to come out. We'll have to wait and see. Coming through the final complex, what a thrilling race this is, by the way, with half the race left to go. Williams Esports are rolling. They're heading down to the end of pit lane. Back onto the start-finish straight goes BS Competition, goes Triton Racing, goes Niels Nyox and Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, and out onto the racetrack goes Williams Esports. Are they going to hold the race lead down to the first corner? The answer is going to be yes, but only just as Niels Nyox rolls his way through. I say only just.
Miles, isn't it?
They're miles. And where have they saved that from?
That's the difference between 2 laps and 1, I guess. 2 laps the difference, because Triton came in 2 laps ago, or 2 laps prior to BS. It's their 3rd lap on this stint, but that's just an unbelievable stop. But because they've gone longer, maybe they don't have to take as much fuel. Don't have to take as much fuel on, right? And actually, it's Dara McCormack who has come out in the car.
Despite the tyre thing, they've saved like 3 seconds. There you go, shows what we know. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible from Williams Esports. That's not even close. And I thought they were going to be, separated by the tiniest of margins. Here we go. We've got a 3-way fight, at least to keep us entertained for a little bit, because Caracas back behind the wheel, Kapoccia and Malinovsky. Remember that Kapoccia struggled in that 3rd and final qualifying second, ended up about 2.5 seconds off of the pole. I don't think that was representative of his pace. We know what Andrea Kapoccia is like behind the wheel of a car in ACC. He's pretty quick.
Yeah, he absolutely is very, very quick indeed. This is going to be a fascinating battle, actually. Caracas, Kapoccia and Malinovsky. Malinovsky, I would say, is probably outright pace the quickest. Kapoccia is probably the 2nd fastest. And then you've got Caracas is probably the 3rd fastest. Not a lot between them. And they're in that reverse inverted order as well. That was he was nearly aided off to let them go through, but ultimately got out of the way nicely.
That was very scary, though. I hate it. I hate it when cars do that. When I'm like catching them and they're like lap traffic, and then they do something crazy like that. Like, it's like, I know you're trying to get out of the way, but also don't do like that. Dara McCormack has just been given a 5-second time penalty. That'll be done in the pit stop. But to be fair, I think they'll be very happy that 5-second time penalty has hit them after the pit stop and not before it. Because if it happened before they came into the pit lane, they were definitely 3rd.
Yeah, and do you know what? Either way, I can agree with that being a racing incident. I would find grounds on it being a racing incident, but I can also understand a 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can have complaints either way on that one. I don't think anyone would have gone too mad if it wasn't a penalty, but yeah, there's a 5-second penalty, and yeah, it could have gone either way for me. But now Dara McCormack doesn't really have the luxury of looking after the tyres. He's kind of got to push a little bit. He's got to try. I think he needs that 7-second gap again. About a 7-second gap, then to hand the car over to Rodriguez, because Rodriguez is the one that's lost the most time so far in terms of a stint, and then hope that Tinko can be in the lead once they come back out. I think this hour is going to be interesting, but I think the 5th hour of this race is going to be absolutely nuts.
I'm going to suspect that Darren McCormack's probably going to, for those Williams Esports fans, we know there's quite a lot of them out there in the world of sim racing. I would suspect McCormack is going to drop back into the clutches of Niels Nyox for a few laps and then might find his speed, as we saw earlier on. But that was more based on the fact of the SimRed.pro by Video's machine. It was Abeladze behind the wheel, overdid their tyres, overdid the car, and that's kind of what allowed McCormack to check out. I don't know if that's going to happen with Niels Nyox, knowing the experience of Niels Nyox. I'm not sure, but either way, like I say, I think we're in for a thrilling second half of this race for sure. There is no doubt. And like you were saying, we've got a three-way fight for the race lead. It's not just BS Competition versus Williams, because Triton are fully there. Within a second, Mateusz Tuskovic is to the back of Niels Nyox. And it's going to be a three-way fight for the race lead, as much as we've got a three-way fight for fourth.
I think that penalty's been appealed, because we've had in the chat that they've got a warning twice. People are discussing that it was to do with the Turn 5 incident, but no one ended up off track, and the penalty is for a driver being off track, right? Like forcing a driver off the circuit. So that has to be for Turn 1. So that has been appealed, I think, by BS Competition and been overturned to give a 5-second penalty, which, again, either way, it makes sense either way for me. Yeah. No one left the circuit on the Turn 5 one, so that's for Turn 1.
Yeah, we've not had an update as to exactly where that 5-second time penalty has come from. It's for anyone wondering if potentially it might have come from in-game, like an automated penalty. No, the only automated penalties that you'll get is a drive-through penalty for track limit excursions, or you can get a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane, but typically it's a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. I don't know how you get a drive. I think it's like if you speed the tiniest margin, but I have seen drive-throughs for speeding in pit lane, but normally it is a stop and go 30 or a drive-through from track limit excursions. You will not get a 5-second time penalty automated in game. That has come from race control, so we'll await for the updates from exactly what's gone on. Maciej Malinowski with the up and under to try and get past Andrea Kapoccia. Straight around the outside, Malinowski is going to go. A beautiful looking move right now as they head around turn 12 up towards 13. Still got to do it. Kapoccia's got the inside line, space being given between the pair of them. Out towards that curve, the inside for the chicane goes the Yazheat car, and the position switch happens, and just about Malinowski finds his way through, but side by side, corner after corner, the VR will definitely help with that.
Yeah, that was a delicious move, a really nice move there. He's celebrating it as well, which he absolutely deserves to do so. But it stems from both drivers making a mistake. Whitehead runs wide into the hairpin, as does Malinowski. Malinowski then takes full advantage on the exit. And now we're being told that it is for turn 5. I'm just going to give up reporting penalties because it's zero clear for me. I have no idea what's going on.
Absolutely no idea. No, I'm sure we'll receive some form of idea as to exactly what's going on, but who knows? Right now, all we do know is that Williams Esports have a 5-second time penalty, and that is the important bit. Meanwhile, we're going to see a switch here as Lipka gets his way past Hack and up to 20th. Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's a really good move there. It's a risky one, but it's one of those where if you can get the jump on one car and you're fighting with a car that's also behind you, and actually, so it means that you can just get a bit of a gap on both of them effectively. So that was nice. It was unexpected as well. So the car that he overtook ultimately just can't, it's Hack, wasn't it, that got overtaken. They can't really respond because they weren't expecting it to come in the first place. So yeah, it's a really nice bit of driving there from Lipka.
Yeah, and like I say, we've seen good moves up and down the order, and we continue to see some more. That was Seville getting through, I think, in the Pulse car, getting past on Hack
marker,
as well.
That's why I think.
Oh, yeah, it might have been. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, the back marker definitely didn't get out of the way for the Carbon Sim Sport team because you can tell that because it took 4 or 5 corners for them to get out of the way of the Pulse car.
I think it was Hack.
They're not being that kind. Really?
No, it was Hack. Yeah, it was. Hack's just coming to the pit lane. Yeah, it was a genuine move for position. I did think it was the 240. But yes, either way, the position switch has happened now, and I mean, this is sometimes when it's like, okay, you're either going to fight a position quite hard or you're going to let them go. Pick which one you're going to do, and kind of don't don't 50-50 it. Don't kind of do one and then switch to the other. Just either do one or do the other, because then it's a clear language everyone around. But anyway, Hack into the pit lane. 2 hours 46 minutes left to go, so a couple of pit stops left to go for themselves and for everyone on the grid. I think that 240's been going for the 65 minutes on each time, and so it was tyre struggles which they were dealing with, which kind of makes sense.
Got something that's going to blow your mind. Top 3, last lap. Darren McCormack, 45.552. Nils Naujoks, 45.562. Taiskovic, 45.582. 200s between, 300s between the whole 3 of them, although Nils Naujoks on this lap time here might be about to do the oh no, he's just lost a load of time actually to the final sector. He was on course to be the fastest out of everybody so far today, and actually he's just about back on track there. It is a 45.332, which is the fastest lap of today's race, and yeah, I think he might be about to put pressure on that time. But yeah, Nils Naujoks, Taiskovic is also absolutely flying here, and Darren McCormack is having a pretty slow lap this time round, so the front 3 might be starting to close up with each other.
I did see someone bringing up the idea that potentially BS Competition repaired some damage and the stuff Williams Esports wouldn't have done. I kind of get that, but I think the time differential that we saw in the pit lane, I'm not sure it was big enough for damage. I know damage isn't like it doesn't take.
I think
a
they're
crazy
trying to
amount
start beef alarm, Lewis. So I'd ignore it.
Yeah, probably, but yeah, there might have been a bit of
beef alarm going.
Why don't we start the beef alarms going?
I don't like anyone, so
we should. Yeah, no, that's true. I absolutely hate being in the commentary booth with anyone and interviewing anyone and being around any team. So, yeah, each their own. Anyway, moving on. We did see TX3 getting passed by Brad, and that's not true.
Jack McIntyre. I've not seen him in an esports event for a long time. Good to see him racing again. He took a sabbatical, right? And yeah, really nice to see him.
Yeah, and. His sim rig's interesting. It's made part of a bike, apparently.
Oh yeah.
It's not a typical sim rig, but yeah, he's there in.
Looks like he's about to bite the. Okay, that's a different. That's a
bite the saddle.
Right, we move on from that conversation. I was about to go. Well, I don't know what I was trying to say. We'll move on.
Maybe he knows the stat that they one of the first events around here was actually a cycling race. You never know. He might be into his. I don't think so.
Preparation.
It's a mountain bike, not a road bike behind him, so that's fine. We'll waffle on about other things for the next couple of hours. Don't worry. Typically, more around the racing world. McIntyre obviously getting past Williger in the TX3 car, but Kofanov also not too far behind the 3. Yeah, another 3-way fight. We've got a few of these 3-way fights happening, but Pulse a part of the fight as well, trying to get their way past the TX3 machine, and Yiga Rognikov. Somebody struggled a little bit, as we've seen in recent months. Maybe he's not putting too much time into the world of ACC at the moment, but the struggles for someone who used to be, at least when I started in ACC a couple of years ago, was one of the absolute fastest drivers on ACC. I've seen a few struggles from Rognikov in the recent past.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's him falling off or him getting slower. I just think everybody else has caught up right and got a little bit faster. I will say something I like about ACC and the Brabham car specifically is that there was a lot of paint missing from that car in the first couple of hours. And in the pit stop when they fixed like maybe some of the damage and stuff, it's you've got to imagine now there's some artist that's doing the paint as well really quickly. Yeah. Because the paint reappears on the car. So yeah, they've got every team's got their the engineers and they've got their pit crew, but they've also got someone just spraying paint on the car to make sure it looks good when they come out the pits.
I mean, I prefer to just see the animated of someone not even with a spray gun, just with like a paintbrush and a bucket, and just go out there and just slapping it over the side of the car. And
Bob Ross.
No, I still maintain what I want. The one big feature that I want in sim racing is that every time you make contact with someone, you get a little bit of their paint, which I did suggest to someone when it came to livery design in this NASCAR championship we were doing, and they followed it and they started putting in bits of other people's cars onto their car after they'd made contact with them throughout the season. Just kept doing it on a round-to-round update. It made a crazy livery by the end of it, but I always I don't know. It's just a little bit of a gimmicky thing, but anyway. I don't talk about it too much. I swear some of the content that I've seen from some people in some of these races, we'd have some very interesting liveries if that were the case.
Yeah, we definitely would have some very interesting liveries if that was the case, as you said. Yeah, right, anyway, back to a bit further down the order.
Back to the race.
Back to the actual race here. We've got Marco Shader, who is driving for Yeet Esports. I've never really come across this team before until the Expo, actually, in December, was it? I don't know, it was sometime last year. And
was
they had their own
December, yes.
they had their own like paddock booth and stuff. It's really cool. So yeah, I thought they were more of a, oh, this is a genuine battle for position, isn't it? Offerman also involved in this. This is lovely stuff. Look at this sector number 2. You can't go side by side through here unless you're these two drivers. Shea trying to get the better of Offerman. And he's going to have to go the long way around up towards the S's. It's still brilliant for both of them. No contact between the two of them. And again, they're not fighting for the lead of this race, but that is how you do it, lads. Well done. Beautiful stuff. And I tell you what, they might be looking for move of the day prize money with that. That was delicious.
It was just good. Again, spatial awareness between the two of them. The respect between the two of them. There's a bit of leaning coming out of turn 7, which you kind of expect going into 8, just courtesy how that line goes. I think that is right up there, like you say, brilliant move. And those are the ones where you're doing the move and your heart is absolutely pumping. You can see the Poles car having a bit of oversteer coming out of turn 13, or turn 12 rather, up towards 13. Just kicking the rear end out, just a touch. We've seen quite a few teams and drivers doing, but yeah, certainly up there when it comes to move of the race. What are the lap times going for the top lot? Are they still kind of holding that same kind of distance between each of them?
McCormack's struggling. McCormack's
really?
46.2, but again, that could have been because of traffic, I guess. But then the fastest right now is Tyskovic. Tyskovic is a 10th quicker than Niels Naujoks. So yeah, it's inverted. The third is quicker than second, second is quicker than first. So very interesting. This is not over, is it? Look at this. Marcus Shade absolutely under pressure from Offerman. This has been a really nice race. This is, what we've got here, not the stick saying yeet tags and all the drivers' line is funny. I think every driver should have a tag, their team tag, in the name, so it's easier for you lot to follow, in my opinion. So you know exactly which driver's driving for each team, because ACC doesn't have the ability like we have with iRacing and R Factor 2, where you can have the team logo next to their name. So I think, something I've suggested, which I think makes it easier for us as commentators, but also for you watching at home. So hopefully, over the coming rounds, we might have something like that implemented.
The Yeats do it. TX3, I'm pretty sure
LFM.
they do it with all of cars. Obviously, you can see LFM doing it. I don't think LFM do it with all of their drivers, but you can see Vasna does. I did see Armamentario doing it earlier as well. But yeah, I'd absolutely be all for it, even if it was a slightly abbreviated version like LFM. Obviously their full team name is Low Fuel Motorsport, which would be crazy to put into this. But teams should stick something into there, just to kind of at least show what team it actually is. Because I'm all for it. Like, sometimes when you're looking at this list, you're looking at it being like, yes, this driver and this driver and this driver. Like, but what team are they a part of? Who's in what car? So yeah, I'd be all over that. Yes, a Kauppinen. Tell you what team they're part of. Griphack's Engineering, trying to close down on the Burst Esports car of Killian Ryan Meenan. Said before about their partnership with FFS Racing. As you just called them flat out FFS Racing earlier on, which I don't blame you. But Killian Ryan Meenan feeling the pressure a little bit from Kauppinen.
I didn't know they were driving for Blast, to be honest. So that's that was news to me. I like the top of the livery of Kauppinen's car, because it looks like what we have in the UK when the TV channel doesn't work.
Yeah, I like their livery generally. It's just, I know it's just a black car with a white bonnet and that on the top, but it's recognisable. I can look at that and be like, bang, I know what it is. It's simple, but it works. Yeah,
no, that is a very good point. I'm also on that boat as well. The boat is only us two, though. I think no one else seems to really care about liveries, but I love liveries.
I also, I've always been said that when it comes to endurance racing, there is typically a part where and this will happen, in the mod version where I had it. It's normally about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning where nothing's really going on, and I just get bored and I start just going through the liveries one by one, being like, don't like that, don't like that, that one's really good, that one's horrible, who designed it? And it's just sort of like, everyone's like, but why? I'm like, well, banter, innit? I think when you like, I've done some livery design, not much, but I've done some livery design, and so I can be a little bit more picky than most about it. But generally, it's a gut feeling of just like looking at it, being like, I just don't like that. I can't tell you why I don't like it, but I don't like it. Yeah, it's just it is what it is.
Liveries are a big thing for me. I'm currently watching this broadcast in ACC, and I don't have any of the liveries downloaded, so they're just all black cars for me. So it's a bit of a nightmare. But it's nice to see on the actual broadcast that we've got all of the liveries. I'm on board. I'm still watching the same car. We've got Kauppinen not really making any inroads on the car in front as we go a bit further down. You love this name, don't you? Ogrodnikov. Is that right?
Ogrodnikov.
How you say it?
I don't know. I've just got I couldn't even tell you if it was right or wrong, but Igor Rognikov. Yeah, it's a bit of a. I've got used to just dealing with some slightly larger names on ACC now, and by used to I mean I accept they're still wrong, because they are wrong. But you say them fast enough and with enough confidence that no one really questions it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's what I've been doing for years.
Just complete the name from. So I did a commentary said this before about we did the South European Cup, the FIA South European Cup, which is organised by FIA Croatia, and obviously you've got loads of people from Slovakia, Slovenia, Serbia, etc., which means that everyone's name's like Amar Dazdarovic and things like that. And you're like, just say it quickly, just say it really, really quickly, and just hope for the best. Hungary, normally the names I struggle with.
Dozens of family honours.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Hungary, normally names that I struggle with. It was just David Toth, easy peasy. I know David, like it's fine. Yeah, just Toth. Nothing too complicated. It's almost a little bit bored by that one. Either way, again, close battles like we can see. Ogrognikov on the back of Kofanov. Again, as we saw earlier, Jesse Kalpanen really close to the rear end of someone a little bit further up for 14th. Position on the road after just being recently switched over. And again, the battle for the race lead continuing to be extremely close between the top three. Not much separating them as we continue in what will be the fourth stint for the drivers. Dara McCormack, you're absolutely right, is struggling despite having a 5-second time penalty. Is dropping back into the clutch of Niels Nyok. Just 1.5 seconds between Dara McCormack and Niels Nyok. And then a further 2.4 back to Mateusz Czuskovic. We're on board with Niels Nyok now, who's continuing to close. It was just a 10th on the previous lap. What is it going to be this time by? Yet another 10th ticked off.
Yeah, there it is. It is another 10th ticked off, as you brightly put. The front three kind of, I don't know, stagnating a touch. I think the gaps are just going to ebb and flow. Not anything too crazy. And lap time watch is a 45.7 for Dara McCormack. Niels Nyok's 45.6. And actually, Tyskovich just did a 46.4. So Tyskovich there not having the best of laps. So I'll keep an eye on that and see whether actually it's to do with his pace or whether indeed it was just because of a back marker. I wanted to ask to go on board with Jack McIntyre, but he's just fallen back off of Roda, so let's save that for another time. But he is going to be battling with a couple of cars, and I think I'd love to roll back the years and chuck him on the broadcast. But yeah, right now he just fell off a little bit. But on board with Niels Nyok. Gap's just coming again. I think Darren McCormack's found a bit of pace, but there's a lot of back markers now. Every lap's going to be different. First 3 hours, they hadn't really caught anybody, and actually it's right at the end of the stint that kind of made things spicy, that they really did catch a load of cars. So yeah, now it's going to be every lap from now on. They're going to be dealing with someone more than likely. Yeah,
I mean, you got to remember, like with this, like I said, what we saw from Darren McCormack in the first stint of the race was that it didn't start out. The first half hour wasn't going particularly quickly. Obviously, it's Dara McCormack that we're talking about. Wasn't throwing it around too much, but was just kind of allowing the race to unfold. Could be the same with this stint, just kind of being a lot more patient. Also, just riding on board with Nyok's there, you kind of see between turn 10, 11 and 12, that section, as you slightly rise up a hill into that long corner at 12, how little you can see. And it'll be the same a little bit coming down into turn 1. It'd be quite a lot going around turn 3. You can kind of see just as the windscreen's there, you just get blocked. And riding on board, being in this kind of position, you think, oh, maybe it's not quite as bad for the drivers. No, it is exactly that bad for the drivers when you're in cockpit cam. You can see very, very little. You have to go off of pure memory as to where the track is, because that sun, as we head past 6:35 in-game time, it's low and it is damn bright.
Yeah, that's where preparation comes into fruition. That's why we're not seeing as many changes in strategy, and where drivers, would do 3 hours now. I think everyone's pretty much going to do even splits between each team, because they would have practiced the specific time that they would be in the car for this. So right now, Caracas, let's look at the top 4, Tyskovich, Nyok, McCormack, they would have practiced this specific time, so they know where to brake in the sun, and they're not being caught out by it. So yeah, it's something that you can replicate, because they know the times ahead of schedule, right? They know the times ahead of the race day.
Yeah, and like I say, it's all of that kind of preparation is all a part of it, because you wouldn't want to do a stint when you've prepared everything in the day and then end up doing a night stint, would you? Which, to be fair, no. I mean, joking aside, I did actually the same thing for my for an endurance race. So I wasn't trying to make I was trying to make a dig. It's fine. One of the first endurance races I did the exact opposite thing. It was a 24-hour race at Le Mans, and I did all of my practice in the night, expecting to do night stints, and then they were like, "Oh, maybe you should throw a few laps around the day." And I was like, "Oh, it'll be all right. I mean, it's just driving the light, it's not too bad." And then I did one lap in the day and thought, "Okay, I need to do quite a lot of this." Bearing in mind this was like on race day, I was like, "No, I need to do quite a lot of practice in the day," because your reference points, even though realistically the track at that point, temperature-wise, didn't really make that much of a difference, because it was like 7 years ago and it was on Alpha 2 and it really didn't make any difference at all. But your references, my goodness, your references change just from what you're looking at, just from what you can see and what you can pick apart from the background. At night time, it's a lot more tunnel vision. You're going off of what your lights are illuminating, whereas at daytime it's almost like when you go for that switch, you've almost got too much information and too many markers to pick out from. Sometimes driving in the day is much, much harder than driving at night. Certainly I find it. Anyway, I don't know about you. But,
you should always use shadows as your braking marks.
Absolutely.
Never failed me before that.
No, that or the actual polystyrene brake markers that are by the circuit that no one ever hits. No, they don't. They don't hit them. It's fine.
I always use curbs. Curbs is my main thing. When curbs appear on the left or right hand side of your screen, that's they're always going to be there for the most part. So yeah, that's what I always go off of. Or there's something I don't know, like
marshal posts are pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good one. Final corner towards the bus stop. There's that line just after the line. Like I'm always looking for something on the track opposed to something that could be disappearing at any point.
I find it almost depends on what I'm racing as to what kind of markers I'm looking for. If I'm racing in touring cars, because you know how close touring cars are constantly.
Yeah, you look for the car in front of you and then...
Exactly, they go for them.
Brake.
No, I'm trying to go off of things that are elevated, like slightly higher, that you kind of can spot there. Because like if you're going off of what's on the track or around the track, even with curbs or whatever, you are going to miss your part. You're going to miss your braking point, because normally it's going to be blocked by the car ahead, and like I say, these are all the kind of things that we're all saying about. Some people might be being like, "Oh, right, that's quite interesting." All the drivers are like, "Yeah, this is basic, isn't it? This is pretty annoying," because all of these are well used to dealing with all this stuff time and time again.
Yeah, I'm sure that everyone watching at home right now are like, "Oh, what? This is a compelling conversation these two have. What a time to tune in." And if this wasn't a time to go get a beer, well, it is now. Right, back to what we got here. 2 hours, 28 minutes to go. So about 2.5 stints to go. Dara McCormack still leads for the Williams Esports outfit. We've then got Grantes Caracas. Not Grantes Caracas. And Nils Naujok's in second position. Lap times wise, there's 200 between them on the previous lap. Tajskovic is falling off now. Tajskovic is maybe about 0.6 of a second slower, unfortunately. So yeah, it's going to come down to the final two drivers and see whether they can change their fortunes. Or, to be fair, they were 14 seconds behind earlier on, and then it was Williams and it was BS Competition that battled so intensely that it's given Triton a chance to catch back up. Caracas then in fourth position has driven very, very well. It's kind of been the driver that just looks after the car and let Nikolai do the business. But they've got their third driver yet to drive yet. One of the only teams actually not to use all three drivers already. Malinowski in a top 5 now. Unbelievable drive from Yas Heat to get up to the top 5. Kapoccia is in P6. We've then got Sherepenin, who's in P7. Manuel Pop in P8. Sebastian Apostel in P9. And then we've got David Pertollet, who is in P10. And I love saying David Pertollet. It's a really nice name. Racing Point in that top 10. In terms of the drivers we should be watching out for, we came into today, BS Competition were leading the championship with 392 points. Williams Esport were in second with 386. Get Closer Racing, who are currently in where are they? P8? Yeah, P8. So they're in the top 10. They were in third position coming in. SOP Motorsport are currently, where are they? Are they P12 or P13 maybe? Yeah, P13 with Riley Murdoch. So they're in amongst it, which is really good to see. And then we've got Race Anywhere SimSport, which they're kind of looking right now for the front three to really get into it, as I will now hand back over to Lewis because some crazy action is happening on track.
Yeah, Capoccia's about to lose a position to Cherepin, and I thought Capoccia was struggling a little bit with tyres as well. We've seen this a little bit, like you said, with Tushkovic having those issues later on in the stint. Obviously, some teams struggle late on the stint, some don't. Cherepin not being one of those to be struggling, and they made up a little bit of progress and a position there. Saw Killian Ryan Meenan going for a move on Murdoch there, but it was unable to complete the move going down into turn 10, and the opportunity might arise down into the first corner. But the issue is, can't really go for anything too much because Jesse Kauppinen is right there looking for a move if anything happens between the Burst Esports car and the SOP, the Symphony of Pistons, who I was told their colour palette was pink and green earlier when I was joking about that as being the colour palette that you should select. It's not pink and green, it's pink and white with green highlights, which I am all about, by the way, and do love it, but it is pink and white with green highlights, but each their own. We'll see if Killian Ryan Meenan can find a way through. Turn 1 was not an opportunity. Like I said, it was turn 10 last time the attempt came from, but it was a bit too deep of a dive, and I almost thought, the risk is you're going to overdo your tyres by trying attempts like that, and then you'll definitely be a sitting duck for that car behind.
Yeah, historically though, we've seen around this mark, sort of halfway between a stint, this is where people start to get spicy. People who've been looking after their tyres are able to push just that little bit more and send people who've not been able to save those tyres off the edge, off the cliff. So it's just whether Killian has been able to look after the tyres a little bit more so than Riley Murdoch. But I tell you what, as you said, Kauppinen, he is a Finn. He will be very patient here. He'll wait for something to open up, but he will absolutely take on that opportunity if it arises.
Yeah, like I say, if you're patient enough, the opportunity will arise. I mean, you got that in your interview from Niels a bit earlier, Niels Knights, and you're having a little bit of a chat before I jump back on it. Did I overhear things that he was saying about how sometimes his experience, the fact that he is a bit older, some of the younger guys are a bit like desperate. It's like, I have to make the move now, I have to go for it now, this has to be my opportunity. It's like, no, just wait. And Niels was saying, it's like, that if you are patient, the opportunity will arise. You just have to be a little bit more patient sometimes. And like I say, Jesse Kauppinen probably sat there at the moment thinking like, look, when there is the opportunity, I'll go for it. But right now, I'm going to let these two battle amongst themselves, because if I try and get involved, we're probably just going to lose a whole heap of time, like what the Symphony of Pistons car did there on the exit of the final corner.
Yeah, Murdoch just drove off into the kitty litter, and that is a very slow way, especially going on to the longest part of the circuit, the fastest part of the circuit. Will lose that position. It's an absolute freebie then for Killian Ryan Meenan. He'll say thank you very much. And I tell you what, sometimes you just got to take your medicine and go, I'm still in this race. Riley Murdoch is still in this race. It's only maybe lost a second and a half, so all good there. But Kauppinen is very much hot on the tails of that SOP car.
And that's why you be patient, because there was the opportunity there and then. By just waiting for the right opportunity, one mistake can change it all in this battle. I know it's only for 13th position, but still points are paid out for it, and also it's the opportunity of going after positions a bit further down the road. So there will be those opportunities later on. So that's why you don't try and rush it. I mean, look at the battle that we saw between the top two earlier on when it was Gregor Schill versus Tinko van der Velde. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they weren't patient about that and they didn't follow Ewan O'Leary's advice, and they just absolutely went for it. But in going for it, they lost a whole heap of time that brought the Triton car back into it. Now, that's not too much of a major deal, because they're starting to pull away once again from the number 10. But it brought them back into it. It brought the risk factor back into it. And of course, a reminder, our race leader does have a 5-second time penalty. So on the next pit stop, which will be in around about 20 minutes time, the race lead at this point would be handed over to BS Competition.
Or would it? Because last time round they managed to gain like 3 seconds in the pit stop. So if they manage to do the same again, they'll come out basically holding hands, which, yeah, it will be Gregor Schill. It'd be Camera. It'd be Artur Camera holding hands with Igor Rodriguez. So that's something to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. And that's definitely a Christmas card picture that we all want to see. But Christmas, yeah, then Tyson-Kovic. Well, it's a long way from Christmas, but, well, you don't really hand out cards for Easter, do you?
No, but it's yeah. I mean, it's maybe someone's birthday card. I don't know whose birthday's coming up.
I'm sure it's someone's birthday somewhere. Lewis.
In that too. That's true. It's Lewis Hamilton's birthday today.
Oh, great, cool.
I don't think
happy birthday, Lewis. Watching.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying it is someone's birthday. I meant more from.
Oh, he's just texted me. He's a big fan. Sorry. So, yeah, well, have a good day, Lewis. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah,
sorry, mate.
Sure, he's loving life.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, Lewis Hamilton watches some things in sim racing, just not any of this, and it's more Gran Turismo, and it's because he's paid to.
Yeah, he quote unquote watches.
Watches, yes.
Yeah.
Well, sorry,
Imagine there's a tweet put out. By the way, I'm actually watching, lads. Just chilling in the Bahamas with my mojito.
Oh, who was that? Who was off? Was that? I think it. Yeah, it certainly was.
Here comes the PS competition car. So this is where things get very interesting. So there's Bischoff down in P19. They had a 20-second penalty earlier on to contend with. Now this is a big opportunity for Dara McCormack, actually. So we need to stay around here for sure, because Dara McCormack has got a bit of clear track. He's actually got one more car to contend with, and the two back markers are closer together than they were when Dara went through them. So this is a chance to get that 5-second advantage back. Station.
And these are not slow back markers either. We've got Marco Bischoff here, of course, 19th position. You can see Crane Racing Esports. The car directly ahead is Alex Smolia. He was one of the fastest drivers in that qualifying session, courtesy of that Q2 time. And these two will not
drive through, by the way.
Yeah, they did
They're
after
still
the
P18.
first stint.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
To be honest, I would have expected them to have risen up, because when they, after that drive-through penalty, they were kind of like, when I jumped back in, they were kind of around where they are now. I think they've had a few extra struggles that have kind of kept them from rising their way back up the order, because we know that SMP car
is that a 992 Porsche Cup car by any chance? This big struggle. That's the main struggle, right? Look, I don't know what's going on here. So one car's letting everybody go through, and then there's two cars that are just having. I'll tell you what, Nils is going to get held up by three cars going in towards turn. This is brilliant for Dara McCormack and Williams. Oh no, he's going to switch. He's going to have lost time doing that. That's for sure. So this is really good news right now for Williams. So they're getting the rub of the green in terms of back markers right now.
Yeah, that's a rough deal for Niels Nyx to have lost out a little bit there whilst trying to lap the absolute car. The two ahead of them are battling between Bischoff and Smolia, and you're absolutely right. It's Wondertown for Dara McCormack. He's pulled up to 2.5 seconds. I will jump out of the commentary booth because Ewan O'Leary's pushing me out of the commentary booth once again. He's desperate to jump back in and see how this race unfolds over the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. Welcome back in, Ewan O'Leary, to take you through the next little bit with Luke.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not pushing anybody, by the way. I would have pushed someone to stay in the box when I went out, to be fair. There was a great battle going on, but unfortunately that's gone away now for the lead of the race. Not that it's not fascinating for the lead, as you see him right now.
Yeah, it's very, very close for the lead there. The very famous BS competition livery, my favourite one out of all of them. To be fair, I love the multicoloured left side of the car, and then the more traditional BS competition on the right-hand side of the car. It looks really nice, but this is a full lap now behind. You know, effectively a very strong battle. So no one's going to be getting out of the way. Max Bischoff then in behind Smolia, and Smolia, as Lewis very rightly pointed out, is as quick as anybody on this grid. So that no one's going to be going slow enough here for it to be easy for Nils Nyx. Although Max Bischoff making that mistake through the final corner, does this now give the opportunity? I think there was a bit of a flashing of lights there from Nils. Yeah, there we go. You can see that happening. And the frustration will start to creep in. The gap now between the front two is 2.5 seconds. So actually, Nils hasn't lost overly too much in this battle. But he will be, if there's anything he wants to save towards the end in terms of his tyre wear, he will now be losing that.
Well, that's the point I was going to make, really, is that while normally Nils Nyx would be losing a lot of time here and being stuck behind two lap cars is a big problem, but Marco Bischoff and Alex Smolia are very quick, so it actually doesn't really matter that he's behind them. Obviously, he'd like to be in front and he'd like to be battling for the win right now, but it doesn't matter too much now that McCormack's not really getting away. Obviously, he would like to get through, but it's not a complete disaster as it otherwise might be, as Manuel Pop now tries to get down the outside of Capecchia. Be a good move if you can pull this off. And it is, that's contact, and Capecchia is going to go around. That is not good news for the 494. But I thought we were going to get a really nice battle, some really clean racing, but unfortunately a slight bit of contact has sent Capecchia around. And, well, I don't think he's lost any places, but he's lost a lot of time.
I'm going to be honest there. I think Capocci's got exactly what he deserved in that situation. Didn't leave enough room. Again, I'm sure we'll see it once again. Manuel Pop was perfect. Broke late around the outside, left a perfect amount of room on the inside. Once they got to the second apex through that chicane, Capocci did not leave enough room. Forced then Manuel Pop to go off the track. He went over the sausage curbs that are on the inside there, or the outside I guess it would be. And unfortunately for Capocci, he goes all the way around. But again, I think if we saw that again, you'd go, yeah, Kapoccia got what he deserved. Number 72 car then, Jack McIntyre. Still behind Ognoroknikov. Trying to get that name right by the end of today's broadcast. Probably won't. I've not even had a beer yet, so yeah, it bodes well for me. And he is now starting to close up, actually. So we may be able to roll back the years. We may be able to see Jack McIntyre produce some of that McIntyre magic in that Brabham Esports car, the dark British racing green with a gold trim. I love it, absolutely love it. As now Bischoff is still in behind Smolia, Marco Bischoff, should I say. And now they've let Niels Naujoks go. So Niels Naujoks on his last lap was nearly, well, it's actually only 3/10 slower than Darren McCormack. So McCormack, even in clear air, isn't really that much quicker than Niels Naujoks when he was in traffic. So can Niels now go and close that gap? That's the big question. Can he find that time lap after lap? I reckon we've got maybe 15 minutes. So what we're looking at in terms of laps there, we're looking at maybe 8-9 laps between now and the start of the pit stop phase. So yeah, can he catch up to Darren McCormack? I think he can. I think McCormack has not got the tyres underneath him that he thought he might have.
I don't really know. It's hard to say at this point. I find in this stint quite hard to judge, really. I think they won, and the big battle between Van der Velde and Schill was quite easy to judge. That Schill was obviously quicker, and Van der Velde was the one that was hanging on. But I don't think it's quite so obvious this time around with McCormack and Naujoks. Not particularly because there's different drivers and different talents that come with that. I just think it's a different situation entirely. I do have question marks over when that Williams Esports car is going to come in pit lane, because their pit stop was notably shorter than BS Competition. We were fearing for them that they might even come out behind Triton. It wasn't out the realms of possibility. I think it was unlikely, but I don't think it was. I don't think it would have been wild if that had happened. But in the end, they ended up nearly 5 seconds out in front. Wondering how that happened. I just wonder whether they slightly short-filled on that one. Let's not forget, with still half the race to go at that point, there's still a lot of flexible room, there's still a lot of playing room in there, so they still had a fair amount that they could do, and I just wonder whether Williams short-filled a little bit as Bischoff just, will pull himself together after saving that, because that was quite a save.
Yeah, Marco Bischoff there looked amazingly cool. Unfortunately, it's not the quickest way around the circuit. But again, it looked ace. Kapoccia now has Apostle behind him, I believe. So Apostle, is this for position?
Yeah. Apostle has gained, because Kapoccia had that spin at turn 1 and 2. He's lost a lot of time, and so yeah, we do have a battle for 8th place on now. We after speaking to Victor Nicolai earlier on, said one slide could ruin your tyres for an entire stint. Well, goodness knows what that kind of spin would have done to his.
Yeah, we're watching now the battle between Smolia and Bischoff. This is for P18. Smolia, who earlier on produced one of the most incredible times I've ever seen on ACC. It still wasn't good enough to be fastest over all our sessions, because Darren McCormack did that merely by thousandths of a second. But yet Smolia not really in the race quite having the same effect, although the first stint he did very, very well. In this stint seems to be struggling, and I think everybody's misjudging the tyres at this point. I think everybody feels like the tyres are going to be a little bit better. I'm just not sure there's that much difference between the temperature on track being at 37 and now it's down at 27.
We just feel that managing tyres is sort of a linear thing that you can learn to do, and it's very obvious how hard you should push throughout a stint, but I don't think it actually is that obvious when you're actually driving, because obviously you've got the as Bischoff is going to look to the inside and he's going to make this move. It's, you know, you've obviously got that encouragement and that willingness to push that maybe you shouldn't have, but also it's not quite obvious how hard you can push all of the time. So while we view tyre saving as sort of a linear thing that all drivers can learn to do and all the drivers should be doing because they're at this level, I don't think it's quite as simple as sometimes we make out.
No.
So, you know, I think it's kind of a given that even these drivers will misjudge it from time to time.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the beauty of track conditions changing, temperature changing. People have to learn on the fly, and you know, there's one thing racing at the same time and with the same settings as what the server is going to be on the Saturday, but you can't replicate 41 other cars out there on the circuit, you know, unless you've got 40 other teammates that are all similar pace to the top drivers in the world. You just cannot replicate it. So it's always going to be a little bit different on race day. But as we head then towards the final 2 hours of this race, it's still Darren McCormack that leads, but with a 5-second penalties. Nils and Dara are now running pretty much exactly the same lap times. There is, again, that 5-second penalty. As it stands, if they were to both come into the pits and have exactly the same pit stop time, which of course we know is very unlikely, they will come out with Nils Naujoks having a 2-second advantage over Dara McCormack. Tajskovic has dropped off over the last 10 laps. So Tajskovic for Triton Racing is now in 3rd position. And yeah, under a bit of pressure from maybe Malinovsky when this race is all said and done, although Honzik, I think, is going to come in and do the last 2 hours. We then got Grantas Caracas for Race Anywhere. They've been brilliant. Again, they need to bring their 3rd driver in for the final 2 hours, or maybe just one, and then they bring in Nikolai. I'm not too sure. Then we've got Shera Perrin, who's currently in 6th position. So it's been a very good driver for the 142 Simware.pro. But they'll be looking to make some more moves. We saw Manuel Pop make a move into turn number 1 on Andrea Capoccia for the Get Closer Racing team, of course, in the top 5 in the championship coming into today. Andrea Capoccia currently in P8 as it stands. We've then got Apostle in 9th position, and then Pertile as your top 10. But it is all about, right now, Williams versus BS competition, with maybe a little bit of seasoning from Triton Racing. But just over 2 hours to go. It's been a fascinating race, Ewan.
Certainly has. I do think that Triton Racing are there or thereabouts, but I think on pure pace they're not quite there. If this was a pure no contact race, which has obviously been really dull, but if it was, I don't think Triton Racing would be there. The way they played this race, in terms of the way they benefited from the battles of Williams and BS competition, I think has been really good. That's how they've got themselves involved, but I don't think on pure pace they're going to be involved here. This race really, to me, has shown that this championship could well be a two-way fight. I know we're not even halfway through as we speak right now. We will be by the end of this race, and it might be even too early to call then. But I think Williams Esports and BS Competition are showing here that they are the best in this field. They're the fastest too. They're the best at executing a plan on race day. They're best at recovering from mistakes, as they showed at Monza. And they're unbelievably entertaining to watch in an all-out fight between the two of them, as we've seen earlier on in this race, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see again later in this race as well. For me, this is sort of the defining of two great teams that are going to fight this title out all the way to the very end. I mean, 6 points separated them going into today. I think Williams Esports took the championship lead during qualifying by a singular point, and basically whichever beats the other is going to have the championship lead at the halfway mark. That's how simple it is.
It is that simple, Ewan, you're not wrong. But they've put on a hell of a show for us. You know, endurance races, you don't tend to really have, and I know obviously there's anomalies to this, we don't tend to really have the side-by-side battles for, for lap after lap after lap. We were very much spoiled with that at the start of this race and in hour number 3. I'm sure we're going to see that again with this 5-second penalty being sorted out. I think Williams are going to be quicker in the pit stop phase again. They seem to have found a way of getting through a stint and saving fuel, but also being quick. That might be why Darren McCormack, by the way, is slower than what we expect from him. Because obviously he's, for me, on raw pace, the quickest in this session right now. But he's lapping similar times to Nils, if not a little bit slower. And I'm wondering whether that is a case of them just saving fuel and trying to do that pit stop. It's not like pit stop hacker, like if you like, from the 3 driver team to gain that extra couple of seconds and then nullify that 5-second advantage and just try and get track position. I think that's the key at this point. Just get track position over BS competition, then you can manage the situation from there.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, of course, but I think it could be the plan. I mean, it's hard to work out what the plan is, even this close to the end. I've still got question marks over that last stop for Williams Esports, and I still think that some more information could be revealed to us when we do see Darren McCormack come into pit lane, or indeed, firstly, when the pit lane trip will be, how long it's going to be for. I think all of those things are going to be very, very revealing for us, but I'm not entirely sure when they're going to come, really.
Capoccia again, they're not leaving enough room on the outside. I think they're going to be in trouble, I think they're going to be in trouble twice, even though they had to spin from the previous contact with Pop. I don't think he's left enough room for Apostle there as well. So I think Capoccia might be in a little bit of trouble moving forward. Apostle's going to be furious with that. And it's very obvious that Capoccia's ruined his tyres from that spin earlier on, as you very rightly pointed out, that they will be in big, big trouble. But yeah, I think that might be a little bit of a little bit of bother for them to deal with a little bit later on. Personally, by the way, very much closing in on this battle now. And Kisser for Unicorns of Love. And how much does Kisser need an overtake in this race? Started second on the grid, dropped down to 9th position, and then we had Pfeffer get into the car and didn't really have that much of an effect. Went up to P6 and then dropped back down to P9. Kisser's in the car now, and he would just love an overtake. He's only really gone backwards in this race, but he would love to get himself into that top 10 and give Unicorns of Love a chance of getting some major points.
Something has just not quite clicked for Unicorns of Love today. I can't quite put a finger on quite what it is, but something just feels wrong in watching them, and it feels as if they feel something is wrong as well. I've not spoken to any of them today, but it just from the outside looking in. I know that's basically our job, just making presumptions from the outside looking in, but it just feels a bit not quite like them, or something's missing. I mean, they are, driving the Porsche full time in this series. That they're in the Porsche GT3 when we have those rounds. So you'd think that some of the characteristics will be there, and they'd be able to get a grasp on this car, maybe a bit quicker than some of the other teams. Even you'd maybe highlight one of them as one of the favourites, but they're not even inside the top 10 right now. We're nearly 4 hours in, despite qualifying second. So I'm really surprised by the performance of Unicorns of Love today. I've got to be honest, and that's another reason why I think it's a two-horse race in the championship now. I would have included Unicorns of Love as still contenders, despite the fact they were nearly 60 points off coming in. But if you're outside the top 10, losing that many points to a couple of teams who are once again performing amazingly, then you just can't expect to be there anymore. Something just feels a little bit not quite right there.
I think they've got over aggressive with the setup. I think their tyres just being absolutely nailed. Like right now they're doing 47.4s, which is right now 1.3 seconds off of the top pace in the lobby, and they are not 1.3 seconds off. I don't care who's driving that Unicorns of Love car. So I think they've gone a little bit too aggressive, and to be fair, as we see a lovely little battle forming here, Jack McIntyre then trying to get a little bit feisty then with Ognoroknikov. They've also got Kofanov in behind them. No, sorry, who's that? It's Luke Salvo in front of them. We've then got Kofanov in behind them. So this is now forming up to be a lovely little battle. You've got Vassner just up the road as well. Lipka, it's a fair chunk of change, but he's got a 10-second penalty, so he will drop into this battle once the pit stop phase happens. But back to the Unicorns of Love. Yeah, I think they've overset up the car, and they've gone a bit aggressive in terms of downforce. It's just killed the tyres. And they probably would have expected in qualifying to be first. Well, they were second, weren't they?
Yeah,
they probably would have expected to be able to defend from the front, right? And sort of control the race from the front. And yeah, it's just not worked, especially the middle sector. Middle sector really, if you can have a decent car underneath you in terms of downforce, you can pull away through there and then not be under any pressure in the straight. I think they've just gone a little bit too over that edge. Yeah,
I think that's a good theory. We saw it with Kisser, particularly in the first. It just seemed to be progressively getting even from bad to worse, really, throughout that first hour. Then Tobias Pfeffer sort of breathed new life into that team in the second hour, but then in the final 15 minutes, just one lap, and all of a sudden he was losing seconds and had to pit early again. So, yeah, I think that's not a bad theory. About the tyres just being shredded to pieces, and they've been such a big talking point throughout today. But part of the difficulty of getting a race like today right has been pre-race in terms of the setup. There's only so much you can do on the day if your pre-race preparation has not been ideal, and maybe that's been a factor for them as well. But that's where the big teams really do gain an advantage over the smaller ones. I think there is a reason why we've got, the biggest teams, some of the biggest teams in sim racing, I believe, in the top 4 right now, with Williams leading BS Competition, followed by Triton Racing, followed by Yassi. 4 teams you'd pick out to go against any others in sim racing. Obviously, fair play to Race Anywhere Sinsport for also being inside the top 5. Still really impressed with them. But it's where the big teams really shine. In the pre-race preparation, the setups are amazing if you can get your hands on one of them. And, they prepare really well, and the teams that have prepared really well have really shown that.
Yeah, some drive by Malinovsky, by the way, at this point. Statsenko and Malinovsky to get that car up to P4 from, and again, I'm not too sure exactly where they qualified. They didn't make it to Q3, right? They were just outside.
I think they were far down in the Q3. I think they did make it.
No, Honzik did Q1. Malinovsky missed out because Statsenko didn't get in the car, so they didn't. But they're up to P4 in the race. So I think that's unbelievably impressive right now from those two.
Right.
Now, they're going to hand the car over to Honzik, and right now they are second fastest car on the track. Nils now to just put in a worldly lap for this stage, a 46.1, which is not quick in the grand scale of the race, but it's half a second faster than P1. And so it's tight between the front two. 3 seconds the advantage. We are expecting the BS competition car to come in within the next lap or so, and the Williams car then to stay out for a couple of laps, or they're going to try then to get onto the same strategy. I think the Williams car will try and make this the same strategy now, because they will have to underfuel again because they've done less laps on this stint. So that might be the only way that they can keep the lead of this race.
Well, they've yet to do 55 minutes of this stint, Darren McCormack. Let's not forget he came in with 2 hours 55. Well, he didn't come in, but he left the pit lane. 2 hours 55 minutes to go in this race. So theoretically, he can go for another 10 minutes here. But I'm sceptical whether he's A, going to want to, because he will get undercut by BS competition anyway. And B, does he have the fuel to do that? I'm still not sure he filled up to right to the top in that last stop because it was so short. But maybe he did. We'll wait and see. But yeah, as I say, Malinowski has done a really good job with Statsenko. Just to circle back to that point, just went back and looked at the qualifying results because it was so long ago. 18th position for Yassi. You're right, they didn't make it to Q3 at all. They weren't far, but nobody was in that session. I think it was about less than a tenth of a second. But I mean, is anyone surprised? It was a very, very close qualifying session. So, yeah, 18th to what is 4th place right now. They're looking fairly safe there. You know, very good drive.
Do Williams try the undercut? They've got to bring it in this lap. I think BS competition just follow what Williams do if they can. If they can stretch it out as far as Williams, they will. I think BS just follow what they do now because of that 5-second penalty. I think Williams are going to try and do an undercut here. They know that the fresher tyres are going to gain them time, as well as, of course, if they can afford to underfuel like they have done the last time round, our theory is that they had done that. It's less than 2 hours to go. We know that teams can stretch out to that hour and 5 minute mark, so there's not going to be any worries about getting to the end of this race with only one more stop to go. I think Williams bring the car in now. I'll be very surprised if they don't. They've got nearly it's a 3-second advantage now. Bring the car in, again, under fuel, have maybe an extra lap where they're quicker because of the tyres, and just keep the lead of this race as Unicorns of Love are into the pits. Is that how far they're back on the leader? Wow. Yeah. So P7's that far back off the leader. So yeah, you get yourself out of the loop in terms of the leaders, you're in trouble. And do we see Williams come in? No. So Williams do not come in this time round. And do BS competition know? That's the question. Do BS competition decide they're going to bring the car in? No, they don't. So they're also staying out. So maybe another opportunity for Darren McCormack. And actually, he gained 0.4 of a second. So at this stage of the race, every lap the BS competition stay out for, they're actually losing time on Williams. And Williams are dealing with some traffic here, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, Nils will be thinking this is an opportunity to catch up. But Darren McCormack's got every back marker and his brother to contend with. Hopefully we get some shots of him trying to deal with it. That would be perfect. But he is losing time.
He did mention it with Nix a couple of laps ago, but the last lap for Darren McCormack there was a 46.2. I get the feeling he's just emptying the tank almost now. I guess the fuel tank literally, but also the tyres especially. Is he just eking out every bit of performance he possibly can from those now, just to in the hope of getting rid of them in a couple of moments? This is not helpful though. There's at least 3 lap cars around him. You can see that train of 4 just up in front, and he's second in line there. He has been slowed up on this lap by those lap cars, not ideal. And surely, after this, he might decide that he'll want to come in. But I do get the feeling that they'll want to maximise Darren McCormack as much as possible. That could mean leaving him in after this stint, and that would certainly maximise him. But, I mean, they could leave him into the end in theory, couldn't they? I think they've used everyone. Yeah, they certainly have. So, I mean, they could leave him in, but I don't think they will. Or maybe they go over drive time, but he's losing time right now. They could leave him in. Let's see. He's staying out once again. He really wants to persevere with this and try and get out as much as he can.
Nils Naujoks is brought into the pits, so they're going to have the undercut here as well. A very aggressive line into the pits as well from Nils Naujoks. So that is the first driver to blink out of the front two. And I think this might put BS Competition into the lead. Love this shot. That's brilliant. Get to see Nils and indeed Darren McCormack. You would imagine that McCormack now tries to extend as much as he possibly can, like you were just saying there, Ewan, because if they bring the car in now, they're going to lose that position after one lap because of the undercut. And of course, they're going to lose more and more time, but they've got their fastest driver in the car now. Fascinating scenes here. Dominic Blyer now is in the car, so they brought the car in well early. Triton Racing have put Blyer in the car for a third stint. So they are going for their fastest driver. We saw what happened last time out. And if Nils Naujoks and Darren McCormack are close with each other, there is an opportunity potentially for there to be a genuine fight for all three for P1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There is less than 2 hours to go, but boy, this is far from over.
Yeah, it is far from over. Very, very interesting and well-poised situation here. I mean, last lap from McCormack was still a 46.7. Not bad, considering the amount of traffic that he had. He clearly is getting all that he can out of these tyres. Still not been in there for an hour now on these on this stint, but you would get the feeling that with that 5-second penalty and also the undercut that BS Competition are going to have, that they might well lose the lead anyway, whether they cut their losses right now and come in, or whether they stick it out for another 3 laps, which he probably can manage on the stint time. I think he's in though. He is into the pit lane. He responds, but I don't think it will be enough unless this pit stop is once again very short indeed.
Yeah, I think Nils Naujoks is going to come out and be in the lead. Well, sorry, it's not even Nils Naujoks now. It's Artur Camara. So Camara into the car. And we know how quick he was. He managed to catch up to Tinko van der Velde. Oh, no, sorry, Igor Rodriguez. So Igor Rodriguez came into the Williams car for the second stint. And yeah, Artur Camara caught up. And then it made it a duke out between Tinko van der Velde and Gregor Schill in the final stint. So Nils Naujoks has done a very good job on this stint. And it really is, well, we're about to see the fruits of his labour. Do BS Competition manage to come out in the lead? Here we go. We've got ourselves a lovely 2-shot here. We're going to see exactly the merge between the 2 cars. A few corners to go then for Artur Camara. Tyres are a little bit cold, so you've got to be very, very careful here. You can over push and ultimately lose a lot of time, or even end up off the circuit. But Camara seems to be managing this situation very, very well. Remember, Darren McCormack has a 5-second penalty to contend with, so they had to serve that first before they then put fuel in the car and indeed tyres. And as you can see, round that final corner we will go. Artur Camara for BS Competition has rounded the final corner across the start-finish line. There's the Williams Esports car coming out of the pit lane. It will feel like he's going 10 miles an hour. It's enough. BS Competition now lead this race with less than 2 stints to go. BS Competition are into the lead, and it's quite the sizable margin. It might be even 4 seconds, maybe even 5. BS Competition have done the business here. They've taken full advantage, and now it's all theirs to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that looks like similar pit stop times there. Maybe BS Competition slightly in favour, but you've also got to remember that the undercut will have served them well as well there. It could have gained them quite a lot of time. We'll obviously see the lap times of Camara over the line this time around. Gap 3.5 seconds or so. Got to factor in that Williams 5-second penalty that they had. That will bring the gap, that would suggest that the gap was 1.6 before, which wasn't quite true. So clearly there was a lap of undercut in there that gains BS Competition about 1.5 seconds in that one. So the maths all works out well. The two of them very, very well aligned on strategy now. This is going to be a pure game of cat and mouse going into the pit lane for the very final time in pretty much exactly an hour's time.
Yeah, the one lucky thing here for Williams is the fact that Igor Rodriguez has come out with clear air in front of him, although he's under pressure from a back marker, and he will not have tyres up to temperature, whereas Artur Camara has got that extra lap on him. So this lap's key. Has to stay ahead of this back marker, does not need to lose any more time. And by the time they cross the line, we'll get an exact look as to what the gap is. Well, so just under 4 seconds now, but he will start to come back at the BS Competition car. And they've only got 1 lap advantage in terms of tyre wear, so not really going to make too much of a difference. Dominic Blyer then 11 seconds. They had a terrible pit stop by the looks of things, actually, because they were only 7 seconds off the pace once it all started, or once it all finished, should I say, the pit stop phase. 4.3 seconds then is the difference between the front two. Igor Rodriguez was slower than Camera in the first stint. He has to be faster now. He has to chase him down, and he has to hand the car over to Tinko van der Velde with a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to just give him every chance possible. But I do fear that Rodriguez didn't lose that much time to Camera. Well, I'm not sure if it was these two matched up together. I think it was, but whoever he was against, he didn't lose that much time. But the worry I would have is that he didn't also gain very much time either. So can Rodriguez pull a 4-second gap like this back to allow Van der Velde that opportunity against Schill? Because for my money, Schill was comfortably faster than Van der Velde, and Tinko needs, at the very least, to be nose to tail pretty much immediately with Schill to kind of draw him into a battle, and then anything can happen. Pace doesn't really matter that much when you're in a battle, when you're as well matched as these two are. So I think that Rodriguez does need to close in a bit of a gap, but I don't know if he's going to be able to.
So something we did fail to spot. Nikita Bogoroditsky has managed to get the fastest lap of the race. It was a 45.145, 2 tenths quicker than anybody so far. I don't feel like that's the best way of going about things, because the times have significantly dropped since that point. And yeah, I think if you burn the tyres out really early, it's very similar, and I've mentioned that a few times today, Formula One. You have to nurse the tyres up to a decent temperature range, otherwise they just go off so much quicker. I think Nikita may have done that, unfortunately, in P6. But yeah, fastest lap of the race, that'd be some points, so lovely old job.
Yeah, it's been a good job so far. I mean, they might be expecting that, or hoping that they could have got a little bit more. Certainly they struggled with the tyre wear early on, but they've got things down now. They're on a bit of a fight with Get Closer Racing for 6th place right now. And that area of I guess that those two are pretty isolated between themselves, but just behind them, from maybe Fiala on backwards, it's quite densely populated in and around the last part of the top 10. From Fiala down to about Savalainen, there's about 20 seconds between those 6 cars or so, which is not bad.
Mitchy Tausch is the one to watch out for, I think, P11, and he is right up the fart box of the group in front. So Castorino is the car just in front there in P10. But yeah, Mitchy Tauscher is very quick. We know how quick Tauscher is, whether he has traction control on or not. Actually, he's got track record for turning traction control off. So today should be an absolute doddle when he's expecting it to be off. So yeah, he's now got to try and chase down and get as high up as possible for that Unicorns of Love team. Camera 4.5 seconds in the advantage, and Rodriguez loses another 2 tenths of a second on that lap. Dominic Blyer is actually just in between in terms of lap times between the front two, starting to close up on Rodriguez, but only by a 10th of a second a lap, but 10th slower than Arta Camera. BS Competition, they've waited for their moment, but boy, are they taking advantage now.
Certainly are. And sun coming down, we're getting to the end of the race. I mean, battle's still going on. Bogoroditsky shirt for 6th at the minute. We're still an hour and 50 to go, but it's just hard to quite grasp where they'll be towards the end. It is becoming clearer as it goes on, but for some of these positions, especially outside the top 2 or so, we've not been focusing on quite so often. It is difficult to tell. For example, between these two, Bogoroditsky and Scher, it's not immediately obvious which of the two is going to make the last final stop and who's got the tyre advantage here, and so on and so forth. It's a difficult one to work out for the moment, but still plenty of time, long time before the next pit stops now. Things should remain similar for the next 50 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know about you, but I'm absolutely exhausted. So trying to figure out what's going on here is ridiculous. We're on board currently with the battle for 6th position, and I think Cody Pride is maybe just a couple of seconds up the road as well, or am I wrong? No, Cody Pride is well up the road actually. So this battle for P6 is very much rife between Scher and Bogoroditsky. Obviously Nikita's got that fastest lap, but the lap times have significantly dropped off. They almost did exactly the same lap time previously there, so Tobias Scher may be being held up now. They've also got a back marker to indeed contend with, but very interesting stuff. And this is across the whole field. There are close battles absolutely everywhere. And also seeing a few people type in HyperX in the chat. Yes, we do indeed have a giveaway today, so if you want to win yourself some goodies from HyperX, It is very simple, on Twitch only. So if you're on YouTube right now, head over to VCO Esports on Twitch, type HyperX in the chat, and you will indeed be entered in for a giveaway. So get yourselves involved in that. There are also 2 other broadcasts happening right now. We've got ourselves the Rivals grid and the Challengers grid as well. But that is all in the command center. That's what it's called, isn't it? There we go. As you can see, twitch.tv/VCO Esports. So yeah, go to the command center and you can watch all 3 if you like. We've got, who have we got commentating on the other ones? We've got Jack Maloney. Oh no, that's production. Sorry, who am I talking about? We've got Adam Weller, Chris Buxton for the Rivals one. And then we've got Austin Bulker and Dean Hopton who are doing the challenges. So yeah, go over there and give them a bit of a G-up. Go and say hello. And also congratulate them on doing back-to-back 6 hours racing. Fair play to them.
And we're also going to tune in for the final parts of their races very soon as well, as we do on all of these FLExTREME broadcasts. We'll be able to see the winners of all of 3 categories come across the line. But yeah, notably the Rivals and Challengers come significantly before ours. I think got to be in the final half an hour maybe of the Challengers race now. So very much getting towards the end of their race, because they start a little bit earlier than we do. While we're busy chatting pre-race and we're messing around with qualifying and so on, they're racing. In case you didn't know. So we'll tune in to see their winners cross the line fairly soon, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we'll be very, very soon. I'm disappearing in about 25 minutes, so I would imagine when I go, Lewis will probably introduce it. So yeah, you're going to get to see the final on this broadcast of all of our races. You will not miss a beat, and also every single round we have the start of each race as well. So you get to see the start and finish of all of it. As we're on board with Mitchy Tauscher here. So Mitchy Tauscher looking to find a move then on Castorino. Castorino runs ever so slightly wide through turn number 4. And ultimately opens up the door down towards turn number 5. There's a group of 3 cars in front of these as well. Mitchy Tauscher, one of the quickest drivers on ACC. Again, I just genuinely think the setup on this car is wrong for the team, because I can understand one driver not being as quick as they normally would be, but all 3, the Unicorns of Love, for me, pound for pound, the best team on ACC. Yeah, I think that they've messed up on their setup, which is a huge part of sim racing, and ultimately they will have to learn from that mistake. The group in front is going crazy as well. I think we've got Jack Alexander, Fiala battling as well with Schur. So yeah, Jack Alexander has just joined this little group in front. Crazy action.
Yeah, very close in this region of the field, but Bogorodinsky's certainly coming under a lot of pressure from Schur. Did briefly, but no longer, unfortunately, in the battle for 6th. This is a lot closer. Castorino with his mirrors full. Tauscher thought was going to even have a look in towards the final chicane. That really would have been brave.
Sorry,
really
but we will see here exactly if the setup's wrong.
Well, I guess.
You see that they're holding a really tight apex there, but if the car in front just drives away, then that's absolutely what they've done. They've put too much downforce on. They should be catching up in this slipstream, and they're just not.
Yeah,
maybe just a little bit. We've seen other cars close right up behind with that gap, so I think that because the evidence there for me is they were able to hold a real tight apex through the final corner, but that exit didn't help them one iota, because once they get onto the straight, they just don't really have that pace.
Must admit, while I have next to no experience setting up cars at ACC, in my experience, downforce, while is surely a factor, especially in a GT3 though, I feel like the internals, like the suspension and camber and toe angles and all that kind of thing, anti-roll bars, all of those kind of things seem to be, in my experience, far more detrimental or helpful to making the tyres last or making them fall to pieces when you're trying to set up a car. So I do wonder whether maybe they have put too much downforce on, but I guess you do need it around this circuit. But whether something, the internals are not quite set up quite right either. Maybe it's a bit both, maybe it's one or the other, but something certainly doesn't seem quite right. It certainly doesn't seem that they do have the straight line speed that maybe you'd expect, but then again, they are in the same car, so it's also difficult to judge. And we haven't seen too much also of Castorino's car, Racing Point here, so maybe maybe they'd have a fast car in a straight line. There's a lot of unanswered questions and questions we don't have the answer to.
Yeah, I don't think that UOL, if they have made a mistake in their setup, they'll ever actually admit it either. So
or especially not tell us what it is.
No, 100%. That's not going to happen. So, yeah, we're just speculating at this point. And maybe they're just off the pace. Maybe we're doing the rest of this field a disservice. Maybe, you know, they're just struggling. And that can happen. You can have an off weekend. It's just very strange when it's a team event that all three drivers will be in that same boat, especially with the fact that they were so quick in qualifying, Ewan.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what the big evidence for me says that they've got the setup wrong for the race.
Yeah,
the fact that they were that quick.
They didn't scrape into Q3. They weren't outside the top 10 in qualifying ever. They qualified on the front row, and they had provisional pole for a little bit. So I think so. Yeah, they did before Dan McCormack came in and obliterated everyone. So yeah, then they're clearly in the race pace side of things. From the outside looking in, as I mentioned earlier on, we're speculating and wildly guessing, I guess, is probably more accurate for what we're doing. But it's the only explanation I can think of to find themselves out here. Now, it does feel like we are doing a bit of a disservice to the teams that are around them. These are some very good teams that they're battling with right now. You know, outside line of Castorino, and Tauscher might be able to make a move here. Side by side into turn 10, not going to be able to. Late on the brakes from Castorino though, and Tauscher should have this done now into 11 and now 12. Nice move up inside the top 10 again. These are not bad teams that they're around, but it's Unicorns of Love we're talking about after all. Arguably the best team in ACC, so there are certain expectations that you have for a team like that.
Castorino got really excited there, didn't he? He's like, nope, not to. He's like, oh, maybe, okay, yeah, okay, it is today. My bad. You just tried to outbrake them on the exit of that corner, and it's just like, yeah, no, maybe you can have this position in the end after all. Arta Camara, by the way, losing time to P2. Rodriguez starting to turn the screw. 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. Already a 1/10 of a second difference on this lap here. Also, Triton losing a bit of time to Rodriguez, but closing up to our leader. Are we going to see Rodriguez catch up to Camara? And then the same story as hour 3, where Dominic Blyer was able to catch up because the front two started battling incredibly hard. Again, there's not long left of this race in a 6-hour race. I know there's an hour 40 left, which is a long race if it was just an hour 40 race, but this is not over. It is not over in the slightest.
No, it's certainly not over, and we're going to have to keep watching, keep our eyes peeled to the very, very end here, because it's going to be edge of your seat stuff, you'd imagine, right to the very end. Maybe between these two as well, Bogroditsky and Schur. They seem well matched right now. This is what I mean earlier on. It's hard to tell whether they're just well matched right now, or whether their projections and their trajectories to the end of this race are well matched as well. That's what's hard to quite work out and figure out. Even with only 100 minutes to go, it's still quite hard to figure it out. We're going to get some more answers going on into the final hour. One of these two could have a significantly shorter stop than the other by a second or two, with some less laps of fuel to put in, and then they'll be away. So you never know, but for now we'll enjoy the fight. They do look pretty close.
It's really strange, this race, where people are able to attack for a certain amount of time and then they've just got to back off because their tyres just are blown. It's as simple as that. The track temperature difference is 11 degrees. I thought and I figured that was going to be a huge factor, and that these stints here would just be almost sprint stints where they could just go as fast as they like the entire way. It's just not been the case. It's not been the case at all, unfortunately, for the drivers. They still have to manage these tyres, and we're seeing the first half, and we're seeing certain drivers hold off for the first half of the stint and then absolutely fly, which is something Dominic Bly has done twice now. I'm half expecting him to start really ramping up that pace in the second half of this stint. But yeah, for the most part, it's just about picking your battles, picking your time when you can attack. Because right now, we saw earlier on that Schur was right up behind Nikita, and it was almost looking inevitable that Schur was going to make the move. That's not worked out, has it? It's not been the case. There's now a gap, a manageable gap, no real sign of a potential lunge. So very interesting as we go a bit further back then. This is 17th, battling for 16th position. Contagianis being overtaken up the inside, but he has the outside line and will have the overlap to work with. Gets forced onto the curbing here, but I tell you what, Zhobalov is going to absolutely hold on to that. That's a brilliant move from both of them, and that's how it should be done. Zhobalov does hold on to that spot, but earlier on we saw a little bit further up the order. It was actually Capoccia, I think, battling with, I cannot remember who he is battling with actually. No, I can't remember the name, but ultimately it ended up a lot better this time round. That was brilliant.
It wasn't one of the West Competition Racing drivers. It wasn't Apostle, was it? Might have been. Can't remember either, to be fair. That's not great for us, but can't remember. But yeah, nice pass from Zobov to be able to get up the order into still 16th position. Surprised that SMP Racing, as I think Lewis alluded to a few moments ago, well, quite a long time ago, you know, I was surprised that SMP didn't make it further up the order after their drive-through. I know they had that obviously penalties to serve, they had to go through pit lane and whatever, but I'm surprised they haven't made more of a recovery afterwards, because they did come out in about 20th. And they're still 16th. It happened 4 hours ago. So I'm very surprised.
Massive dance hits. Do love some dance hits, ladies and gentlemen. Feel like Mike's basically celebrating too early. He's already listening to some Darude Sandstorm by the sounds of things. So good to see there. Maybe a bit of Venga Boys. The Venga bus is coming. I don't know. But yeah, there you go. Now you know what our producer's into. He's into some massive dance hits. To anyone watching at home, let me know where you're watching from around the world. Hopefully you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Pitstop UK is basically my parrot at this point. He's mimicking what I'm saying every 5 seconds, which is great. Yeah, Williams is absolutely closing up. It was 7/10 of a second the previous lap to this last one, and now it's 3/10 taken out again. So the gap coming down to near under, where it's 2.8 seconds. So you're spot on there. Absolutely spot on. We are trying to keep an eye on it. We're trying to keep an eye on everything going on the circuit at the same time, which I'm sure you can imagine is not the easiest of jobs. But Igor Rodriguez, who has been, and I use this term very loosely, the slowest driver for Williams Esport, is right now absolutely flying towards our race leader. I feel like we might be having a bit of Williams BS competition, flirtatious driving once again.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a gap coming down, but I would worry that Cameron's just holding something back, and he's going to kick on as soon as Rodriguez gets closer, and then maybe doesn't have an answer there for Williams Esports. We'll wait and see how it pans out between them, but it's certainly not over yet between the front two, but I'm just not sure quite which way it's going to go for the moment. Cameron's still 2.7 seconds on. It's not bad, but yeah, it's still a gap that could very much come down and very much change before the end of this race. Had a message in the YouTube chat, by the way, from Luke Whitehead, who did the first 3 hours of this race for the 494 team. He says that everyone's on full wing pretty much, so nobody has less downforce. That's not the problem at Unicorns of Love. He thinks that everybody will be just on full downforce, considers everybody's in the same car. So I still do think it's something internal, suspensionally, or
maybe
something along those lines. I really don't know. As we said before, we are speculating.
Well, the evidence there from Luke is, if maybe he thinks everyone's on full wing, and actually only his team and Unicorns of Love are on full wing, well, that doesn't really describe their race, because Luke Whitehead's team's done exceptionally well to be where they are, and they've gone up through the pack. They've been lightningly fast, so they have the opposite effect. So yeah, I'm more inclined to go with what Luke says than what I say, and I always go with what Luke says. Any Luke is probably right, unless it's me today. But yeah, something's out of sorts. That's the main thing. It's a bit of a mystery as to, and maybe it's just a car. Maybe it's just a car in race pace. It's not that it doesn't suit their driving style. Just doesn't really explain the quali pace. But the Unicorns of Love mystery, as much as people want to hear about it, I guess, we'll now focus on the actual race at hand. We've got Blyer, who is also now starting to find... No, he's dropping pace, actually. It is Rodriguez. Rodriguez gains another 0.2 of a second. And before long, maybe 4 or 5 laps, it is going to be a case of where Camera is going to get caught, and then he'll be in the slipstream, which makes it even easier. Oh, well, there we go. It's a mix of setup and preparation there. So Richter's just said that in the chat. And he's from Unicorns of Love. So thank you. I'm right for the 3rd time in one broadcast, Ewan. What a mind-blowing day.
There's an opinion we can get behind. Bastian Richter, who is actually on Unicorns of Love. I can get behind that. Not my own opinion, or I'll that's the one I'm going to go with. But yeah, clearly they understand as well, as much as anybody, that this is not where they want to be, and not where they should be in terms of their expectations. I still do believe, though, that they'll be 5th in the standings after this race. They'll probably jump over SMP Racing Esports racing, because the 100 has been outside the top 10 all day. They've been all right, but they are going to lose some positions because it's really close in that area of the standings. Unicorns of Love are going to get over them. Race Anywhere Simsport came in only 1 point ahead of Unicorns of Love, but they are beating them quite convincingly today. Get Closer Racing are obviously beating them as well, and they came in with a fairly hefty points lead on them as well. So they're not going to overtake them. RCI just behind, obviously really disappointing for them. Remvelton similar. Triton might just have enough points to get ahead of Unicorns of Love, so maybe they won't even break into the top 5 today. It depends really on a number of things, because at the moment Triton would gain a good 30 points over Unicorns of Love, which is a big gain for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I don't want to do a disservice to everyone else once again. Unicorns of Love misfortune as everybody else's game, but the other teams that are in and around it, the likes of Yaz Heat, I'm specifically going to point out Yaz Heat actually, to be up into P4, that's an incredible drive. That's a phenomenal drive. Outside of the top 3, that is something pretty mint. But anyway, I'm now going to disappear, guys. You're not going to hear from me again today. It will be down to you and indeed Lewis. But before that, we are going to head over to the Challengers grid and see the end of that race. Hopefully you've enjoyed the broadcast so far, and make sure that you keep tuning in for the rest of the races.
I'm Austin Belke alongside Dean Hompton. In the commentary booth, we've got the fantastic Jack Maloney in the production trailer, controlling all these fantastic cameras. Hello and welcome to the Challengers split. The first one to go today, the first one to end. To start you off, Dylan Tan in the 889 car qualified that machine on pole. He led all the way up until turn 1 when he got passed on the outside by the number 98 car, piloted back then and still by Polyakov. He led for the next 18 laps until he was passed back again by Dylan Tan in the 889. Tan stayed in that car until about the 3-hour mark on the session, until he was forced to get out of the car before he violated the drive time requirements. He led through that entire stint there. The first 3 hours, walked out to a 42-second lead before he was caught speeding as he went down to pit road. He inflicted himself with a stop-go 30-second time penalty, wiped out his entire lead, gave him another 15-second deficit to who was then the leader, then the 44 car. Walked himself all the way back to the lead, got himself a 10-second lead before he was forced to bring that car down pit road and hand it off to his teammates. His teammates then, Pratama especially, picked up where he left off. He now has a 51-second lead before the end of this race. The car in second place, the number 44 machine. Steinhauser done a fantastic job all day to bring this thing home in one piece. And then, of course, you got Klaus Nyring in the 214 machine. You can't forget the winners who came home victorious in Austin, Texas at COTA. They were forced to take an early exit, then come right back into play at the end of Monza. Lost a lot of points before the end of that race, Dean.
Absolutely, and the race is brewing at the moment between P6 and P7. It's half a second. Can you believe it? 5 hours and 56 minutes into this race. It's coming down by 3 minutes and change to go. Thank you much, everybody, for tuning in. If you like it, subscribe it, and be a part of this party, because this is coming down to the tooth and nail. We've been racing for 5 hours, almost 6 hours at the moment, and can anything be done about the 118 machine to get past the 22 machine?
You know, we've been looking at this battle, Dean, for the last half an hour or so. These cars have been pretty much locked together from one another at the same kind of distance. So 118 gets close. As soon as he gets too close, he gets a little bit overzealous on the right foot pedal, and then he gets a little bit too loose coming off the corner. This is the closest he's been in the last 10 or 20 minutes or so. Extremely close now. We'll see if he can make any sort of a run through the fast left-right chicane of 14 and 15, and then onto the front stretch. It looks like he's losing a bit of time, though, in these slow-speed corners.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. At the moment, 2 minutes and change. All the twos on the clock. Can't do it through here, of course. 14 and 15. Down the main straightaway, coming up out of the final corner. 16. Here we go. Got to make a run right now. You can see a little bit of clear traffic up the road. So here it is. Battles brewing. 889 machine should be cleared to take the top step of the podium. But right now, who wants to take 6th step on the podium?
It's going to be really close here. Marcus continues to have the overspeed going into turn 1, gets really close, but again, can't make quite anything of it. He's got a little bit better tires than that 22 car ahead of him. He continues to be faster. When he makes a mistake, he can catch back up, but he just can't ever quite get alongside and make that final ever so important move. You see a lap car down to the inside, pulling off to let both these lead lap cars go by.
Got to get it done soon. Time is on your side. Look how close they are. You can't believe it, can you? After all this time, we're almost at the 6-hour barrier. Can he get it done somewhere around here? Maybe a lap or so to go. Thank you for tuning in. And you better be HyperXing yourself right now for some HyperX gear, because I'm HyperXed right now myself, my friend.
Look at Marcus. He tried to pull a dummy there into turn number 5. Couldn't quite get it done. He's going to be locked on the back bumper here. The 22 car just up the road ahead through the fast corner. Turn 9, high commitment through there. Now into the hard braking complex. Turn 10 here. Fast, really, really slow left there. You got to slow it down a ton right here.
It's easier said than done, isn't it? There it is. It's nail biting. The teams, all 3 of them, have been racing and driving to surviving. It's not a Netflix series. It's live in the VCO Esports, and it's live here on the Challenger Split. Can it be? Who wants the P6? It's up for grabs, but can Alex hold on for a final little memento to deliver the result?
One car off a little bit. You see the yellow dot there. That's the 72 car, a little bit off the track in Sector 3. Looks like they've gotten that thing back on. The yellow flag has been redacted. How about this 889 bunch? They just took the white flag here. You can see the next time by the start-finish line, the checkered flag will be waved. They've done everything they needed to do today. Dylan Tan qualified the car on pole, lost the lead, but didn't fret about it. Stayed in the tire tracks. That 98 car all day long of Polyakov until 18 laps in. Polyakov made a crucial error, allowed for Dylan Tan to get by. Ever since then, he pulled away. He continued to gap the field. 42 seconds of the lead. Had a stop-go 30-second penalty. Lead erased. Brought that car back from 15 seconds behind the leader. Took the lead again. Handed the car off to his teammates. They turned that 10-second lead into what is now a 53-second lead. These guys have been on fire all day today. You talk about cooking minute rice. This team could do it. This group of guys, 58 seconds flat. These guys have been just phenomenal all day long, and they've only got a couple more corners separating them from yet another win. Top step upon the podium here in Barcelona. He's going to go through the ever so slow corner at turn 10, around turns 11 and 12. This big wide open corner, 180-degree turn almost. Now he's only got 3 corners left. He's got the fast right and then left right chicane. 14 and 15, slow the car down. Easy now, buddy. All you need to do is just bring her home. Couple more corners through 14 and 15, through the wide open corner of turn 16 now.
Legion of Motorsports have done everything they delivered. They are leading the championship for 19 points. Add a few more to the ticker. They've done it. They delivered, and that's a race win. The 889 car have done it, and they've done it in España with style.
This is a look at the second place driver, Christian, in the 44 machine. This team, they've been really just at top level performance all day long. There's been very few cars that have been able to deliver solid, consistent 1 minute 46 lap times. That's been these guys, the leaders, and very few others. These guys have just been minding their P's and Q's all race long. I think this is going to be a phenomenal race here for Revolution Sim Racing. Definitely a lot to hold their heads up high about. And not too bad coming home P2. Just utter domination. That 889 crew put on an absolute clinic on the field, and these guys did too. The best of the rest, as it were. The 44 is going to come through 14, 15, and 16. He's going to see the checkered flag waving for himself. He's going to take home P2 today in Barcelona.
Barney is your friend if you can finish 6 hours of the endurance race here. Absolutely brilliant. Good on you. Good on NSN Racing Team. You've done. You delivered. The bubbly stuff is coming your way.
Yeah, Klaus Nyring gets his second.
Well, congratulations to Legion of Racers, but a bit of drama at the end of that. So cheers to Austin and Dean as well to take us through the final moments of the broadcast here over on the Cash Split. The Challengers race is done, but I joined back in the quadrille from Lewis McGlade. Leon O'Leary's alongside me for the final hour and 20 minutes or so. Thank you to Luke Craig, who's gone off to go and enjoy the rest of his afternoon/evening. But yeah, interesting, the Legion of Racers there came to a stop just after crossing the line. Might be a bit interesting from race control.
Yeah, it looked like the driver had done his allocated meters of driving for the day and was doing absolutely no more by the looks of things. But it does say in the rules that on the cool down lap you do have to return back to pit lane again. Otherwise you might get a penalty, but they look like they had a very big lead anyway. It might not matter. And I don't want to throw anybody on the bus here, or under the bus here, or snitch on anyone. So, you know, don't come at me. But, you know, I don't know.
It might well be. Well, we'll keep ourselves focused on the Cash Split for now, because of course we do have some close battles up and down the order as we descend our way into night. Of course, the challenger split didn't. The rival split, I can confirm, is definitely at night time, so fair enough on that one. But of course, just a couple of seconds between the top two in the race. Arthur Camera versus Igor Rodriguez. Blyer in a little bit of a world of his own. Malinovsky also. Pride also. And then you got this battle for 6th position. Bogoroditsky versus Tobias Scher. Get Closer Racing all over the rear end. Reminder of the results for Get Closer Racing. They finished on the podium in the first round of the season. Then they ended up finishing in 10th position in the previous round and now looking for another top 10 to start out the season with 3 consistent top 10s in a championship like this, especially to do that in the Cup car. I mean, that's going to show you decently when it comes to the championship positions later on.
Yeah, certainly. So I was just distracted looking into Cody Pride there because I know he's just ahead of these guys, but they've really been losing time in Race Anywhere Sim Sports Porsche at the moment. They were on the back of Malinovsky's Yas Heat car with Grantis Caracas at the wheel with about this time last hour. They were in a battle almost. Well, speaking of battles, Tauscher and Castorino side by side. Castorino should hold it here through turn 12, but Grantis Caracas lost a bit of time towards the end of that last stint. I thought it was just tyres related, but clearly there might be something else there because the gap's now grown to over 20 seconds. I don't think Cody Pride is racing from his usual setup and place today. I believe he's on the move somewhere, but I don't know if that's holding him back. But they've lost about 20 seconds in an hour here.
Yeah, it's not been going quite so well for Cody Pride. There's still plenty of time left in the race to at least hold back the rest of the charge, or the rest of the contingent. Castorino making that move and completing it on Michi Tausch. He had a bit of a moment coming out of the chicane, but Tausch is closing back in. I mean, let's be honest, Unicorns of Love, let's dissect it a little bit because they've not exactly had a particularly good day. Remember, they started out the season battling for a race victory and ended up finishing in second at COTA. Had issues on the very first lap at Monza, and they continue here. I mean, let's be honest, if you can finish inside the top 10 in a race like this, that's a pretty solid result. But we know what Unicorns of Love are like. We know what their talent level is like, their ability level, where they're at in the world of sim racing. Finishing in 10th or 11th, that for them it's not good enough.
No, they'll feel disappointed with that. Their expectations will be higher. I mean, me and Luke Crane have been searching and just speculating for almost our entire last hour, trying to figure out quite why Unicorns of Love being there. Bastian Richter finally shedding us a bit of light on that. Thankfully, somebody finally from inside the team giving us a little bit of information, but for sure they'll be disappointed with this one. And as I mentioned a few moments ago as well, you know, this is the race that I believe BS Competition and Williams Esports have always put everybody else out of the championship picture, and that includes Unicorns of Love, because the number 14 team are going to be 5th at best in the standings, maybe worse off at the end of this race.
Yeah, they might also have to worry about the charge from those behind. The Gatachan Ballas Esports cars closing in just a touch, and I don't think we'll be particularly far behind if they have anything to say about it. They are closing in, they are going to join this fight. To be fair, Burst aren't a million miles off the rear end of it either, so this could get, like I say, slightly worse, especially as this stint rolls on. Remember, we've said about tyre wear, etc. You know, almost too much a little bit in this broadcast, but tyre wear is a big factor. Some teams have gone well with it, some teams have struggled with it more so. And like you say, when it comes to points, it's crunch time for a lot of these teams. They'll be sticking in their faster and smoother driver into this point of the race to try and make them go a little bit stronger in the final stages. With around 20 minutes left to go in this race in the cash split, we're just going to step aside because whilst we saw the end to the challenger split, the rival split is also coming to a close. Let's get a little bit of a taster as to what we can see over the next hour and 20 minutes.
Final 5 minutes then of this round number 3 at Barcelona. 6 hours have absolutely flown by here at the rival split as the yellow flag has just come out, as I've mentioned it. Just looking at the map, that's the number 69 car that's gone around. Daniel Krebs, the Limitless Speed Drivers car, has come to grief. That is on the exit of turn 11, so that's not an ideal position at all. But it is a race that has been primarily dominated by this car and mainly this man. Andrea Miato built a storming lead for Class Sim Racing in his first stint. Flash of the lights to indicate to the group of back markers he's catching up to that I'm coming through, that his pace has been matched by no one. In fairness, Principi, who took over the car as well for a period of time, they did their best. Harry Phillips and the 26 car, the 26 team, the Wild Things Racing squad, there they are, were so close to overhauling the 73, but then Miato took the car over for the final stint and just romped off into the distance. But they have been fighting absolutely everywhere in this field. There still are, we're nearly the end of 6 hours, and you just look through the tower and there's still several groups arguing. Tish and De Hellevander arguing for 7th position. There's the VRM Racing number 349 car, just looks like it's swept around the outside of turn 1 and does indeed claim that 7th position for VRM. So it's been a mixed race for them, but Adam Weller joining me in the box for this race. Oh my goodness me, it's been action all night.
Yes, it has, and if you were just paying attention to the very sharp end of the order on a lap chart, you might not think so. Andrea Miato, who was our pole sitter for this race in the 73 car, was absolutely dominant in the first 2 hours of the race. He took the first 2 stints of the race, disappeared up the road, helped in no small part by issues for round 1 winners VRM Racing. Just 2 corners into the race, VRM Racing found themselves into the barriers on the entry to turn 3, dropped right down to the rear of the order, but have fought back admirably into the top 10, now sitting in 7th place. That was the car on the front row of the grid with Miato in the 73. So right away, their primary contenders were missing, but Miato capitalised on every opportunity he got in the first 2 hours, built a gap in approaching a minute, well over 30 seconds at the time of handing the car over. But at various points, that car has been under threat and duress from the likes of Harry Phillips in the number 26 that sits in 2nd, and this man, Tadas Juknevicius, in the Rapid Esports car, to name but a couple of those who have contended but not quite ascended to the throne of this race so far. It's been dramatic, as you were saying, all the way through. We've had so many cars have slight issues, fight their way back through the order, and we've had plenty of tussling at every single corner of this pack so far. It's been a measured performance, though, it must be said, from the 73 crew. Miato back in the car for the final stint, which is something we anticipated after his teammates didn't quite show the same affinity with this Porsche 992 Cup car. I don't want to talk about fortune when he's still in amongst the traffic and the checkered flag hasn't flown, but they really have made their own luck so far today.
Absolutely so, and here is another battle, the final minute of the race. Weininger, who does seem to have struggled in this car, started very high up the field, but sadly early trouble for the 449 team has sent them down the side-by-side car, usually in an Audi. As Daniel Gala goes too deep into turn 13, but does just about manage to keep Mikhail Prokopian behind him for the full boost squad. And you can see how the cars are squiggling around, obviously right at the end of the tyre life, over to the defensive posture for Weininger for potentially the final time of this race. And the checkered flag will not come quick enough for some drivers, and Weininger, I think, will be quite glad to see the checkered flag in this race. Is Gala has banzaied the inside of turn 1, can't quite slow it down on the inside of turn 2, and loses out to Prokopian as a result. Inside line and a punch to the face for the number 9 car. That's going to potentially cost him another one as another car's coming through. Checkered flag is being readied for Miato, who is just coming over the line. So your winner here in Barcelona is Class Sim Racing, the number 73 car. Andrea Miato brings it home. An absolutely dominant performance from him. And in 2nd position, there's the fireworks fly here in Spain. Harry Phillips gives it plenty of beans on the exit of turn 14 and 15. Harry Phillips brings home the Wild Things Racing number 26 car for 2nd. A huge shout out to them, but an even more impressive position for the 23 Tadas Juknevicius in Rapid Esports. Has done a brilliant job to get that car up towards the top end of the field, securing the podium for 23. Russell Reyes, a superb performance for the JMX Phantom squad. They missed the first round at Circuit of the Americas and really sealed the deal well. They had trouble last time out of Monza, but are going to be coming home in a very, very strong 4th place for them, and Smokey will be rounding up the top 5. So thank you very much to all of our grids. The cash split as well. It has been an incredible race to commentate on here for VCO LFM FLExTREME. Thank you very much. And wow, thank you to those that have been with us throughout the stream.
Well, cheers to Chris and Adam there. Again, from the rival split, we've got our 2 winners in Clash and Legion of races across the day. And there's just one final winner to crown. That one in the cash split, as we'll race for another hour and 12 minutes to see that final checkered flag of the day and see who's going to be on it. At the moment, it is swinging its way towards BS Competition, who started the season with a 4, moved to a 2nd position after the recovery drive of the season so far last round, where they went from the back of the grid all the way up to 2nd. It was incredible, and I think that will stand the test of time as recovery drives go. They're looking though to grab themselves a victory after a 5-second time penalty that was dished out to Williams Esports. Dominic Blyer in the 3rd position for Triton. Whilst right there, we'll take a look at some of the replays over the race we've had. It started out in some beautiful sunshine, but trust me, as much as it was clean for some of the top runners up towards that first corner, it got a little bit messy for some of those further down. Williams Esports hanging on to the race lead just about from Unicorns of Love. Lars Kisser was behind the wheel at the time. A couple of issues from some of those funneling their way through the first corner. For the most part, everything was all right. Pulse Simsport having a touch of an issue. Visceral, you can see in the middle, just at the foreground, a shot had a little bit of contact with Yaz Heat that sent them off over the inside of the road. And their issues would compound themselves up towards the exit of turn 4, dropping back into the clutches of the mid-pack. They were then sat at the 3 and 4 wide as the pack was racing through. Team Shizou out wide, and then there was a bit of contact just on the run up towards turn 5, which Visceral would join a trio of cars off of the race circuit over onto the left-hand side that would lose a fair amount of time in the early stages of the race. Also, through some of that damage repair, that some of them would have to return to the pit lane. An unfortunate way for the likes of our Nage competition to also begin. More dramas as well as they were heading their way through turn 13. A couple of teams being battered around with Leopard and, of course, the Brabham Esports team being thrown into the mix heading round turn 12. Just all the kind of expected carnage. Another car being spun around on the exit of the chicane, managing to get back going again and get back into the single file formula that would be the staple of the early stage of the race, whilst they were all trying to work up their bits of track position. Eleonora Rose, though, was trying to find her way through with a bit of help with Valentin Barriere behind, trying to find their way through. It was about a 3-wide battle down into the first corner, and the Queen's Design car that had made decent progress in the early stage of the race was trying to funnel its way through before a little bit of drama up towards turn 5. Going around the 3rd corner, Brabham Esports, you watch this. We've seen this before in real life a few years ago, back in 2016, and we see it in this occasion here. The Queen's Design car goes over to the right, Brabham Esports goes over to the right, and even a little bit too far. Out wide, pushed over, and pushing out one of the cars on the exit of that right-hander. Just a little bit of a messy affair, and it's just sometimes how it goes. ST Racing Esports, the one that was paying the price from that one. Brabham were spun around here, and then watch the Hello YouTube car that kind of comes through. Prime Racing Firefly, they just drive straight into him really at the final corner, and that's what sends the Hello YouTube car out wide. And it was kind of one of those things at the final corner. It's sometimes a bit easy to misjudge, not knowing where all the cars were. Brabham Esports, they were fancying their way to make some forms of moves down the inside of the Prime Firefly car, straight into the rear end of Carbon Simsports, who'd be sent around. Brabham Esports would wait up, though, to allow that Carbon Simsports car to come straight back through. Just the nature of that tight and twisty corner. Of course, BS Competition were trying to work up some progress. Niels Nyox behind the wheel, trying to get past a struggling Vyacheslav Abeladze in the end of the first stint after the tyres had been worn for the car that was catching up to the race leader in Dara McCormack, and Niels Nijks was sending it around the outside. It was a super move from Nijks to get this one made up into second position all the way around the outside of turn 9, and you had a Triton car sat behind thinking about when their opportunity would be. They'd head through turn 12, a little bit of oversteer from the 142, and the door was open for BS Competition to complete that move and for Triton to make an attempt coming down into 13, into that final tight complex of corners. It was Triton and Dominic Bly that was trying to make that one stick, and certainly with respect between themselves and between Abeladze, the position would switch, and it would be Abeladze dropping from second to fourth in the matter of a couple of corners. And this was just how it kind of unfolded throughout a lot of the early portion of the race. Aspar going on the attack, getting down the inside of RCI, and then going for a bit of a half spin, assisted back around though.
Yeah, Clumsy and Brabham Esports once again involved in the incidents. RCI Esports also, by the way, not having a good day today, despite the fact they come into it 7th place in the standings. Slightly better days going on for some up front, like Race Anywhere Simsport, who we're seeing here going around the outside of the 142 Simware.pro car. They were up another position, and that roughly set the pattern for where those two cars are right now, to be honest. They were running in 5th and 6th, respectively. They're 5th and 7th as we speak right now, as a result of that pass, despite the fact it happened hours ago.
BS Competition would take over the race lead after that 5-second time penalty for Williams in the pit lane, and then we saw this tight battle between the Get Closer racing car right over the rear end of the 142 Simware.pro by Vides. It was struggling a little bit on tyres, as did quite a few towards the ends of their stints. Out wide, bit of contact, and the 142 making a bit of a mess of that, straight over the inside of turn 5, and a rejoin over to the race circuit. That's how things went and unfolded in the earlier stages of the race. Where we are presently, it's BS Competition that are leading the way by nearly 5 seconds over Igor Rodriguez and the Williams Esports team. Dominic Blyer behind, and then Maciej Malinowski. Got to say, what a drive it has been from the 666 to get up inside that top 5, to get up inside that 4th position. It's another great recovery drive from the As Heat cars that started out another round on the wrong foot as they did back at the previous round of the season at Monza. Cody Pride as well. I mean, I know there's been some struggles in the pace from the Racing Sim Sport machine, but still great pace right now to be able to potentially hang on to a top 5. But, got to be said, Scher and Bogoroditsky are closing in.
They are, and at quite a rate as well. I think the rate that Malinowski is pulling away from Pride as well is pretty frightening. It's now 30 seconds between the two, and with 2 hours 20 remaining, the gap was, barely, it's nose to tail. I just thought that Grantas Caracas had pushed too hard and he was falling off in terms of tyres towards the end of that stint, but clearly that wasn't the case. Cody Pride also now struggling, and I do think he's going to struggle to hang on to 6th and then 7th as well. But fortunately, there's a big gap between Bogoroditsky and Alexander as well in the West Competition racing car, so I think 7th place might be where they land and come to rest, really, Racing West Simsport.
Yeah, we're focused on the battle for 11th position because the Burst Esports car has got ahead of Unicorns of Love and is now trying to close in on the Gata Chain Ballas Esports car. Mitchy Tausch is struggling with the tyres just a touch as we head towards those final stops, with there being an hour and 5 minutes left to go. Technically, we'll put big air quotes with that one, you could make a pit stop now and get to the end of the race. I wouldn't want to. You'll be a little bit tight on time. I'd always say you want a 5-minute buffer, just in case. But technically, you could pit now and reach the end of the race. I would suspect most people will be in between the 60 an hour to go and 45 minutes to go. That's where we're going to see a majority of these teams in the pit lane. Probably more likely in that 60 to 55 minute period, because of course, how much these cars are wearing out their tyres. You lose a lot of time if you try and stay out too long. That is not a position lost for Tauscher. Just a little bit of track position versus one of the back markers that's sped its way past on some slightly fresher tyres.
Although while we were looking through the Challengers rival splits and previous highlights from this race, Mike Noble's gotten through into 11th place for Burst Esports, so another position lost for Unicorns of Love, down to 12th place now in this race over the last few moments. Another great drive from Burst Esports though, a great recovery from those drivers once again. I feel like they've been one of the quiet teams of this season, really. 13th in the standings coming into this one, but we don't often speak about them as running inside the top 10 or really anywhere near the top 10, but that's where they found themselves in the championship due to consistency more than anything.
Yeah, which is kind of remarkable because we know Burst Esports from being outside of the world of ACC.
Yeah, not ACC. That's the key. Though.
Exactly, but obviously FFS Racing being the team they've worked with on this. Basically, it is FFS Racing under Burst Esports banner. When we're saying working with, they're not bringing Michi Hoyer, who's just re-signed his contract for Burst Esports, or Jone Simoncic or Davin Marocek, or any of the known drivers outside of these parts in ACC. They're not bringing any of those drivers over into this championship. It's purely a partnership based on FFS Racing basically running under the Burst banner. But still, it does seem remarkable that consistency that Burst are known for is still somehow channeled from the FFS Racing team, who are a very solid team in ACC, but sometimes can be of the slightly more inconsistent variety.
I don't know. I think if this was an FFS Racing car under that banner, I don't think, or at least me personally, I wouldn't be that surprised to see them drive the way that they do. It's just the fact that it is now tied to Burst Esport, and obviously not an ACC team really, or at all. I don't even know if the likes of those drivers you just mentioned there, like Hoyer and Simoncic and so on, have they ever driven ACC? Yeah, do they do it?
Hoyer definitely has.
Yeah, I'd imagine they have driven it at some point, but to what level and how much is a whole nother story. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was FS Racing who have done it, and technically it is. It's just the fact that it's under the Burst Esport banner, and it's good to see it, their team on ATC, I suppose. But yeah, I think the point still stands no matter what team it is. That they're quiet, but they do get results.
Yeah, it's been an important few races for them, like I say, just to tick them off, just to get some decent results out there, and to not worry, too much about the raw pace. I'm sure they do worry about the raw pace, but it's just the fact that they've been able to just pick up some consistent results. We've seen, by the way, some final pit stops coming in from various people. Get Closer Racing been into the pit lane, and there is Manuel Pop back out into the road tip for the Pistons. Have also been in SMP, Oleg Zholobov into the pit lane. You can see him there rolling down pit lane for the SMP Racing team. Final pit stops coming in from quite a few of these drivers, including some of these ones at the back. RCI also into the pit lane, as well as the Team Shazoo GT Omega car. I don't know about you. For me, just for peace of mind, I would want to be pitting no earlier than about now, just for peace of mind, because it'll always be in the back of your mind. If you pit, with basically a 3-minute buffer, you'll always be like, yeah, but what if they do go? What if I get very, very unlucky that the race leader goes 1 lap longer and I just happen to be at the wrong point comparatively to them?
Yeah, the maximum you could be wrong with is, first of all, you've got to be just in front of the race leader, and also the race leader has to cross the line with about a second remaining.
Yeah.
Those are the two things that strike. And even if that happens, I think giving yourself a 3.5 minute buffer around here is fine, because 3.5 minutes is 2 laps roughly.
I was going to say, you need to give yourself 2 laps, a 2-lap buffer basically.
So I would 1 minute 45 is 3.5, yeah, times 2, yeah, good maths. 3.5 minutes. So that's the buffer I would give myself. But you've got to remember that you're calculating when you're going into the pit lane. You've got, oh dear, as takes 3 go around.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
did you see their driving in the final sector there? I'm not shocked.
It looked, their tyres do look shocked though, I think, by all of that. They look in a bad way. But yeah, you're thinking about entering the pit lane. It's really about when you exit. That's when the pit lane timer starts. So if you're entering with 3.5 minutes gone, you're easily done. And look, Cody Pride now finally going out. He's got less than an hour on the clock. He'll be absolutely fine. It's going to be Victor Nicolai to take the car to the line. But yeah, he'll be absolutely fine. We do worry about that happening quite often, and occasionally it does, but maybe we over worry about it sometimes, I think.
I couldn't. It's one thing that I never used to like as a driver. I never used to like timed races. Of course, almost every endurance race is a timed race. But I never used to really like timed races, especially like in endurance racing. You kind of accept it as part and parcel of it, because it doesn't quite flow off the tongue. The 397 laps of Le Mans. Exactly. It's not got quite the same vibe as the 24-hour, right? But when it comes to sprint racing, I've done plenty of sprint racing where it has been timed. I hate it. Because it's kind of like, yeah, but 25 minutes, like, how many laps is that? So I just want to know how many laps it is, so I know how much fuel to take. Because it's a tight margin.
I think for sprint racing, it does work better if you just do the lap, especially if it's 25 minutes. I mean, come on, you can count, but you're never going to calculate a race that, you know, how many laps can I fit into 24 hours, and how can I calculate this to be the right time? You know, you just never do that. Even a 9-hour race that we have in this, I mean, who tries to calculate? I suppose you do 1,000 miles maybe. But that would take longer than that in GT3s, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. 1,000 miles would take a long time. 1,000 K is 600 miles.
Yeah, about 6 hours, though, isn't it? That's not 9 hours. So, yeah, 1,000 miles would take you longer than not 9 hours, wouldn't it, in GT3s? So, might take about 12. So
1,000 miles would be a long day.
It's a very long race, yeah. But it's usually seen. We've got them back in the World Endurance Championship. I think 1,000 miles of SEMA is back on the calendar. So yeah, good to see. And it's creeping into some series that I've been doing recently as well on iRacing. So I've been getting used to it. But it's not a thing you see in GT3. Even the Paul Ricard race that used to happen in SRO endurance races, that used to be called the 1,000 kilometres and was still a 6-hour timed race anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah, absolutely. Which I never understood that one.
No,
never
that really annoyed me. I just thought, just to check, because it just change it up. Just do laps. One race a season. I mean, it'd be a laugh. So I don't know.
Well, I think sometimes, because the thing is normally you'd kind of say, well, what difference does it make? But I'm like, okay, normally when it comes to endurance, now obviously we do work it as laps, but quite a lot of the time. Whoa, RCI, never mind. My goodness me, right, we were in Resty Racing and nearly spun them around. But when it comes to endurance races, we typically do them as a timed affair. And normally you think of your stints as like your stint is roughly an hour long, right? And you go, okay, fair enough. Now, typically, if you do a distance race, normally it will generally fall somewhere between an hour. It will never fall directly on an hour. And you kind of think, well, that's not really that much of a big deal, Lewis. And you kind of think, well, no, probably it isn't. But it does, for whatever reason, it does make strategy a little bit more awkward. And I'm generally of the thinking that the more awkward the strategy is for the teams, generally, the more interesting the racing is. That's just how it is. When we did the IMSA Esports Championship, that was 2 hours and 40 minutes, purely to make it awkward for the teams.
Purely awkward. Well, yeah, I guess that's the thinking in IMSA real life as well, I suppose. But yeah. I just want to, because we are in the final pit stop, we should probably focus on the race for a little bit, because we are in the final pit stop phase at the moment. I believe Igor Rodriguez is in, or has been in, or is in right now, but he's certainly in and around the box at the moment, and you'd imagine Tinker van der Velde's getting himself ready to get into that car for the final time. I think Alta Camera has also responded as well the lap afterwards. But wait to see where they're going to come out. Darren McCormack has gotten back in. So basically, Rodriguez was driving for as long as possible to make sure that McCormack doesn't exceed the 3 hours 15 drive time limit that he would have otherwise. And McCormack, though, they wanted him in for a third stint. I think that's the best idea for them to win this race. Waiting to see whether Camera is going to stay in, or whether it will be Gregor Schill, but I've got no idea for the minute.
Yeah, as me and Luke were discussing earlier, is that with some championships you'd kind of go, with Williams, but they typically share them out, driving time fairly individually. It's just like, yeah, you get 2 hours, you get 2 hours, you get 2 hours. When it comes to battling for a race victory, though, sometimes you need to remove that mindset from you just a touch. And Williams Esports putting in Darren McCormack, I did say, I think if they 100% wanted to guarantee a win in this race, and this was before they got a 5-second time penalty, if they wanted to guarantee that victory, they'd need to stick McCormack in for a third stint. Now it seems if they want to win the race or have a chance of winning the race at all, no disrespect to Igor Rodriguez or Tinko van der Velde, who are two fantastic drivers in their own right, you need to stick Darren McCormack into the car, and that's exactly what seems to have been done. Drive-through penalty going out to the 71. Watson behind the wheel, and also a 10-second time out for Erbrick. Not served that final pit stop yet in the 240, so I suspect that one will be in quite soon as we see the 799 RCI Esports car completing some laps. But the curiosity is what's happening up towards the front. How close is Darren McCormack going to be post-pit lane sequence and what the gap's going to be that he needs to close down in 53 minutes.
Well, I can tell you, Gregor Schill is now into the car. Dyer McCormack is 4.2 seconds away as we're getting our first time check as a result of that. Not really gaining anything there. Well, 3.5, there it has just closed on that most recent. Apologies for commentating slightly behind there. Commentating from a time screen, it takes a while to update. But 3.5 seconds, that might be why the gap closed down just a little bit, because of the traffic you can just see behind Gregor Schill just there, and there's more in front of him right now. It's Schill versus McCormack for the final 53 minutes of this race. Williams, I don't think, gained as much with an undercut as they were hoping for.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily just about the undercut, it's about having your star driver, the fastest driver around this circuit, behind the wheel for 52 minutes. That can be a blessing, obviously with the outright speed, but it can also be a negative in the form of could wear out those tyres. Got a little bit of lap traffic between them, the dual pink machines of the Unicorns of Love and Symphony of Pistons that are actually battling for position between the leading duo. And of course, we've got another bit of lap traffic in there as well in one of the unliveried cars. But Gregor Schill's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and Dyer McCormack, I think regardless of tyres, Dyer McCormack is going to be throwing this car around as hard as possible, just trying to catch up, trying to battle, and then we'll have the mindset of, look, I'm just going to try and catch, I'm going to try and pass, and then we'll deal with the tyre problem later on. Might as well go for it and throw everything at the wall. 52 minutes left to go in the race.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because defending from the front is obviously a lot easier, even when you've got the tyre situation that he would have probably after that chase down. I mean, you can see the sun going down, track conditions cooling off right now. He will be able to throw the car around more anyway, and the gap is down to 3 seconds, but once again, I do think that's because Schill was negotiating traffic. McCormack just had to do a little bit of that into turn 1 as well, and unfortunately for him, he's got 3 drivers in front of him. 2 of them are battling. Unicorns of Love and SOP are actually in front of him. 2 strong teams, so it might not be that terrible for them to be in front of him, but either way, he just needs to pass them at some point if he wants to get anywhere near Gregor Schill.
Yeah, and the gap being 2.8 seconds. We'll need to keep our eye as to where that gap's going to go. This is the battle that you're alluding to, the one between them, the one between Unicorns of Love and Symphony of Pistons. Not much between the pair of these. And, I mean, 2 of my more favoured liveries, by the way, on this grid, just because I really like the Unicorns of Love livery, especially this livery of Unicorns of Love. We'll discuss their other livery, but we won't go into too much, because that'll just get to. And I do quite like the Symphony of Pistons car. I mean, I like pink and white. That's why I quite like the Arnage competition. A little bit of green sprinkled in there as well. It does indeed help. And either way, Luke South doesn't care about his livery right now or the livery of the car ahead. He cares about the position and focused on gaining that before, at least, he is caught by Dyer McCormack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got a very Arnage competition about it, hasn't it? I'm glad they're not on the same grid, or not this round anyway. A little bit wide from Southall that time. This is really hurting McCormack, though. You can see even on the defensive there, that driver just up in front. Oh, and McCormack's got impatient. There's a danger there that he could get a penalty, even if it's, justified for him to be impatient and maybe frustrated that the 240 didn't get out the way. They did have blue flags, so he still can't shove them out the way like that. And he's lost time anyway. 4.7 seconds. McCormack will be extremely frustrated with that.
Yeah, that was, like I say, I understand the frustrations. We need to see it from on board of Dyer McCormack as to whether the blame is to be placed there. I mean, like I said, we've seen a few penalties being dished out for that kind of lapping before in this season, and whether it would be classified as unjust. Regardless, he's lost a second and a half from that effectively, and so has been dropped right out of the clutches of Gregor Schill for now, but potentially could have a penalty dished onto his shoulders, which would completely, or almost completely, eliminate them from victory.
Yeah, I think so. No, I'm quite convinced actually that any sort of penalty would eliminate them from victory or contention for it. We'll get a view on board here. I mean, McCormack, there's no doubt he has a right to be frustrated here with the 240. It is in the way.
I don't know.
I don't know if I'm putting too... Maybe I'm biased because I do want to see these 2 fight out towards the end, and I don't want to see McCormack get a penalty. But I do feel like the 240 was sort of barely on the racing line through the final chicane. It took a peculiar line. It didn't quite look right.
See, for me, if you kind of look at it, it does feel like they've hit the curb a little bit on the left. Car's a little bit oversteery and sliding around, and they've had to like basically jam on the brakes to stop it from spinning right into the nose of McCormack. Like I say, I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone or whatever. I'm certainly not on behalf of race control. Honestly, I wouldn't give that a penalty. I absolutely wouldn't give it a penalty. I think, like you said, the back marker's kind of struggling a little bit through there. He's taking a little bit too much curb one way than the other. He's ever so slightly out of control whilst you've got a hungry race leader sat behind you. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for a spin. I wouldn't necessarily put that onto the shoulders of Darren McCormack. That's what I would say anyway. But again, we are not race control.
No, we're not. But also, would it kind of almost allow race leaders in the future to just barge through lap cars in that way? You know, do you want to kind of promote that kind of racing? And certainly not, because the lap cars, of course, have as much of a right to be there as the race leaders do. I mean, every car but the top 11 now is a lapped car at this stage of the race. That's what it's got to. So, you know, do you really want that in a race like this of, you know, the race leaders barging their way through lap cars? Do we want the F1 situation where you have to pull over when they're within 3 million miles of them? You know, we don't want that. But you know, it's a difficult balance to get, and I'm sure race control will be looking at it.
Yeah, I understand the precedent that it sets. Obviously, if you do allow that one to pass, but then again, the precedent that it sets when you don't. Again, it's the whole priority structure of a race as to what is more important, whether you classify it as a lead battle not just a lead battle, but the battle higher up holds a slightly higher precedent than the battle lower down, for example. So if you're, and this is how you have to treat when it comes through coming through back markers. It doesn't matter if it's first lapping 10th or 20th, or whether it's 7th lapping 32nd. The same rules apply and the same level of priority difference applies, and that's whether you're classified as. For me, I hear it in Formula 1 all the time of how they need to get rid of blue flags, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't disagree with blue flags being a thing. I think that, you know, in race like this, if you don't have blue flags, typically you have races ruined and removed for the actual important positions that you care about. You're like, oh yeah, but then they have to fight their way through them. I'm like, I get that, but then when they do have to fight their way through them, it tends to split apart the battles between the actual positions that actually make a difference when they switch, rather than the battle between 9th and 32nd. Who cares about that?
Not always. I mean, but lap traffic can just as easily close up a battle than it can extend it out. But when you have it the Formula 1 way, battles will just rarely change because of lap traffic, because they're just out the way, and so you don't have that variable involved. So, you know, sometimes you'll win as a viewer and you'll get a battle as a result, and sometimes you'll get a battle you're really looking forward to ruined, and that's just the way it goes, really. But
that's both ways. That is both. Well, this is the thing, is that there is no perfect scenario. Well, is that if you have blue flag rules, no, there's
no perfect scenario. I do agree
right,
with that.
okay, yeah.
Because you either have it the F1 way, where that variable is removed almost entirely, or you get the kind of wishy-washy, I guess. Sometimes you'll get a battle created out of it, and sometimes you'll get the ruined. But for me, I think that's the more pure way to do it, and they should have to fight their way through, in my opinion. Especially now that Formula 1 has actually the ability to overtake it at more than one circuit a season. That's helpful.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm of the thinking of, like, obviously blue flags don't apply in the same way when you're dealing with different classes, like for motocross racing, when you're the H versus a GTE, obviously, then it doesn't apply at all, because it's the lead car's responsibility to get through. When you're in the same class, I'm like, nah, blue flags, get them out of the way and let's focus on the important bit, because what could happen there, if you're allowed to fight or whatever, we might not have a battle for the race lead. So there you go.
Well, what really does annoy me, just having said all that, what really annoys me is when a lap car takes a defensive line on a leading car. That, for me, is a slam dunk penalty, no matter if there's contact or time lost or anything. If there's a defensive line taken, for me, by a lap car. You see it all the time in multi-class racing. We're going back to multi-class racing again. This is not a multi-class race, but I'm doing it. you know, you see GT cars sometimes defending from prototypes because they don't want to be passed into certain corners. You know, for goodness sake, just, you know, I don't know.
But then when you've got the rules in place of like blue flags just telling you that there's a faster car behind, you're going to open up those opportunities. That's the whole thing. Like, this is why is that it's such a tricky topic with lots of loopholes and questions and whatever. And if you have a blue flag just to basically be an alert that there's a faster car behind, typically you will get those scenarios. And so then what you have to do is you have to say there's a blue flag that you're not allowed to defend from the car behind, but you don't have to get out of their way. It's like, yeah, fair enough, but when do you have to kind of get out of the way because you can't defend? Like, it is a tricky thing.
A little bit.
Huh?
It's common sense a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. But never trust a racing driver with common sense.
I know, but
a common sense rule should never exist in the world of motorsport.
No, I'm not saying
or in sport in general, because a common sense is open to interpretation.
No, I'm not saying it should, but I do wish people had more common sense. Including myself, by the way. Don't tweet me or do anything. But yeah, it's I don't know. There's no solution really, is there? It's unsolvable. It's an unsolvable mystery, or at least it is for now, until someone comes up with some genius wording for a blue flag rule. But nobody's done that yet, so we'll keep waiting.
There's just the thing is with a blue flag rule is you've. Same as with so many things in motorsport, with how it is, it's so dynamic that whilst a rule could apply perfectly in one scenario, and then you think, right, perfect, that rule then works and it applies and it's perfect. And then something slightly off kilter will happen, and you can't, wow, that rule kind of works, even though it's a very similar scenario, but it doesn't fully work. You will never write a rule book that encounters every single eventuality. It's just because that's the joy of how dynamic the sport is. And so what I'm saying is that you will never ever get that rule down perfectly. You will never if you're going to write a blue flag rule to be like that, there is no way of making it perfect. It's a fool's errand. It won't work. You can just kind of get it to a point where it's pretty good and then hope for the best, really.
I would argue that you can get it perfect for a person, but it's not going to be perfect for everyone.
Exactly.
I think, which is
racing's not fair.
Well, yeah. I think should just accept that sometimes, and that's why I don't think you should jump out of the way. But anyway, it's gone full circle.
That's why I think you should jump out of the way. It's not fair to those that are at the back.
Oh God.
Sorry. Don't be at the back. But no, that's
don't be at the back.
It's a very unfair attitude to have. But well, I mean, you know, in racing, I always feel that racing. Sorry to those at the back. This is going to be an unpopular opinion to some, but the priority is pretty simple to follow as to whose battle is more important, if you want to put it that way. It's not a very nice way of putting it, but it's a simple way. And it's the tower on the left-hand side. The higher up on that tower, the more important the battle. Simple.
You can't say don't be at the back. I mean, there are some series where you just you have to drive what you're given, and it's not very good. So you're just at the back. How good you are. But yeah, it's.
I'm still of the thinking that as a championship there's room for both, right? Especially in sim racing, you can have a room like again to, the back marker thing. You can have a championship where the back marker thing is followed 100%, right? Where the blue flag means you get out of the way, like you have in Formula 1. Let's say you have it on ACC, and then there are a series where the blue flag doesn't apply, where it's just it is just a warning. There is room in sim racing for both, but you have to be quick at understanding which way around it is and make it very clear what type of series it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's a difficult topic, but we've been talking about it for about 10 minutes now, so we're probably boring people, to be honest.
Well, we're going to bore people if we talk about anything else, so we might as well commit to having an argument on there.
That is true. That is true. An argument? That's a bit strong. But anyway, Igor Andronikov is making some progress, by the way, up to 22nd position, ahead of the number 19. Finally now making some progress, really. The 911's taken its time to find its feet in this race, I found, really. Didn't have a great start, didn't make progress after a bad start either, but now finally sniffing a top 20, maybe.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, the Hello YouTube team trying to find their way through, almost getting past on Lorenz. And Ogorognikov just got wrong-footed slightly. And Chineric is directly behind in the Carbon SimSport machine. But yeah, that was a very scary moment for Ogorognikov, who will try and get around the outside of Lorenz, switches it back to the inside, heading down to the hairpin, throws it in. Ogorognikov will make up the move. And that is Hello YouTube up into 21st. And speaking of Hello YouTube and all the people that are watching over there, well, you can head to twitch.tv/VCO Esports to join us, where obviously I would say normally watching the command center or whatever, but those races are done. What you can do is you can type HyperX into the chat to be a part of our HyperX giveaway, which you can just type, very simple, free to enter, just type in HyperX in chat and boom, you're a part of it, and we'll give away one of the Cloudflight Wireless headsets later on. I mean, again, fantastic. If you are watching over on YouTube, come over, drop it. If you still prefer to watch on YouTube, you can go back over there if you so wish. But alas, if not, you can stick with us in the Twitch chat or whatever. Oh, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The views of you, so you can watch wherever you're comfortable. But I'd always recommend jumping over and just typing in those wonderful 6 letters. It'll get you a part of that giveaway. And the racing will continue definitely into the night. We saw how dark it got in the rivals split. It's going to get very, very dark in the next 30 minutes.
Really took, because obviously the rival split is more than an hour ahead of us, it really took me by surprise how dark it was actually towards the end of that race. And yeah, it is going to get like that here as well. We've still got a little bit of daylight hanging around at 8:30 in the evening. We're not holding this race, by the way, in sim, but the date it's being held in real life for obvious. Well, I presume it's becoming quite apparent to everybody watching, to be honest. But yeah, it's going to be very dark later on, but I can't see it affecting things too much. The effect that it will have, it already has had, if that makes any sense, because the track temperature has come down, the tyres are where they're at now, and it does seem as if the drivers are able to push that little bit more. You've got that little bit more leeway to burn through the tyres a little bit more, because they can sustain it a little bit more than they could when temperatures were in the high 20s earlier on at the start of this race.
Yeah, and I've got to say, by the way, the gap for the race lead kind of growing a little bit. Darren McCormack might have picked up a little bit of damage from the back marker there a little bit earlier on. Of course, lost a lot of time from doing so, about 1.5 seconds. Probably used up his tyres whilst trying to close, and so because of the navigation of those back markers, we definitely aren't going to get a battle for the race lead. As things stand, it's 4.7 seconds, the gap between Gregor Schill and Darren McCormack. On the last lap, it did come down by 0.3 of a second, but still it's been ebbing and flowing, more so in the region of a positive for BS competition, and less so to look for a second victory of the season from Williams Esports. Of course, our race winners this season have been Williams Esports, and then of course Race Anywhere SimSport BS competition, looking to make it 3 from 3 to start the VCO LFM FLExTREME, which no bias towards BS competition because they are the champion leaders and all that. But I do always like seeing different winners. So, you know, I'm okay with it. I don't think Williams Esports will be, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it would be nice to get some more different winners, because we have Williams and Racing Anywhere SimSport so far. Seems bizarre to have the championship leaders having not won a race yet, but they have been so consistent, remarkably, in the races that they have done anyway. Swindler, well, this is brave, up the inside of turn 9. Oh dear, a bit too brave really. Lorenz had to go very wide around the outside at turn 9, got a terrible exit, and now might be able to get back down the inside 10, but won't in fact. And Swindler gets through into 22nd position by the end of that straight. A very dicey moment though, at the top of the hill, turn 9. Don't often see that.
No, that was very, very scary indeed. We do see the odd move up at that point in the racetrack, but they're not particularly common, nor are they generally that wise, as we see the Armamentario car trying to catch up to Pitchman directly ahead, and we'll see if Kopsars can get past going down the end of the start-finish straight. I'm less confident. I don't think that is not close enough, if I'm going to be honest.
No, probably not. And we're going to get our answer into turn 1. Absolutely nowhere near close enough. There's a number of lap cars just in behind, by the way. It's not a real train here. It's just a 2-car fight for 24th. But for some reason, they've got about 4 cars in this train. I think Burst Esport could be one of them. I think I spotted the gold flashes of their Porsche just in the background maybe. But it won't really bother them, I wouldn't imagine. Blue flag's waving, as we've been talking about. And we'll see how it affects this battle, really. Because I think Amentario would really rather everybody waited for them to make their move, but that's not going to happen, obviously. They are in a race.
Well, thankfully, the marshals here at Barcelona, the virtual marshals, are very, very strong. They've been waving these blue flags for pretty much about 5 hours. It's not the first half hour, but they've been waving them pretty constantly. And there you go, waving away. But not for this battle. This is one for position. Olga Ognikov on the rear end of a Regan Mitchell. Of course, the Brabham Esports car under a lot of pressure from the Hello YouTube machine. The final position inside that top 20. I do get the feeling that Swiderek might join this fight as well if Olga Ognikov is unable to pass Mitchell in the near future. Out a little bit wide coming through turn 13, through 14 and 15 out through the final corner at 16. And Olga Ognikov looking very, very close. A bit of a slide going through that final corner, and I think Regan Mitchell might be looking in his mirrors briefly in the running towards the first corner, and then looking ahead towards Olga Ognikov after it. You get the feeling Olga Ognikov is going to be coming through this time by. Looks to the inside, looks to the outside. We've seen a few outside moves working throughout the running this afternoon. Regan Mitchell with the move to the inside defensively, trying to hang on, goes around the outside of turn 2, inside through turn 3. That is beautiful defence from Mitchell, and Olga Ognikov unable to find a way through. Might try the up and under at 3 up to 4.
Yeah, got a good run there, and does, it wasn't actually as close as that camera shot might have revealed. Very much to the outside there, but came in far too hot, and so has to tuck in and wait for another opportunity. But I am actually pleasantly surprised how quickly Olga Ognikov was able to get onto the back of Mitchell there to try and get that 20th position. I think he will be able to get there, and eventually he will. Oh, there's his blue flag.
Camera's on. He doesn't want to wave it that much.
Yeah, there we are.
What a win.
A little bit of a wave. But yeah, it should be a top 20 now for Hello YouTube in the 911, and that'll be decent. But they're still nowhere near where they want to be this season.
No, like I say, I don't want to be too harsh because maybe I'm sure they are just doing it for a bit of fun. I mean, they are literally called Hello YouTube, so they can't take it too seriously. I suspect if they were taking it seriously and he was putting all the effort in with Olga Ognikov, then it would be in the Simmer de Pro Vides machine. But they're here for a bit of banter, they're here for a bit of calmness, a bit of enjoyment. Normally we would expect Olga Ognikov to be better. I know what Luke was saying. Obviously a couple of years ago Olga Ognikov was at the front and now isn't so much, and he said maybe that was because of the level. I don't believe that's because of the level. I think Olga Ognikov he's battled with enough people on this grid that he is fast enough to be at a bare minimum inside the top 10. But I think a lack of ability to put in time, maybe even a lack of want to put in time, to once again find that speed has been a little bit of an outgo. Maybe it's just wants to chill, relax, and do it with some mates. You can see Regan Mitchell here with the Vaseline all over the lens to hide everything, so we can focus just on Regan Mitchell. Probably sweating a fair amount with the amount of pressure that he's got dished over his shoulders.
Possibly. It's quite cold. Well, not that bad, but yeah, he's certainly feeling the pressure. There's no doubt about that. Olga Ognikov looking to make a move on the last lap. He's not been so pressuring on this lap, really, but it's just the continuation of that, really, just continuing to apply that, and eventually he's hoping that the mistake will come, the opportunity will arise, the door will open, hopefully, and he'll be able to step on through it at some point, maybe even down here at turn 10.
Well, if we head up to Williams Esports, you will see one specific thing, and one thing that has completely removed any chances of a race victory for Williams Esports, because after contact between themselves in the 240 Arnage competition, the number 5 Williams Esports will receive a 5-second time penalty, which will be applied post-race in half an hour's time, which will drop them. It probably won't drop them a position, but it will just confirm them as finishing this race in second. So if you had any aspirations of a battle for the race lead, well, we're certainly not going to get them now. Regan Mitchell and Olga Ognikov, though, will put on a bit of a show here for 20th position, because once again, Olga Ognikov is close. He'll try something down into turn 1.
He will. Regan Mitchell feeling the need to go defensive. Ogorodnikov deciding not to use the pit exit road, which is a sensible choice. He pulls right to the outside, makes the most of the braking, but goes a bit too late. Mitchell a little bit more calmer on the brakes there and taking the natural line. Will retake 20th place. Ogorodnikov a little bit too theatrical almost in his overtake there. He squeezed Mitchell as much as he could to the inside line, then broke as late as possible. And he could have kept it a bit simpler than that and made it into 20th place.
Yeah, just a bit of confusion because we did see, I said that about that 5-second time penalty, and now I see it as an NFA, and I'm not sure, I don't know. We'll update you in a second and we'll see if it gets applied in game as to whether there's going to be a 5-second time penalty or not. I'm not sure now. Very, very confusing. But that's fine. There has been a 5-second time penalty dished out to Grip Hacks Engineering, though, for causing a collision also against the 240R Nage competition. So more confusion being applied on that one as the move still hasn't come. The race out of turn 9 up towards 10. The attempt going to come from Ogorodnikov. You can see closing in is Friderik. Let's see if Ogorodnikov can do it here. Straight around the outside. We saw this move beautifully played out by Niels Nyox earlier on, and we're seeing it beautifully played out by Ogorodnikov. It's almost a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on, as this is going to be Regan Mitchell losing out going around turn 12, and that is the Brabham Esports car down into 21st.
You've got to feel that was coming, and with nearly half an hour remaining, that if it didn't happen there, then it would have done somewhere else. Mitchell had just a really big job in his hands to keep Ogorodnikov behind for that entirety of the race, and it was just never going to happen, I'm afraid, and unfortunately didn't. So that's the end of that one, and as one battle fades away, another will come to the fore. SOP Esports Racing, for some reason, have dropped now behind the 163 and behind Unicorns of Love as well. So there must have been an incident here that either I can't remember or we didn't see, because they've dropped a long way back now, a good, maybe 8 seconds or so back from where they were before. 5-6 seconds from 5-6 seconds back, maybe a spin somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite easy to have some issues going around here, and I think that's what we might well have seen. But either way, Gatachan, Ballas Esports and Symphony Pistons will have to settle, battling for 12th position at the moment as they continue to fight. Magnini behind the wheel, Southall behind the wheel of the Symphony Pistons car, and 7 seconds clear of the Grip Hacks Engineering that we believe is going to get a 5-second time penalty for the end of the race. We'll hold fire as to what we'll get from the Williams Esports car at the moment, because they're 2.6 seconds off, they're closing in, and I'm sat here fingers crossed with 26 minutes left to go. And yes, I know rules and all that kind of stuff, but I am sat here being like, please don't get a penalty, because I'd quite like to see that battle, because it will end up happening with like 5 minutes left to go, like 3 laps left on the clock.
Yeah, it will be late. Gap now below 2.5 seconds, but I think the reason why you saw it as 5-second penalty and then no further action, I think that initially they did get a penalty and then appealed it, and then it was changed. So it's a very tricky call, though. I mean, we've been through it before. I mean, it's, for one, I don't think McCormick did all that much wrong, but also you don't want to set the precedent that these already big teams with already, favourable opinions of themselves can barge other small teams out the way. Is not one that I'm going to enjoy. That's not a Williams Esports dig, by the way. That's a dig at everyone. Do we really want big and leading cars barging small ones out the way? No. So it's a very fine line, fine tightrope that race control are walking at the moment.
Well, I'm being told that they did not appeal it, so I think it might have been a mistake call from race control, and it was an NFA. And
you publicised it.
Well, I mean, it was I didn't publicise it; they publicised it in the Twitch chat. So, read into that what you will. I do think. I mean, like I say, I get both sides of it. For me, I still maintain it's not a penalty, and it's not just about barging them out of the way. It's more based on the fact that the car ahead was slightly out of control, and that was what was causing them going through the corner slower.
Yeah, no,
because even if they were racing for position, I wouldn't give that a penalty. Just to clarify.
I think the fact that the back marker was offline, a little bit out of control, doesn't help, and the corners preceding it as well, where there were opportunities that they could have eased off and maybe made it a bit easier for McCormack, certainly. And you've got to factor in the frustration that the Williams Esports driver was surely experiencing at the time, because he was closing on Gregor Schilt, and then all of a sudden some of his hard work there was basically ripped away in that incident, and he had an even bigger gap than he did when he came out the pit lane after the incident. So it's you've got to factor all these things in, I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll play it as it is, and that is the fact that we've got 24 minutes left to go in this race. We've not seen penalties being dished out in server, so we'll treat it as it is. There is 2.3 seconds between the top two. There is battles galore as we race towards the checkered flag, the first checkered flag of 2023. As we'll see who's going to take victory around the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. And of course, we will be interviewing the top three after this race, and I get the feeling that it might be a bit of a dicey interview between BS Competition and Williams Esports if they do end up being very, very close across the line. Southall with a switch back to the inside, trying to get the inside of Magnini, and nearly makes a complete mess of that, and somehow does not absolutely clear the Gatterchain Ballas Esports car straight off the road.
Well, yeah, that was just never going to work. Southall there ended up wide and outbraking himself. If he was doing a hot lap on his own, he'd think that was a silly mistake. I outbroke myself there. But he was, going side by side with someone. It was remarkable, really, that it didn't involve in an incident and he didn't make a mess of both cars. In the end, he just made a mess of that corner. And he will continue. But didn't cover himself in glory there, really. And he'll be disappointed, but he'll be able to pick himself back up, and I'm sure he'll challenge again. He does look quicker than Magnani.
Yeah, it's like I say, a dicey little battle there. An easy mistake to make, got to be said. I've been there, I've done it before. All you're going through when you're slamming that brake pedal down is, oh my god, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop, and you're just getting closer and closer to that car ahead, and you're just like, I'm taking them out. It's going to happen. They're going. And thankfully just managed to avoid it on that occasion. After some of the back markers have been navigated, what is the gap going to be this time between Gregor Schill and Dara McCormack? Kind of feels like it's going to remain around about the 2.5 second mark. Might have come down to around 2.2 to 2.3. It certainly says 2.4 on the clock. It's not come down really much at all. Trying to get past the next bit of back markerage for Dara McCormack and manages to navigate cleanly, being the Brabham Esports car. And so McCormack with clear road ahead to try and catch Gregor Schill. And now we'll get a really good understanding as to what the gap is going to be. Sim RC, thankfully using a slightly different livery on this to what they've been using throughout the season, because it's still not a Sim RC livery to me. That's fine, but it is slightly more recognisable in the sense that it doesn't clash as being almost exactly the same livery as the Leipart Esports car.
Well,
so at least there's that.
It's different to Sim RC, yes, but it's different enough to make it not confusing. The GT3 livery that they have is similar enough for Sim RC for me to make it look, well, it looks wrong in my head.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, it's just, I mean, for starters, it's the wrong yellow.
Because it's, well, that's the main reason, really.
Yeah.
It's not quite, it's similar enough, but just different enough for it to be slightly off-putting. But this is different entirely, and it's fine. I'll take this. 23rd position, the battle's over. I mean, lots of these battles are just two-car battles at this point, outside of the top 10 or so. But I guess that's what we've seen for most of the second half of the race, really. The trains have certainly gone away after the first hour or two.
Yeah, and like I said, we're dealing with the sort of two-car battles up and down the order. We've got this one here for 23rd, 22nd. We've also got Carbon Sim Sports and Brabham separated by not too much. I think it might be separated by a little bit more, as Regan Mitchell might not have been able to quite keep up with Svideric at the moment, who I think recently might have made its way through. Night, though, is very much with us here with just 20 minutes left to go around this legendary circuit. I know Luke Crane hates it. I've had a love-hate relationship with the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. Been up and down with the circuit. Mostly started in F1 2010 because the AI is damn hard around here. Outside of that, it's all I've been like. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, I quite like racing around here. Other times, absolutely despise it. And that goes in the same vein commentary-wise. Sometimes I love it, sometimes I hate it. To be fair, this race has been pretty good from start to finish, and I will say the drivers, I think, have done themselves well and done themselves proud in the sense of the racing quality's actually been really, really high. We've not seen too much in the form of silly mistakes as we saw at Monza.
Yeah, I'll join the hate because I really don't like driving it either. And races around here are often not that great, but this one has been pretty good. It's been a decent race so far. We may well get a grandstand finale just yet, so we can't judge the race too much just for the moment. Still 2.5 seconds. Never know. 20 minutes to go. It's not over yet.
Yeah, Mike Yao, great to run around apparently. Who knew? It's probably quite good to cycle around. That's more of the sport I'm interested in.
I'm not into running. Really.
Running's too slow for me. As we'll see if SimRC getting a little bit of back marker is passing them. It's the 240 of our Nage competition. It's Hack getting his way past. And also, I think, like I said, when you've got all the back markers around each other, and the livery's obviously being quite dark because it's the dance time. Let's pick some of these apart. There's Burst Esports that managed to get through. Again, back marker is Burst Esports, the 123. It's a bit further up the order. You've also got the 240 in there, our Nage competition. And then you have the Armamentario car that this team is battling with, closing in. It could be a bit of a three-way fight for 23rd here because Peachman, Lorenz and Koptov are not a million miles away from each other.
Yeah, we've got all sorts of different cars on all sorts of different laps around the circuit right now. Some of the last running cars 4 laps down at this point, and there's a few of those 3 laps down as well. So certain cars trying to let some through and pass others, and there's all sorts. It's a bit of a mess. Burst Esports just trying to come through all of them at this moment in time, up to 10th position just for the moment. Couldn't actually ugly, but he's only got a second over Fefa, who's really got his skates on in these last few moments.
Yeah, and trying to push something, trying to get those final special results, wasn't it? It was Fefa that had the issues earlier on tyres, wasn't it?
He did in the first stint of the race, I think. No, second stint of the race, sorry. It was Los Kisser who started the car as the race goes off, and will lose a place as a result of that, down to 25th, you'd imagine. Oh, no, not quite. He's going to create a battle as a result. But yeah, Fefa, in trying to recover some of that time, I think went out too hard almost. Yeah, basically died out on the tyres really, with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, like I say, it's easy to do, although it's probably harder to do in these conditions, probably based on the fact that it's darker, it's colder, it's cooler, it's slightly slipperier, and Armamentario nearly getting into the rear end of Lorenz there in the SimRC Endurance team car, as Koptov just got a little bit too much coming through that right-hander, the long right-hander at turn 12. It was nearly very dicey indeed. Symphony of Pistons, by the way, 13th position. You can see they're separated by just 0.3 of a second, and it is at 1.4 for the race lead. Whilst we've been looking elsewhere, you can see how much faster Dara McCormack has been going. Absolutely throwing the Williams Esports machine around this track right now. No time penalty dished out. It looked like it is definitely going to be an NFA, and with 16 minutes left to go, we are going to get a two-way fight between BS Competition and Williams Esports. This is going to be an absolute thriller as things stand. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's already got enough controversy and drama surrounding it. I feel like we're about to get some more here, because this gap is coming down. It's been halved in the last 5 minutes or so, and I don't know if Gregor Schill has quite got the answer to Dara McCormack at the moment. He said right at the very start of this broadcast that McCormack is arguably the fastest driver in ACC right now, and while I don't disagree, I was wondering just how true that could possibly be. Well, I think doubts are being put to rest at the moment, because he is closing in on Gregor Schill, who for my money has been the fastest in BS Competition's car all day long, and even he can't keep McCormack at bay right now, or at least it appears that way with 15 minutes to go.
I remember Gregor Schill was behind the wheel when they had that incredible battle with Williams Esports earlier on, just as I kicked you out of the commentary booth, to be honest. No, it was Luke that kicked you out. It was Luke that kicked you out of the commentary booth, just as you were kicked out of the commentary booth anyway. The battle just absolutely blew up. Tinko van der Velde behind the Williams Esports and Gregor Schill behind the BS Competition, and it was absolutely brilliant. But yeah, settle yourselves down for the next quarter of an hour, because we're in for a bit of a fight. And like I say, Dara McCormack, the driver that had pole position, the driver in his third stint of this race, will not rest on his laurels, will not settle for second position, not one bit. But the issue comes, has he potentially burnt out his tyres trying to close in? I'd say in these conditions it's less likely, but it is still very possible.
That's my worry really, is that Gregor Schill is just taking that into account, and he will be able to kick on again a little bit later. But I'm not sure it does look like these two are right on the limit right now. They could both completely implode in terms of tyres, and that really would be a battle to watch. There's no danger of Triton Racing catching up, even in that situation. Max Voigtner is a long way behind now. He's nearly half a minute off the lead, so there's no worry about Triton catching. But it could be a very interesting fight with two very good drivers, very good teams with completely horrendous tyres, trying to fight for a race win in the last 10 minutes, but you never know.
Yeah, it's come down 1.1 seconds, getting past the Carbon Simsport car that's being closed in ever so slightly by Brabham Esports. Of course, we saw Brabham hanging on to the rear end of Darren McCormack for a fair while. Regan Mitchell behind that one. Again, a little bit of a battle ahead of them, potentially heading into the final section. You've also got Sevalainen and Magnini, a close battle. Pfeffer and Kondachi-Oglu, final position inside the top 10, but we will struggle to take our eyes over the next 30 minutes off of this battle between the 89 and the 5. I brought it up all earlier about these two. Not only are they first and second in this race, not only are they battling over the race lead, you can see the deep breaths, you can see the come on from Darren McCormack there. These two are the top two teams in this championship. Coming into this round, obviously before qualifying, it was BS Competition being the championship leader. Williams Esports trying to do something about that to try and take over the championship lead and confirm it after the first race of 2023. But you know Gregor Schill's he's not gonna pull over, he's not gonna wait, he's not gonna just be like, no, off you go. These two are battling for a race win and for a championship as well.
They certainly are. You mentioned the margins there. Whichever one of these two wins the race will take the championship lead. It really is very simple. I wish it was like this every championship finale, to be fair. But yeah, let's see, because less than 9/10 of a second at the first set. So I think that the emotion from McCormack as he came over the line there was very telling. He saw his lap time, he saw the gap coming down, and you could lip read what he was saying. Very motivated now. The momentum is with Williams Esports. BS Competition looking over their shoulder. They're the hunted ones at the moment. The gap now nearly half a second. There is lap traffic involved, but it is so close.
Yeah, it is going to be very tight between these two. Like I say, it's going to be nail-biting for all of those behind the scenes. For Niels Diox, Arthur Camera behind, of course, Gregor Schill in that BS Competition car. For Tinko van der Velde, for Igor Rodriguez sat there watching Darren McCormack. It's these points, Ewan, that I hated being a driver. When you're out of the car, you can't do anything more. You've already done everything that you could do, and then you have to sit back, watch, hope, believe in your teammate that they are going to bring it home. But of course, of these two, only one of them can win when it comes to this battle. And we do not know which one it's going to be. It's impossible to tell. I wouldn't say the pace differential between the two of them, you know, if it was slightly more, I'd be like, yeah, Darren McCormack will get through easy peasy, no problem. The pace differential is not much. You're talking about tenths of a second. This is absolutely the kind of gap that Gregor Schill can hang on, can keep that car at bay, can defend, can do something. And this is the circuit where, as much as you can actually attack and find your way through, you can definitely defend. This could be a proper last few lap shootout. Could it be a last lap shootout though? I think it might be.
It could very well be. There's real possibility for that to be the case, and even if it's not, it's still going to be filled with drama and maybe controversy as well. Let's wait and see. Let's hope it's a good fight between the two and a respectful one as well, because they've pushed each other all the way so far. I do agree though, McCormack has a bit of an advantage here. Schill can definitely hang on to it, but it's not a slam dunk here at all, especially given how important track position is at this circuit and given how hard it is to overtake. It's pretty important really to lead right now, even though Schill will feel very uncomfortable looking over his shoulder as much as he is right now.
Yeah, you can feel that pressure. You've got the West Competition racing car, that's Yonkers ahead. That is 8th position. In just 6 hours, these two are going to lap everyone up to 8th spot, and maybe even a little bit further from that if they can get on down the road a little bit further. It's an incredible performance. And BS Competition have gone for a spin, and Darren McCormack has waited. There wasn't contact between there was contact between the two. We are being told there was contact. Didn't quite see that one, but there was contact between the two. And as much as Darren McCormack might have waited, race control might say something about that.
I think the fact that he waited might well alleviate him of a penalty, but you never know. That could well be the moment as well. any of these interactions that they have could well be the moment where either one of them gets a penalty that possibly decides this race. You would have to say that even a 5-second penalty would decide this race at this point. Unless one of them goes off, of course, which then again might not be that unlikely at this stage, given how close they are to each other. McCormack certainly has the momentum and trying to use it right now. This is the look on board. The contact wasn't obvious immediately as we were riding on board here, but BS Competition clearly just wanted to try and get... And that's, I have to say, that is a remarkably similar incident to how the lap car got spun around.
Yeah, here we go. A slow exit from turn 7, turn 8, up the hill towards 9, and Dara McCormack is there. It is quite similar. There are some subtle differences, and that one definitely is on the shoulders of Dara McCormack. There's no question about that, but he might well take over the race lead here. He's got to get to the outside, coming down into 9. There's not more, down to 10 rather, up through 11 and 12. Still not able to find his way past Gregor Schill. I'm sure Race Control will have a look, but for me, again, I'd be on the scene of just let him fight. He did lift off, he did let him carry on, and Gregor Schill does hang on to the race lead. But of course, they are battling over the race win, they're battling over the champion, they're battling over the prize money as well. This time, Dara McCormack does not make the same mistake. 7 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. I think it's about 5 laps by my calculations, but never trust a commentator's maths. There is not much between these two, and there could be a switch for the race lead as we head onto the start finish straight once again. Dara McCormack moves himself over to the left-hand side. It's going to be a tight squeeze between himself and Gregor Schill, who he's trying to pin to that apex. He goes to the outside line. He commits it on the brakes. Williams Esports sending it in and out, and it could be the number 5 to take over the first position once again in this championship. They're looking for their second victory, and Dara McCormack just gets one over Gregor Schill. But I can tell you something, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this race, it ain't done yet.
Well, will Schill be able to stick with him? That's the problem. McCormack has been so quick in these final moments of this race. He's been able to bear down on Schill in the final hour from as much as 5 seconds behind. Now he's in front again. Does Schill have the answer to stick with him in the final 7 minutes? I think there's 5 laps to go, including this one. I'm not so sure BS Competition quite have enough here to even stick with Williams Esports. Never mind re-overtake.
I've got to say, to pull off that calibre of move this late into a race, it shows the insane skill level that these drivers have, both between Dara McCormack and Gregor Schill. The respect to the pair of them to dish out some racing like that. I mean, it's brave stuff. It's easy to make mistakes of that, and it's easy to make mistakes like that. Gregor Schill in a little bit too deep. The tyres could be overheated. He could be overheated. He's tried every single little thing to try and keep that Williams Esports at bay. But yeah, I'm in your camp as well. I'm not sure he's got the pace, the tyres to be able to keep up with Dara McCormack at the moment. It might, unfortunately, it might come down to that penalty.
Might well do, but we believe anyway that it's over with the penalty and that they're not going to get one.
But I mean for the BS Competition thing.
Yeah, I guess.
If there is one.
No, if there is one, yeah, well, we'll see. I find that one unlikely to be honest, personally. But then again, you never know. Schill just doesn't quite look right at the moment for whatever reason. It could be tyres, or I'm not sure what it is. Whether he's not quite accustomed to these really dark conditions, and it is very dark. But for some reason, it's just missing a few apexes here or there, a little bit sloppy. It didn't quite look like he looked, in hour 3 of this race, where he really was, for my money, the fastest in BS competitions, especially for their first stints, each of the 3 of them.
Yeah, like I say, the first instant we saw, obviously with the back markers, we've been told it's an NFA. We've been told there is no action to be taken on that one any further. So that one is clear for Williams Esports. We've not heard anything from Race Control, obviously, because it's literally just happened between McCormack and Schill just going through the chicane 2 laps ago. I don't really want to be the one to rush Race Control, because obviously you should never ever rush Race Control, but I am kind of like, I really hope we find out in 4 minutes and 40 seconds into what's going on there, because I'd rather know before we cross the line than dealing with it completely post-race. It's one of those ones these are very sour taste in the mouth, not only of those on track, but also us watching as well. But again, Race Control have to tick everything off, and they should not be checking the time. They should just be focusing on going through it cleanly, as they know that, so I don't have to give them advice, do I? But if it is going to be a 5-second time penalty, it has to be a big few laps from Darren McCormack to pull out here. 1.3 seconds he's got. If he's got to prepare for there to be a 5-second time penalty and to pull away. We are saying it might be a 5-second time penalty to them, but yeah, who knows?
I think no matter whether there's a penalty or not, that he's going to push right to the end anyway. I don't think that will matter. He just wants to put as much distance between himself and Chill as possible, whether that's as a result of a penalty that he might have to overcome, or whether he's just trying to keep him at bay on the road, which he is doing right now. This is the easiest way to keep someone at bay, after all, by just driving away from them entirely. You know, that's the easiest way to defend from someone. So McCormack now 1.4 seconds of a margin, 3 laps to go, including this one. We'll get the penultimate lap next time around. I'm not so sure he'd be able to do 5 seconds, but he's certainly putting this one beyond doubt at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not so sure which way this is going to go. Like, so I know there's a gap growing. If there is no time penalty, it's certainly going Victory's way of Williams Esports. If there is one, which, like I say, there are some things that I'm seeing that might well be the case of penalty, but honestly, we are completely in the dark on that one. We do not have the information to give you. We are in the same boat as you. We can only base ourselves of what we can see in game, and at the moment there is nothing next to the Williams Esports name. So with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, we are approaching the final portion of this race. We are approaching the penultimate lap of this race, and unless McCormack's got an incredible couple of laps in him, he's certainly not going to pull out 5 seconds and then have it completely dealt with, all things regardless, because right now, just looking so strong is Williams, but maybe not strong enough.
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to know at this point. 2 laps to go, and 1.7 seconds, 1.8 seconds is the margin. 2 minutes to go as well. A bit of traffic just coming up in front as well. If these two were still fighting, then that really would be a big moment, but it's not at this stage. Nearly 2 seconds is the margin. It just keeps extending. Darren McCormack here has really shown himself to be, as you said earlier, one of, if not the strongest ACC driver at the moment. It's hard to argue against this with that showing qualifying. Less so his first couple of stints in this race, but particularly this last impressed me at no end. The way he's chased down BS Competition here. And what a great fight between these two teams we're going to have for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that's the main thing that we have to be excited at, regardless of which way this race goes. We are in for a thrilling fight over the next 3 rounds. Of course, we've got another one of these 6-hour races to deal with. We're taking to the BMW M2, which should be around Circuit Paul Ricard. But then we've also got 2 of those fantastic GT3 races with all that BOP goodness coming back at you for round 4 and round 6 of the season. But one final lap for Darren McCormack to navigate around the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya before we can see a second victory for Williams Esports.
That was backmarking to the highest degree, just coming to a complete stop towards the final chicane there, making sure that this leading battle is not interrupted. And Darren McCormack will be hoping that it's the same for the 3 in front as well, as he crosses over 200 laps. It's going to be 201 by the end of this. Not getting dizzy just yet, but we'll certainly be delighted by this win. The first 6-hour race of the FLExTREME series here in this season. The first one-make race as well, and Williams Esports in a great place, possibly to take their second win of the season.
Yeah, well, we're going to call it as it is because they don't have a time penalty in game, and they are running in that position right now. Tobias Pfeffers trying to gain a little bit more, though, trying to get themselves a little bit further inside the top 10. Of course, it is 9th position directly ahead of them, but they've done a good job to get themselves back inside the top 10. The 85, though, has gone longer on tyres than most. Should leave them in a pretty healthy position right now, but, well, that wasn't great for Tobias Pfeffer, got to be said.
No, not particularly. Last lap battles, though, and all bets are off at this stage, really. Pfeffer going to try and get these extra 4 points he would do for this position. It's going to be a ninth place, possibly. Pfeffer has been really strong towards the end of this race. Now that tyre wear less of a factor, or it could be any number of things, but Pfeffer has had a strong end to this race. Maybe just going to be short for 9th place, though.
Yeah, Team Racing Point trying to hang on. There's the big send for the Bias-Pfeffer to get down the inside. The up and under might work in the way of the 85 to bring its way straight back through. Side by side continues up through 11, up through 12. Bit of contact as the Racing Point car turned in just a touch. And it's the 123 that's come through. But our focus goes back towards the front. It's Dara McCormack. It's Williams Esports once again. They'll come through and cross the line first, ahead of everyone else, ahead of Gregor Schill, ahead of Wojtania, and a superb drive from McCormack, from Igor Rodriguez, and from Tinko van der Velde to take a second victory in the VCO LFM FLExTREME, at least provisionally. Gregor Schill will have to settle for second before we see Triton Racing. I mean, they got involved with the race lead earlier on. Unfortunately, they weren't able to quite hang on. They didn't have the pace, they didn't have the tyre life, but they do hang on for a very well-deserved podium, denying the 666 that's had a great recovery drive in the hands of Maciej Malinowski, of Statsenko, and of Jaroslav Honzik for a well-deserved fourth position, 4.4 seconds back from the podium. And our race winners from Monza will have to settle for fifth position as Nikolai will cross the line. A super effort, but a great race win once again from Williams Esports.
Yeah, second race win of the season, championship lead as well, and the prospect of a fantastic fight between themselves and BS Competition for the rest of this season. The second half of FLExTREME is going to be absolutely fantastic. McCormack very calm in the face there, not particularly, well, he doesn't even look pleased. It just looks as if he's had a normal day. There's a bit of shouting going on, so clearly some discussions are happening at the moment between either himself, some teammates, himself and someone else, but yeah, some discussions clearly happening at the moment. Just want to say, by the way, how unlucky Mateja was in the 85 to lose out on a top 10 there. A great pass from Tobias Pfeffer and great driving from Kundat Stioglu has gotten Unicorns of Love and Burst Esport into the top 10 at the expense of the 85.
Yeah, like we say, we can only go off what we're seeing in game. If you've received some information, that is absolutely brilliant. We haven't received any, so we don't know if there's going to be a 5-second time penalty post-race or not. We can only call it as it is, and crossing the line, Williams Esports have taken that victory. I'm going to be honest right now, I don't want to interview them until we fully know exactly what's going on. Because, well, no, we do have a choice, we just won't do it. Because I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on for me. I kind of get either way if it's an NFA or a 5-second time penalty. We just do not know. Unfortunately, we're not able to bring you that information as of yet. So we can only call it as it is, and that would be Williams Esports across the line in first place. It was a dicey battle again between Williams Esports and BS Competition, and like we said, we suspect that will continue throughout the season.
I know this is not quite the way to view it, really, in a pure racing sense, but if you strip everything out, strip all the variables out, I do think that Williams Esports just had that slight edge. They were just about quicker and just about deserved to win that ahead of ahead of BS Competition. Sorry, they just about had enough in that final hour. Darren McCormack, especially after doing half of that race, basically has chased down BS Competition and has won that for them on the road. So yeah, it's been a strong drive from Williams Esports. Darren McCormack not seemingly that pleased with himself, but once again showing himself to be one of the best drivers on ACC, if not the best. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Williams Esports just about on balance, you would say, the stronger team on the day, but there's barely anything in it. I mean, it's fine margins.
So these were championship standings coming into it. BS Competition were leading before we did qualifying earlier on in the day. Of course, right now, we are being... so I have just received a message that it'll be a 10-second time penalty to Williams Esports, which will drop them back from the race lead. So it will be BS Competition taking that victory. So we do finally have confirmation on that. But yeah, we do apologise for that being a complete mess, but we can only deal with what we're working with here. And yeah, so we're being told Williams Esports with a 10-second time penalty. So it will be BS Competition taking the victory. It will be Niels Nyox, Arthur Camera and Gregor Schill, who will be interviewing in a few moments' time, that will cross the line as victors to make it a third different winner. And it will give them an even more comfortable championship lead.
Well, I guess so. They did lose it, I suppose, in qualifying. So I think it's less than 10 points. I don't know if we can call that comfortable. But
I think they gain more, don't they, from a race victory versus second place rather than the qualifying.
No, they do retake the championship lead, yeah. But their championship lead is probably bigger than 6 points. I think it's 9 now. But I mean, it's small margins. Does it really matter? It's small margins, and there's still a whole half of the season to go. So I mean, we can't get too worked up about that just yet. It's very small margins indeed.
Yes, and it will be small margins by the end of the championship. I have absolutely no doubt at all. It'll be the tiniest of tiny margins when we get down towards the end of the championship. We'll drag in our race winners though. We'll start with Gregor Schill for BS Competition, the driver that was behind the wheel in those final moments. And Gregor, that looked quite difficult out there. A tough little battle between yourselves and Williams, and incredible stuff indeed. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I mean, what should I say? The first stint, I think I did the third one, was really good. I was really feeling really well, or really good on the car. The balance was amazing. I was able to catch up Tinko quite fast, and then I was like stuck behind him the entire time, and destroyed my tires and had the first taste of really, like, let's say, burnt rubber on the rear and how the balance was negatively affected, because then the last 5 laps or so I wasn't able to do my pace at all. And then for the second stint here, the last one here where I drove against there, I was feeling also really confident. And then I think just midway through the stint I was actually pushing too much, because I saw I was like increasing the gap. I was like, yeah, come on, I can continue like that. And that was actually also the error then at the end, because I just burned again a bit too much rear tires. And then as a result, the last 8-9 laps was just like trying to stay ahead and somehow, just reduce the time loss as much as possible. And it worked quite well, I think. And then I think 7-8 minutes till the end of the race, there was, right behind me. And then he just drove into my rear in the chicane, and that was like where it was over, because if you spin with this car, the rears will never recover, and also the small damage at the end was just about them bringing the car home, to be honest. And with the penalty, I guess we then still got the win, which was actually nice, I think.
And I don't know if you have a question for Gregor as well.
I was just going to ask about the actual fight. You mentioned about the damage that you may have had, the tyres as well. But what were you thinking in the fight? Because at the time, it was a pure fight for the race win. What was that like?
I mean, of course, I would defend as much as hard as possible as I can. But on the other hand, I also can't just magically create more grip on the rear, right? So it was still somehow, still trying to keep the car on the track while still, defending fair. And it was just a bit unfortunate at the end with the touch that then this destroyed the fight. But I guess that sometimes happens, and that's racing.
Yes, well, congratulations to Gregor. We'll bring in I'll go Arthur Cameron next, I think, because why not? We'll spice it. I'm trying to just keep our broadcast director on his toes. Don't worry about it. Arthur, talk us through your portion of the race. Obviously, you had a lot to deal with, trying to catch up to some of those up ahead. It was a difficult race. It was a tricky race all the way through, but I mean, to take victory at the end of it, it's a sweet result.
Yeah, hi everyone. I think I did my fair share of it. I mean, we evenly split the race into 2 stints for each driver. At least for my case, for me, I never had to fight. Never really had a fight going on. Was able to manage the tires quite well, I think, especially in the second stint where I had to manage the gap to Igor, where in the first half of the stint he managed to catch up, and then in the second half I basically gained the time back again. So that's interesting tire management for sure. Definitely something to learn with this car still. It's not or probably the hardest car to drive in ACC, and which makes this victory taste even better, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great battle towards the end with Williams Esports. We're halfway through the season now. You will have a small championship lead at this stage. And we're back to the GT3s for the next round at Spa. Are you pleased to get back to the familiar surroundings of the BMW that you know so well? Or have you enjoyed this week of trying something a little bit different?
I think we can say we'd be pleased to drive anything. Seeing how it worked out now with every team driving the same car, I think we can confidently say we don't care, and we'll just go into the next one as if it was any other race.
Well, again, congratulations to you. We'll bring in Niels Nyox as well after what was a super drive. And you had a great move earlier on. I mean, I know you had a little bit of a conversation about it with Luke earlier. Got to say, I haven't seen it again on replays. I mean, it is just a fantastic move. It's got to have a sweet taste to win in races like this. When we've spoken about the BOP and how that's been such a big factor for this season, for this championship, for this idea of the VCO LFM FLExTREME, that's been pushed to one side for this. To have it where everyone's in equal machinery, we were arguing before that these two might be two of the more important rounds in those equal machinery. Do you kind of feel the same way, especially after taking top honors in a race like this?
Yeah, the whole idea of the series really is to minimize the impact of BOP, because often I believe all pro drivers perceive it as something that is always working against them. Any race, everybody's always just harmed by BOP. Nobody's ever favorited. And we wanted to limit that impact and give it back into the driver's hands. So one part of that concept is to let people choose their car, knowing the kilos ahead of time, then spending them in the race whenever they want. And third thing is to have races without kilos whatsoever and everybody in the same car, so they literally can't be complaining about car differences. And yeah, this then really makes it about the teams, the drivers, and everybody winning a race in that, or almost winning a race, because Williams was literally two seconds shy of that, including the penalty in the end. But they are the fastest in this game on a particular car, and I think this is really also really good for us. We've been driving the BMW for 2 years straight now or so, and hardly could prove ourselves in other cars, and there's always this debate who's fast and who isn't. I think it's really good for mentality and the pride in the end as well, to be able to say, look, we are among the fastest here, it's not the car.
Wow. I don't know if Ewan's do you have a question, Ewan?
Well, I'll think of one. Niels, congratulations first of all on the win, of course. Second half of the season coming up. Are you pleased with the way you did the first half of the season in terms of actually with the ballast in the GT3? And are you looking forward to Spa and Watkins Glen in particular with that more familiar BMW, as you mentioned?
Yeah, I think we focused in the early rounds to get rid of a lot of kilos. We spent 30 kilos each, I believe. So on Kota 30, Monza 30, and now we only have 24 left, I believe, which we'll use one way or another in the last two rounds. So we should be a lot lighter and not as ballasted as we were in the previous round. So really hoping that already from that we have by default better chances in the next race, or a faster car. And leading the championship must mean that we've done well so far. So yeah, I think we were happy here, starting with a win into the new year. Couldn't really be a lot better.
Yeah, it's about as good as you can start 2023. To yourself, Niels, to Gregor and to Arthur, congratulations on a very well-deserved race victory. Go out and enjoy it.
Thank you.
I'm sure they will enjoy that on you. And I mean, like you say, what a performance it has been from them. What a victory it has been from them. And like I said, I don't know if we'll catch up with either of the other teams on the podium, but the BS competition, that is, I say, about as sweet as it gets.
Yeah, it certainly is. To beat their rivals in such dramatic fashion, of course, that they'll be very, very pleased. Maybe a little bit disappointed with the way that it turned out. Maybe that's just us because we're spectators and we want to see that fight. But I mean, it was a good win for them. They really did. To be honest, I thought that they were going to struggle a little bit in terms of driving the Porsche. It's very different to the BMW that they drive so often. I really thought that the BMW one-make race was going to be their real show of strength, that they were going to win by miles. But the fact that they've taken this win as well is a really important one. I think the Spa race could decide the fate of their season. If they have a real disaster, then it's still absolutely wide open. If they have a kind of average race, it's still wide open. But I feel if they win that race as well, if they win at Spa as well, then the championship is very much theirs to lose. With that BMW one-make to come, and then just the championship finale as well. They really are putting themselves in prime position if they take that one at Spa.
Yeah, like I said, they've done an incredible job with how they've recovered back in Monza. Let's not forget that. It's been It's been a season of big ups and big downs for BS competition, but there's no pictures on a results sheet, is there? And 4th, 2nd, and 1st. I mean, it doesn't matter so much about how they've got to those positions. They've got to those positions. They've picked them up. They've picked them up consistently. But this is a championship which is not going to be particularly easy. But for Williams Esports, I mean, what do you say for them? Well, obviously they've potentially lost out some points today on what they might have expected to get. They've had a couple of issues today with a few time penalties here and there, a couple of 5-second time penalties, or 1 5-second, 1 10-second time penalty. What do you say to them and their chances later on? How do they bring themselves back into the mix?
Well, they've got to make sure that they don't let this result sort of weigh them down in future weeks and in future rounds, because after all, we don't have long until that Spa 9 hour, it's just 2 weeks away. They can't let that weigh them down too much. There's not too many real major huge sim races coming up in those next 2 weeks either for them to blow away the cobwebs. I suppose they might be taking on something individually maybe that maybe will help them feel a little bit better about it, but I think they'll feel really, really bitterly disappointed with it. They can't become too annoyed with anyone, whether that be themselves or stewards or other drivers or the other teams. They can't become annoyed with any of that. They can't let any of this affect them in any way, really. They've got to wipe a clean slate, really, for the second half of the season, go into that Spa race, and they really do have to perform well. I don't think they have to beat BS competition. It's still really close, but they have to stay with them and stay around them in that race. They can't ship 50 points in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, for us all up here in the commentary booth, thank you so much for joining us in the first round of 2023, the third round of the season. We're now halfway through the season, and we're back in a couple of weeks' time for round number 4 of the VCO LFM FLExTREME. We'll have Arjuna back in the commentary booth, and Luke will step aside once again, as we'll keep Ewan for a little bit, and then we'll discuss what's going to be happening over the final portions of the season. But for us here in the commentary booth, from myself, there's today from Ewan O'Leary, from Luke Crane, and from Mike Yao behind the scenes, thank you so much. Thank you to our sponsors, of course, in Next Level Racing and HyperX, who are dishing out a lot of the prizes for the season. For everyone behind the scenes at VCO, LFM, and the FLExTREME Championship, a very warm goodbye.